here until the very last pick is announced, as is our downtown Rams tradition. It's one of the longest, it's obviously the longest day of the draft, but it's also our most fun. It's our most laid back. We're in here chilling. Jake and I always order a pizza at some point, usually around the end of the fifth round, beginning of the sixth round. And we hang out with you guys. We chat. We cover all of the picks. And it's a good time, even though it's a really long day. As you can see, Jake and I are chilling. This is our day that if Jake and I aren't delirious by the end of round 7, we haven't done it right. As a reminder, to everybody, basically during day 3, we are violently announcing picks. We usually are ahead of the draft because the NFL draft on, day 3, they do all these kind of events and stuff, but the picks are being announced live by reporters. So if you don't like picks spoiled, sorry, that's what people usually watch for. So we're going to be reading out picks. I'll be saying them as they come in. We'll be kind of giving our brief thoughts, but there's so many prospects announced during day 3. We obviously aren't going to be able to analyze each and every pick, but we'll at least be able to announce who's going where. And we'll be chatting with you guys and we'll be having a good time. And the Rams will be making a lot of picks today. We've got 2 down. We've got some more to go. Jake, how you feeling? It's day 3. We're about to begin the long haul. How are the vibes?
The vibes are good. Got some sleep. I know that's a shock to people. I'm looking forward to the end of this, but I'm looking forward to enjoying it while we have it. So that's how I feel.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Me too.
So,
it is a lot of work.
I like what the Rams did. I'm hoping for Torrey Horton at 127. I think he'd be a great fit, but yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, we're about to begin the 4th round, and as Rams fans know, the Rams tend to find some gems on day 3. That's kind of like the Rams calling card. Is they're the day 3 wizards, and they're able to get guys like Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua, on day 3. So I'm excited to see who those guys are for them this year. So we will see. And let me make sure that, Jake, as this starts, I'm going to make sure I have all my tabs pulled up because I know me and you, but like Tennessee's pick is already in. So I want to make sure that I've got all my tabs pulled up. You've got all your tabs pulled up so we can just start that process of getting it out there.
Yeah.
Once more, we got 189 people in here already.
I got my mock draft that is definitely not going to get one single player right. I'm down to Smile Mondon Jr., linebacker out of Georgia, Trevor Etienne, running back out of Georgia, Kobe Bryant, cornerback out of KU, Ajani Cornelius, offensive tackle, Oregon, Craig Woodson, safety out of California, and Arian Smith, wide receiver, Georgia. So we shall see. The pick is in. Titans are shout out Blaine Grisack just tweeted us out, hanging out on day 3 with us. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Blaine.
On the big, looks like that's the OLED. So love it, Blaine.
Thanks, Blaine. I just saw the tweet. Gotta get all my tabs up. Like I said, I'm like doing my mental checklist, Jake. Like my notes.
It's a lot.
Twitter.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
YouTube, so I can see the chat.
Shamir DK is the pick, wide receiver out of Florida. I like this player. I like his teammate quite a lot more in Elijah Badger, who is still on the board. But there's the first weapon for the new quarterback, Cam Ward. What do you think?
I like it. Like we said earlier in the draft, I was thinking they would maybe take a receiver earlier just to, give, Cam Ward, a weapon as soon as they can. But I like this pick. I like this pick for the Titans. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do. And you know what also slipped my mind when we were talking about this is that Tyler Lockett, I forgot, also went to the Titans.
Oh,
when we were talking about receivers.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, I think it was yesterday. I'd forgotten that they had signed him. I still think, regardless of that signing, they needed to go and get, a rookie receiver for him. But
No, that makes sense.
it's a good pick. Um,
I had DK going a little bit later, but he's
yeah,
going to provide some juice. I like him. I like the player. I think when you look at this guy, speed is there, 4.3 speed, right? Really good route runner, in my opinion. I think he's got some inside outside versatility. So I think that'll definitely help, create some, diversified looks for the Titans offense. This is somebody that is reliable, really, really good natural hands receiver. I think, there's sometimes he's going to have a concentration drop here and there, but I think, he catches the ball into his hands, not really a body catcher, which I love to see. So I think with him, there are some physicality concerns there. He's not as physical as some of the other receivers. Getting off the line of scrimmage might be a little bit of an issue early on, especially against press. But I like the player. I think, this is a little bit early for him, but it's day 3. So he might not have been there for their next pick. And I think we're going to see a few of that, quite a few of those picks, Alexis, where, a team's like, well, I really like this guy. He's not going to make it. Let's just take him a round earlier. So, yeah, interesting pick there.
I agree with that. And I also think now, as compared to like earlier years, what we've seen in maybe the last 2 drafts is that it's more common, I think, for teams to quote unquote reach on their guys, right? I feel like, as we've been covering this as years go on, like we start to see around rounds 4 and 5 guys that maybe are like universally considered later round picks going earlier because we hear that teams just really, really like them. And I feel like, and I think we talked about this at length like last year as well, is that, what a lot of us might consider reaches, in the NFL, they just view it entirely differently. So,
Yeah.
we could see, in the 4th round this year, players that we are like, oh, that's a 6th round pick or that's a 7th round pick in our mind go way early. I just feel like that's a lot more common as of the past couple years than it used to be.
Yeah, and we're often running, by the way, with a wide receiver off the board, which I don't know if it works out for the Rams because I don't know if they're going to draft another one. I would say Elijah Badger, his teammate, is the guy that I'm really liking for the Rams, as well as Torrey Horton, obviously. Jaguars. Bayshul Tootin, the running back out of Virginia Tech. A lot of Rams fans like this player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I liked him too. You know what the thing though about him was is I liked him, but I felt like he was a little similar to what we have, right?
I think the breakaway speed is kind of
He's faster, but and this is also like earlier than I expected him to go. Maybe I just wasn't as high on him. Like I feel like, I mean, I liked him as a prospect. I'm looking right now at the screen. Are you guys
Yeah, I think with Bayshul too, and I mean you're getting a player who's really elite explosiveness. I mean 4.32 speed, good contact balance. I think the versatility is there. Pass protection, I think needs to be better, but wasn't that bad in my opinion. The work ethic is there. The durability is certainly there. I think, when I went through and I watched it, I mean, he's playing through 2024, with a brace on his knee. So ran a little funky in 2024. That's why, because he was playing injured. But I think, dynamic player. I just think when you look at Bayshul Tootin, the ball security is the biggest concern for me. So that's what I would say. He had 4 fumbles in 2024 and 2023. So that's a little concerning. But I like him. I didn't love him, though. I know a lot of people liked him in the Rams community. A lot of people wanted him. I wasn't as high, but I think Jaguars, they go with Bayshul Tootin there. Add some explosiveness in that offense, and it makes sense.
the Giants pick is in. So by the way, if anyone is wondering, the Rams I believe pick at 127, right? as of now.
Yeah, the Rams pick at 127.
Yeah. So as of now, that's the next Rams pick. We're at 105. And also, Jake, I mean, keep getting asked in my mentions about Sanders.
Yeah,
And I don't think the Rams are, I don't think that that's, in play for the Rams personally. But just, in general, he's still on the board. You look at the best available. I'm looking at, you know, obviously for quarterbacks, he's number one, right? I mean, on my board at least, I think on everybody's board, he's the best available quarterback.
Giants are taking Cam Scattaboo at running back, according to Connor Hughes. Fun player to watch, hilarious player to watch pass protect, like I said yesterday. I mean, dude looks like a WWE superstar, but yeah, I compared him to Liddell Betts, a former 1,000-yard rusher for the Washington Redskins back in the day. Kind of has some Peyton Hillis semblance there as well. I like this because I think with Tyrone Tracy, it kind of diversifies their room a little bit. Both guys can really catch the football. Cam Scattaboo can catch the football. He can break tackles. He's going to make guys miss as well. I think he's underrated, and I think he's overrated at the same time. I think the people that don't like him, I think it's really kind of far on the spectrum. They don't like him because he's a little overrated. And the people that love him, I think they are a little bit too high on the player. Fun player. I will say this. Obviously, the contact balance is great. I think he moves really well. But Alexis, I think the big thing with Cam Scattaboo here, and that caused him to fall to round 4, in my opinion, I don't think that is a sustainable play style. I just don't.
Yeah.
This is a position where we look at 30 as the ceiling. After 30, some guys can do it. Most guys can't. Cam Scattaboo, I don't know how long he's going to last in the NFL, but for, as long as he's around, he'll be fun to watch with the G-men.
He is fun to watch. I just didn't really think that he made a ton of sense for the Rams. I know a lot of Rams fans really, really wanted him. And I think he is, like I said, I think he's fun to watch. I think he's a good player. But, he kind of he has really good, when he runs, he's kind of he's just fun to watch. He's got really good contact balance. He's kind of hard to bring down. He's got really good agility. I feel like he has really good vision too. Like when you watch him, I feel like he's got really good vision. And like you said, he's pretty good in the receiving game as well. So that's a good fit. And, obviously the Giants' vision now is, they're saying that Russell Wilson is a starter, which he probably is. But they're not their long-term guy. They obviously see Dart as that. So you got Dart, Scatabo, Neighbors.
Yeah. The pick is in for the Patriots at 106 here. We have a super chat from Tim. Thank you for the 20, Tim. Really appreciate that. And real quick, just want to shout out our sponsor of today's live stream and our sponsor of the last 2 live streams, Trick or Treat Studios. If you see the Michael Myers mask hiding in the back or over there, or you see the Pennywise mask, you're wondering where that came from. It came from Trick or Treat Studios. So you can go over to trickortreatstudios.com. The link is in the description below, and you can use the code TOTSJE, and you are going to get 15% off. And they got all sorts of stuff here. So, a lot of stuff, not just masks, right? They have board games. They got props as well. So if you want the chainsaw from Texas Chainsaw or, anything like that, they have it. Costumes, collectibles, home decor, all of it. So be sure to check them out. Again, let them know. And the last thing I'll say is this. If you're a Rams fan, support a Rams fan-owned business, because a Rams fan, and Christopher Zeffro, who's a friend of mine, owns that business. He's the president of Trick or Treat Studios. He's a huge Rams fan. So be sure to check out Trick or Treat Studios, who's today's sponsor.
Big shout out to them and to Christopher as well.
Yes.
And we got 400 people now watching across all platforms. Welcome, everybody. Rams as of now are at pick 127. We're at pick 106. I got some messages as well. I just opened my X about, everyone's NFL draft stream
Hmm.
is at different spots. So I see now the pick is in safety Craig Woodson out of California for the
Oh man,
Patriots.
I
And
had him going to the Rams in my mock. I love Craig
he,
Woodson.
yeah, very good player. Feels like a natural Patriots pick there as well. But what I am seeing in my X and my Twitter and all the messages I'm getting, everyone is like, for some reason, the NFL draft, even though we're all watching live, is like at very different spots for everybody. So some people are like seeing these picks early, and then some people aren't getting them until like a minute later, even though everybody's watching it live. I'm like, I don't know the answer, guys. That is really weird. Because I think mine is a slower, because you were seeing the picks before me on the screen.
Yeah, I'm not
And
sure.
who knows? Who knows what's going on? But it seems like
Mhm.
we're all kind of at different paces. And I will say, all the reporters that I normally see, breaking the tweets, for some reason they're all silent. So maybe everyone had too much fun last night after round two and they're sleeping in today.
Yeah, I mean, Craig Woodson has got some really fun tape. Really good athlete. Guy's nose for the football. Um, I'm a really big fan of Craig Woodson's game, and I thought he would have been a great fit for the Rams. Later in day three, he goes here where I actually like. This is what I believe he is as a prospect. I mean, he is my eighth overall safety in this draft. So he goes about where I would have drafted him, but I didn't think he would go that early. And I mean, I think he's an absolute stud. And I mean, the athleticism is there, the versatility is there, can play in the box, can play free safety, can play in the slot. I think he has the ability to play on the outside corner as well. So you get versatility there. New England does coverage instincts, special teamer, a lot of experience there with Craig Woodson. He's a little bit older. He does have an injury history as well, minor durability concerns, but versatile, instinctive. This is the type of player that Mike Vrabel would go after. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah. You know what? Cal has really put together like a nice group of defensive backs in recent
It's
years.
true. They
They've
really have.
really and by the way, the Jaguars just drafted Jack Kaiser, linebacker out of Notre Dame, and that hurts me because I thought that, if he was available for the Rams maybe in the fourth, that would be a really good pickup, for the Rams. So that was one of the guys that I was, wanting the Rams to get. Obviously, as a Notre Dame fan, I've watched quite a bit of Jack Kaiser. Um, I'm going to pull up my notes on him real quick, but like, this is, I think a lot of people, when I was mentioning Jack Kaiser going in the fourth before, they all said they thought this was high for him. And I can understand that because of an injury, maybe injury concern. But, Jack Kaiser, like a good, comp for him, Jake, I don't know if you would agree with me, would be like Tommy Eichenberg out of Ohio State, if you remember watching him.
That's interesting. Yeah,
You know,
I like Jack Kaiser. I think they just kind of totally took him off the Rams board. I think he's similar to a former Notre Dame player in Drew Tranquil because I think of his ability,
yeah,
as a coverage linebacker. Um, he's underrated. He really is. He's
yeah.
not going to be somebody that's going to deconstruct blocks or anything like that, but leadership is there. Going to be a captain for a defense. Good experience. I mean, he played 70 games, started 40 of them at Notre Dame. He ran a
So really,
4.62, so he offers some special teams ability as well. I had him here really, really efficient tackler, and he's really good at the
yeah.
peanut punch, had 5 forced fumbles. So good run defender. Not going to be a block deconstructor, but a guy that can get around blocks. He's a better athlete than given credit for. So I like the pick, except I think that's the guy that the Rams probably would have targeted.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my notes on him are also very similar. Exceptional tackling, I mean, I think he's pretty good at like, diagnosing the run. He's a leader. He was a leader for that Notre Dame team, really respected around the building. A lot of people really loved him. Kind of violent and also like just has like a kind of a good pop. It's a bummer. That's a bummer because I'm not surprised that he went, but I thought, well, maybe if he's there, at 127, we could see the Rams finally draft a linebacker, but he's gone. He's gone to Jacksonville. Jacksonville has had a good draft.
Yeah, they definitely have. So pick 108 here for the Raiders.
It looks like, so is it Dante Thornton? I think it's Dante Thornton, which is another receiver.
Is there a way to put closed
right?
captioning on this? Let's see.
Okay, yep. It is Dante Thornton, receiver out of Tennessee. Wow, and they took they already took a receiver, right?
Yeah, so I mean, what do you think about this one? The athletic profile is crazy with this guy. I mean,
He's fast.
he's really fast, a lot of verticality in his game. I think he's a fun player to watch, but at the same time, like, he doesn't offer a ton aside from just the verticality. So if that's just his one role on the Raiders, I think he's going to succeed at it. If they ask him to do other things, there's going to be a serious development curve, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, the Raiders are having a good draft so far. I mean, if you look at who they've taken to this point, Ashton Jeanty, Jack Besh, Darian Porter, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, and Dante Thornton Jr., I would say Tom Brady and co. or Spygate. I love that his last name is Spygate. That's hilarious. Yeah, I would say they're having a really good one. So or Spy Tech, I think is what it is. But anyway, I really like what the Raiders have done. The Bills just traded up, so they're at 109 here. But
Thing about Dante Thornton that's interesting about him to me is that he's so fast for being so big. Like he's 6'5".
yeah,
And so that's, I think, what's really kind of, unique about him and interesting. And you're right. Also, the Bills did trade up with the Bears. So let's see. The Bears get pick 169. That's a good haul for the Bears. So they trade back quite a bit, though. So the Bears now have pick 132 as opposed to 109, but then they also get a 5th round pick. So
yeah, I think really what it comes down to is Thornton is a role player. He's going to play his role in that he is going to stretch the field. And I think the upside is there to develop him. He could turn into like a big slot receiver. I don't know if he's ever going to work as a true X where he can win in a multitude of ways off the line of scrimmage, like his release package, things like that. So he's going to have to work at that. But I mean, he's a fun player. Like, am I jumping for joy over, somebody like Dante Thornton Jr.? No, but like, this is kind of like a little bit of a lottery ticket, if you will. I mean, if he works out, he'll work out. And what I will say, to give Dante Thornton a lot of credit here, normally guys like this struggle in the blocking area. He's actually a good blocker. So normally guys that are like one-trick ponies like this that stretch the field, they don't block. He does. So he actually puts that 6'5" frame to good use. I like the fit for the Raiders. I do.
So the Bills have drafted Dion Walker, the defensive tackle out of Kentucky.
Dion Walker.
And this is actually late to where I thought he was going. So I was thinking that he was going to be like a late 2nd, early 3rd round guy. He ends up going early 4th round. I like this pick. I think it addresses a need for the Bills. Pull up my better thoughts on him. But Jake, off the bat, what do you think about this pick for the Bills?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a guy that is huge, 6'7" and 331 pounds. I mean, he is a really good He's a big time player. You know, he's massive actually. You know, and I just
Mm-hmm.
think
He's
when you look at
345.
yeah, it's
That's
crazy.
massive.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Long arms. You know, I think he's going to help the run defense big time. I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he could also rush the passer as well. So I think when you look at it, I mean, I see him in kind of the same mold as maybe a poor man's Dexter Lawrence, but you know, you see that type of ability from him. I think it's a
He's
really good
so,
pick for the Bills. I see why they traded up for him.
I agree. He's so mobile for being so big, and he's so good at like shedding blocks, and he moves so quick for his size. So really,
Yeah.
really fun player to watch. Really good pickup for the Bills. The Jets are now on the clock at 110. Then we got Philly, New Orleans, San Francisco, Carolina. Rams still at 127.
Yeah, I do agree with that, Brian. I do think Walker is raw, but I think it's a really good pick for the Bills because they don't need him to play tons of snaps right away. They do have a good, you know, batch of guys on the defensive line. Austin, thank you for the 10. Non-draft question. Sorry, what do you
Thank
guys
you,
think
Austin.
the Rams rivalry uniforms will look like? And do you think it will be an addition to the existing uni set or will it come with a full uni change? I don't really know. I think it'll likely be an addition. They're not changing their uniforms. Um, my guess is they're black. That's what I would say.
So real quick, the Jets drafted wide receiver Arion Smith, who I
Wow.
believe is from Texas A&M, right?
Yeah, I had him to the Rams in my mock. So 2 guys off the board. He goes early
Oh wait,
here.
Georgia. No, it's Texas A&M. Hold on, I'm getting him confused with somebody.
Arian
Which,
Smith is Georgia.
okay, yep,
Is
I'm
that who just
confusing him with
went?
someone else. Yep.
That's interesting. I didn't think he was going to go this high. I liked him to the Rams as kind of like one of those like Deshaun Jackson types. I mean, we're talking elite speed, 4.3. You know, can really take the top off the defense. I think he's got some nuance in his route running. I don't think he has a great route tree at this point. Like it's very limited, but you know, this is somebody that does a really nice job with head fakes and you know, kind of the pacing. He's a better blocker than anybody would expect. I would actually say he's a really good blocker. So I was really impressed with that. He played at a pro style. Played in a pro style offense at Georgia. They used him in the screen game. They used him, in the quick game, quick hitters over the middle, over the top. I think he's got special team ability because he can, either be a gunner or he can return. I like his vision after the catch. The big thing with him, and this is why I didn't think he would go this high, Alexis. I like him, but he's got a lot of drops. And I think because of that, while he reminds me of Deshaun Jackson in a lot of different ways, and we saw what Deshaun Jackson did, with the Rams, I think he's very similar to Brashad Perriman, who also struggled with drops. So
Yeah.
I like the player a lot. I really do. But, if Justin Fields is throwing a bomb down the field and he drops that, that's
Yeah.
gonna sting, and that is unfortunately you're gonna have to live with that. There was a play that stands out to me, double overtime or overtime, going for the 2-point conversion, and he dropped it wide open, no one anywhere near him, right? And just totally dropped it. And that is unfortunately, you're gonna have to live with some of those things. He'll have to get better if he wants to survive in the NFL. But you don't draft this guy assuming he's just automatically going to be able to catch everything his way when he didn't do it in college.
Yeah, and I do want to get back to Austin's question.
Yes.
And real quick, the Eagles just selected Ty Robinson, the defensive lineman out of Nebraska, which hurts me because I really liked Ty Robinson. I didn't know if he was entirely a fit for the Rams, but I liked him a lot as a prospect. But to get back to Austin's question. So the rivalry uniforms to me, I sound a lot like the NFL's version of the City Connect uniforms uh, for Major League Baseball. So I don't think it has anything to do with an existing like uniform set. I think they're for a very like specific purpose. It sounds like just when you play, rival teams. Um, I don't have any idea what they'll look like, honestly. I think it's going to be cool. I'm sure it's probably going to represent the city of LA. It sounds like, it's going to be very like centric to each team's city. And yeah, I guess I don't think it has anything to do with the new uniforms that are supposedly coming for the Rams. In my opinion, I think it's going to be a league-wide special kind of unique set.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think it'll be a black uniform. Um, and if it's not, maybe they unveil another uniform this year. I don't know what's going to happen, but
So the Saints are on the clock. Then you've got the 49ers.
I wasn't as high on Ty Robinson as you, but this just feels like an Eagles pick.
They just do really good. Yeah.
Really good athlete, versatile. I mean, he could play all over the defensive line. A lot of experience in Nebraska, So I get it. And he's older, but he can kind of just play a rotational role, and then he'll probably turn into a stud if we know anything of how Howie Roseman drafts.
The Eagles just always draft defensive linemen that I like. That's just something I've come to terms with. They just always get like guys in the trenches that I like, and you know, it's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Saints are up. I feel like I could see the Saints taking because they haven't taken a running back yet, right? Or have they? All my tabs are open, but I was like thinking that they could maybe go after like Dylan Sampson because that a Tennessee running back, pair him with Kamara. That's not why I'm saying that, but part of the reason I like it. Everyone knows that I love those connections, but I feel like the Saints just need some more offensive weapons. I know they've got Olave. I know they've got Kamara. They re-signed Juwan Johnson. Someone in the chat said the 49ers will probably take Chris Paul. Don't put that energy out there.
Yeah, no, hell no. How about absolutely not?
So the Saints took Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma, and that's a good player.
Yeah,
Another
that's a
guy
player
that
a lot of Rams fans wanted.
Yeah, that's another take him off my. That's a guy that I thought the Rams could target. And I know a lot of people think that the Rams aren't going linebacker this early, but
They might have picked him.
Yeah, they might have if he was there, right? But this is about where I had him going, Jake. I don't know about you, but this makes sense for where we're at.
I ended up really liking him. I'm way higher on this linebacker class than most people are. Like, I think that they're probably. I had a third round grade on Jack Kaiser. Danny Stutzman is my 8th linebacker, and I had a late second on him. If that tells you anything.
Really good in the run game.
Yeah, a really good athlete. The coverage stuff, I mean, you see the potential there. He's not the best in coverage, but yeah, this makes sense. You have Demario Davis. You got to get younger at that position. I think this makes a lot of sense for the Saints, and I think the value is pretty good. I think, now we'll see what the 49ers do because, looking at what they've done in this draft so far, I think they've done a nice job. I do think they reached on Upton Stout and Nick Martin, but Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins really help out that defense. They have been going defense very heavy I think the 49ers are about to tear our hearts out and pick a really good offensive player here because they've literally gone defense 4 picks in a row. It feels like they're due now.
Yeah, I could see them going running back. I could see them going receiver. I don't know. I thought that they nailed their first 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
With Michael Williams and Alfred Collins. I felt like Nick Martin and Upton Stout were reaches. Not that they
Yes.
aren't good players. I just thought they were a little early. But yeah, they've gone 4 defensive guys. It feels like this has to be offense. Would love if it was like a tight end because we're not going to go tight end again, so that they're not going to take somebody that the Rams could be targeting, if they do that. And we'll see. I haven't seen the pick come in yet.
Yeah, I would say looking at the 49ers depth chart. Let's see.
Also, by the way, guys, if you can hear me like pounding on my keys and stuff, just let me know. I'm trying to do it quietly, but sometimes I get violent with my keyboard and the mic picks it up. Um, so let me know and I'll just start muting when I'm really like ferociously searching for stuff so I don't annoy everybody with clicking.
I think they're going running back, Alexis.
Who do you think it'll be?
So I think a guy that fits what they normally do and the direction that they would go in my opinion, that guy's Dylan Sampson. So if this pick isn't Dylan Sampson, I mean, Damian Martinez, I think there's just too much overlap with, who Guarendo is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I think Sampson, pass catcher, he's not a great pass protector, but pass catcher, slasher type. I think that is probably the direction they go in. If they go with Devin Neal, another Jayhawk would really piss me off. They already have Dominic Pooney, who's been stellar. Not a surprise. Told you guys he would be, but yeah, I think Dylan Sampson, and if they go wide receiver, I'm gonna say it's Jalen Royals, but I think they go offense
I
here,
hope
Alexis.
not, because I really like Royals.
I like him too.
Their pick is in, but it's not being announced because at least that I've seen.
It's funny. I saw a comp. Jalen Royals is essentially Deebo Samuel if he could run routes, and I could see that.
So the 49ers took CJ West.
That
So
sucks because I love that player.
They went defense again.
But all defensive draft is kind of wild.
You know what, guys? It's
Well, it wouldn't be a Downtown Rams draft stream without some technical difficulties.
I did
tell you
just
that.
see that. We both just went out really quickly. Hopefully we're back. But yeah, I like CJ West too, but this is high for me for CJ West. So,
Is it?
I mean, for me, oh, Jake, you're gonna hate this next pick. The Panthers took Trevor Etienne, the running back out of
What?
Georgia.
Damn it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that
Already?
you really wanted him.
Oh.
Yeah. So we got 2 picks to talk about real quick back to back. These picks are starting to come in fast. So CJ West, I'll let you talk about CJ West because, like I said, I had him. I think this is high, but you agree that this is the right spot. And for Trevor Etienne, so whichever one you want to talk about. I know that you love both of these guys.
Yeah, CJ West, my 6th interior defensive lineman off the board here. Really high on him. Had a mid-second round pick grade on him. And then, of course, Trevor Etienne, who I absolutely love. And this just hurts. Yeah, that just sucks. He's the 5th running back on my board. I had a second round grade on him. I compare him to Brian Westbrook. This guy's 20 years old. He'll be 21, rookie year. elite vision. I was really, really, really impressed with his vision. I think he's got the lateral agility that you need at the position. I think he's a really good receiver. Pass protecting is the thing that jumped out to me. So a lot of these guys are good at a lot of different things, but they suck at pass protection. There's a lot of really bad pass protecting running backs in this draft. Really annoying. He is not. He has this advanced blitz recognition, and he's only 20. So I would imagine it's only going to get better from here on out. Really explosive. You know, he had a 1.51 10-yard. He's got breakaway speed. He's got 3 gears. The big thing here, special teams value, can be a returner. But Alexis, the biggest thing is that he's got low mileage. So a lot of these running backs come out, and I always go back to Washington running back Bishop Sankey, who went to the Titans. The biggest issue with him is that he was ran into the ground. He had over like 1,000 touches and didn't last long. This guy, 371 career carries. And I just feel like that fresh body coming in the NFL, he can really make an impact, and he can do it for a long time. So love the pick by Carolina. I think the guy is an absolute stud. I think people are overlooking him. It's not just because of his last name. I was really impressed. I did not expect to like Trevor Etienne as much as I did. They have Chuba Hubbard, has a little bit more build to him. This is more of kind of like a shorter back, explosive. They signed Rico Dowdle. They have Jonathan Brooks, and now they just say, you know what, screw it, we're going to get Trevor Etienne. It seems like a little weird, except keep in mind Rico Dowdle is on a 1-year deal. So this is kind of a one-off.
Yeah.
I think Etienne is probably going to play a little bit this year, not a lot. And then I think they're really going to be able to utilize him, especially because they're going to have to pay Chuba Hubbard at some point. And Jonathan Brooks, the ACL tear, like the second one, right? So there's a concern there for Jonathan Brooks. And, he came back and immediately looked really good. And people say they rushed him back, and he had another season-ending injury. So Trevor Etienne is some insurance there. And I like the running back room. It's probably one of the better running back rooms in football.
And the Cardinals are up now. And the Cardinals have also gone all defense so far. So they got Walter Nolan, then they took Will Johnson when Will Johnson fell, and Jordan Birch. So they've gone interior defensive line, corner, and pass rusher. So it'll be interesting to see what the Cardinals do here. If they pull 49ers and continue to go all defense, or if now they add an offensive weapon.
Yeah, see, I think the Cardinals got to go offense here. I think they got to add a receiver. Elikai Manor makes a lot of sense for them. I also think Torrey Horton does. And I think Elijah Badger does, as well as Jalen Royals. So I think it's going to be a receiver here.
Jalen Royals makes a lot of sense for them. But I just don't want him in the NFC West. It's just that I want him. But that's what usually happens with me and receivers, Jake. As we know,
Yeah.
I usually like a receiver, and someone in the NFC West drafts them, and then it hurts.
I could see them go guard here, if that makes you feel better, but I think they're going to go wide receiver.
Well, the pick is in, so we'll see. But I do think they need to go offense. That's what I suspect. I also am freezing. I was warm in here earlier, so I cranked my AC, and now I'm freezing. So what do I know?
I got the fan blowing, the AC
Like
on.
my feet are so cold. At some point, I might have to go get up and like.
I don't know what they're selecting from, but they're in Mexico. Mac Wilson Sr. is announcing the pick. No, he's not. He was, I thought, but
Is it Cody Simon, linebacker out of Ohio State?
they
So
went
they
with Cody
do go-
Simon. Oh my God, man!
They do go all defense. Look at the NFC West.
And here I was thinking he'd be there in the 6th round. Psh.
Yeah, I was thinking that this is a little earlier than I thought he'd go, but um,
I like him a lot. He
hey,
was in my like updated mock draft I did this morning. I thought he would make a lot of sense for the Rams. Damn. That sucks. Really good player, well-rounded, kind of an old school linebacker, but tested way better than I expected him to. Um, yeah,
yeah.
this is probably my favorite pick from them. From the player perspective, Will Johnson is their best pick, I would say, just from the value. I like Cody Simon, the player, a lot.
Someone asked in the chat if we think that Arizona and the 49ers are drafting all defense to try to stop the Rams or if it's just their philosophy. I mean, I think that I don't think that these teams are sitting here, watching the Rams and really trying to copy their
I think it happens occasionally, but yeah, I don't think it's
yeah,
just the Rams.
I think if anything it could have been a wake-up call to them being like, okay, we got to address our defense. Like if anything it could be like we've got to start. And by the way, the Texans just traded up with
That's interesting.
the Dolphins and they gave up. I just saw it on the screen and it disappeared. The Dolphins trade pick 116 and 224. The Texans trade pick 179. So did the Texans just trade all the way back from 116 to 179? Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, no, the Texans traded up. So the Dolphins, you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's sorry. Interesting. Oh, and the Texans traded a 2026 third round pick.
What? That's a lot.
Yeah, I'm very so I'm looking at that's from Field Yates. So
I swear, if
correct.
they pick another receiver, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to tell you right now, though. This Texans pick, this has got it.
You love.
Well, yeah, probably. We know how that works.
Based on what they've done so far.
This Texans pick is probably going to be a running back. I'm going to say this is Dylan Sampson here.
It's Woody Marks.
What? They gave away a third round pick in 2026 for Woody Marks? I like his tape. He's an older running back in this draft. That's a lot to give up. That's a lot.
This is high for me. And that's also, yeah,
Woody's
like
fun, though. He's a really good... You know what I like about him? He is one of those guys that cares about every single detail on the field. He plays fast. He's physical. Pass catcher. Probably one of the better receivers in this draft. And there's a certain play against Michigan, I think it was, where there's a pick and Woody Marks runs down Kenneth Grant and rip the ball out and gets it back. And there are plays like that stand out to me as like, that's the type of player I want on my team. I like him. Did not have him going this high, but I think this is insane to give away a third round pick in 2026. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think this is a little crazy. But you nailed the running back. It makes sense that they were trading for this just isn't a running
pass
back that
catcher as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
they're really giving Stroud weapons here. Hold on. Did the Rams just trade up? Why is NFL Network showing the Rams at once?
They did.
Did they see maybe a run on running backs or receivers and think, I don't know who this would be here. So the Rams have traded up from 127 to 117 in the fourth round. So it's 127 and 190 for 117, Jake.
127 and 190. I like this because clearly they traded up for somebody they really value. So they're on the clock now, that means, technically. Because we know the Texans pick Woody Marks.
Who do you think this is? Do you think this could be a running back, a receiver? I think this has to be offense. It could be a linebacker. There was a run on linebacker. Maybe there's a linebacker.
I could see this could be all right. Here's who I think it'll be. It'll be one of these guys. So the Rams move up. They move with the Colts. They give up 190 and 127, like you mentioned, move up 10 spots. I think it's a smart move. They have way too many picks, and not all these guys would make the roster. So this is either going to be a wide receiver. It'd be Elick Iomanner would be one of the receivers I think of. Torrey Horton from Colorado State, right? I could also see Chris Paul Jr. I think Chris Paul Jr. would be a stellar pick. I could see Kobe Bryant from Kansas. There are quite a few. I mean, they have a really good. They have a really good bunch of guys here. Braden Swinson, if they want to, this could be Shedeur Sanders. I don't necessarily think it is, but that could be the play. Jalen Royals, Xavier Restrepo, Damian Martinez.
Yep. I am thinking. So my gut kind of tells me Chris Paul Jr. I think Jalen Royals also makes a lot of sense. It might be a running back. I just don't think it's a running back looking at best available right here, but there was a run on running back. So maybe if there is a guy that they like, maybe I would like it to be probably a defensive player. I think at this point, although I do really like Jalen Royals, Chris Paul Jr., Mondin.
Yeah. Oh, it could be Smile Mondin as well. I had him in my mock at 137.
I mean, you're trading up 10 spots, which tells me that
we just saw running backs and linebackers go off the board. So
yeah, so I don't know. The pick is in, guys. I genuinely I don't know. It's running back Jarquez Hunter.
Aha!
Out of Auburn.
All right, so I had him in my my second mock draft. My third and final one, I decided to go with Trevor Etienne. This makes a lot of sense. I'm a big fan of Jarquez Hunter. This is a guy that has some mass to him. He's going to break tackles. He can work in pass pro. He can work in as a pass catcher. When Woody Marks went off the board, I think they were like, all right, we got to go up and get our running back. And you know what? I think he complements Kyren really well because this is a guy who's really explosive. And I think he's going to add a home run hitting level that's not currently on this roster while also not taking away from who Kyren Williams is as a player. I think these two go hand in hand. I think stock down for Blake Corum because I think Jarquez Hunter is going to surpass Blake Corum on the depth chart.
Yeah.
I love this pick. Absolutely love this pick.
This is a really good pick, and this is, I think, the type of running back that, so last year when they took Blake Corum in the third, we said the same thing where it was a little bit confusing because we felt like it was Kyren Williams, right? They went out and they got a guy who's pretty much the exact same player as Kyren Williams. Then they end up spending this entire season giving, Kyren 85 to 90% of the snaps. They don't really use Blake Corum. And I think now they say, okay, let's go get a running back that we feel like is more of a complement to Kyren. So I do think that Blake Corum.
Might as well.
Blake Corum's stock with this pick is probably down. We'll see. But I really like Jarquez Hunter. Like you said, I think he's going to be a really good complement to Kyren. I don't think he's going to take anything away from Kyren Williams' usage, but they're going to use him, I think, a lot more. They're going to, complement Kyren with him, and that's a really good pick. And that's a guy that makes a lot of sense. By the way, the Falcons just picked Billy Bowman Jr., the safety out of Oklahoma, just so we're staying up to speed. But yeah, like this pick, I think this makes a lot of sense for the Rams. This is a little bit higher than I thought Hunter would go, but again, that's, as we talked about earlier, I think teams are just starting to, if there's a guy that they really want, they're just going for it. We're at that point in the draft. So
I think he works in that zone scheme. So I think if they have more zone, if they run more zone than gap this year, which I believe they're going to, which also works with Kyren, then I think this is going to make a lot of sense for them. This is somebody I think went about where I would have expected. And I think you just look at it, he's got great vision, the burst. I think he has a willingness to pass protect. He's going to have to get better in that area if he wants to stay on the field, of course. He turned 22 in December, so he'll be 23 at the end of his rookie year. So I think there is, some upside there. But I think with this player, Alexis, my comparison here in my notes is Tajay Spears, a guy that can help you as a pass catcher, can also, really run the football. He is known for his work ethic everything I was reading about him, I mean, this is a guy that works really hard. He's really well liked, academic honor roll type guy, captain, those type of things. He has kick return experience with the new rules. That's going to help. His durability, only 539 college carries, by the way. So, again, we talked about it earlier with ETN. Not a ton, 49 games, no major injuries. So that's a big deal. This is a guy that was productive, right? Yards per carry leader in the SEC. And I really like just how physical he is at that mass. He had a 4.4 speed, runs like that on film. He's able to power through arm tackles. Really good yards after contact guy. Forces guys, to miss tackles. I think the Rams got a banger here of a pick. I think this makes a lot of sense for them. I think he's a great fit. And again, I just think that, you're looking for a guy that is going to complement Kyren Williams. And I think what I like about this pick is that it's a 4th rounder. So it also doesn't really hurt the relationship with Kyren Williams either. Now, if I went linebacker, I would have 100% gone Chris Paul Jr. But yeah. I really, Les Snead gets a guy from his alma mater. I'm all for it. I love this pick, Alexis. I'm going to give this an A+. I like that they went up and traded for him. I like that they showed the actual, desire and, just that aggressiveness. You have your guy, go out and get him. And I've been saying that. Use some of that 6th round draft capital, trade up. I think they do it again. I think they'll be picking the 5th round. I think they're going to try and trade up into the 5th round and probably get somebody. So I like this move a lot.
And the Bengals drafted linebacker Barrett Carter, by the way, who I like.
I saw him as a really good fit for the Rams, so that's kind of a bummer.
And, I see a lot of discourse now about, what does this mean for the Rams running back room? Because you got Kyren, you got Blake Corum, you've got Jarquez Hunter, you re-signed Ronnie Rivers. A lot of similar, some similar running backs in there. Does this hurt Kyren? Does this hurt Blake? I don't know. Now, people are now saying, does this mean we're not extending Kyren? I don't necessarily believe that's the case. But this is a high pick, for a running back. I don't know if this hurts Kyren or Blake Corum more. He's not the same type of running back as Kyren Williams. So we'll see. And the Titans draft tight end Gunnar Helm, who I know a lot of Rams fans liked as well.
Yeah, Helm I thought would go on day 2, so I think that's good value. The Titans got him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
So now the Bucks are up.
All right, guys. So I'm going to put the let's see, Jarquez Hunter. Another weapon for Cam Ward. I like it. He was banged up when he tested, so the numbers aren't great, but I think he plays way more athletic than the way he tested.
Sorry, guys. I'm responding to some tweets real quick because I've been doing this and...
And I'll try and get that clip up for you guys as soon as possible. Our reaction to the Jarquez Hunter selection. I think it's really cool that it's Josiah Stewart's birthday today and he gets to celebrate now that he's in the NFL. Let's see here. We got some super chats. Elper's Cat. If Arch stays in college, who is Rams' alternative? Well, I think there are some options. Of course, there are definitely some options. I mean, Drew Aller, who I really like, Lenoris Sellers, Grant Nussmeier. So there are definitely some guys. Carson Beck, Miller Moss. We'll keep an eye on it. I mean, throughout the year, it'll be interesting. I might actually watch more college football this year. than just wait until the draft, because now I'm intrigued. David Walker out of Central Arkansas to the Tampa Bay Bucks. I like the fit there. Chuck, thank you for the 20. The change of pace back the Rams need, LFG.
Yeah, I'm curious, Jake, what your thoughts on that are, because do you think that they're going to try to use Kyren and him as more of a duo, or do you think that he's going to be that back that they get in, every X amount of plays and use more of a change of pace back as compared to like using them truly in tandem, like, a Montgomery and Gibbs? Because, with what we said last year with Blake and Kyren is like, oh, they're going to be a duo, right? And then we ended up seeing Kyren Williams is out there 90% of the time. Yeah. So, I mean, we know regardless, whether Kyren gets extended or not or whatever happens, this season, you can't keep putting Kyren Williams out there 90% of the time, right? You have to bring in somebody to take the load off, and that they did not use Corum in that way. So do we think, what's your instinct on how they plan to use Hunter?
My instinct is that kind of like how you run a big time play, like, a shot play down the field, you try to test the waters, and if it's there, it's there. I think that's what they'll be doing with Jarquez Hunter. They're going to try and hit that home run when they need it. Doesn't mean he won't get carries in between that, but I think this is a player that you look at, he could spring a long gain, and you've invested in your offensive line, right? You've invested in, the run blocking area, and those home run hitting plays, I think they're going to turn to Jarquez Hunter for. Kyren Williams is still going to be a short yardage back for them. He's still going to be the go-to guy, and he'll be out there most of the time because he's a pass catcher. But I think Hunter's a really good zone running back, and I think he fits really well. And I think Blake Corum can also live on this roster, but the question is, do you want to, potentially trade him? And, is he going to want to be a part of this? And, is his agent going to request a trade? We'll see how things work out. I absolutely disagree with people saying Jarquez Hunter is way too much like everybody else already on the roster. I don't see that at all. I really don't. If I'm being honest with you, Jarquez Hunter is a different type of running back. He might not be like 6'2", like some people are like looking at the height only, but I think when you look at a player like Hunter, I mean, this to me is, a guy that has potential to develop into a starter, but you look at the 4.4 speed, they don't currently have that on the roster right now. There's not one running back that is as fast as him. And again, the work ethic, all the things, he just makes sense. He fits their culture. And this is a league where you kind of have to have two running backs that you really trust. And I think this says more about Corum than it does Kyren. See, people keep saying, Kyren this, Kyren that. This has nothing to do with Kyren. This has more about Blake Corum, in my opinion.
Well, and what it does is it makes that pick so much more frustrating because last year everyone was, and it's funny because everyone was on us. Remember when we were like, this doesn't make sense, but it never made sense.
Yeah.
I don't really, I think that it was an overreaction to probably Blake Corum had a really good college career. I get that, but you look at what was on your roster and it ended up, whatever it was, the Rams did not feel that they wanted Corum out there a ton. So I think this is probably a correction on that. I don't think this is, somebody that they're bringing in to replace Kyren. They're not the same running back. And remember, guys, Kyren Williams scored over double the touchdowns of everyone else in the roster last year. This is not a player that the Rams are going to just easily give up on. And this is a player the Rams have had a lot of interest in extending. And I know that based on what they've said, and I know that based on what I've heard, that those are very active conversations even as of today. So my assumption is that this is a correction on the Corum pick. And by the way, the Panthers took Latham Ransom. That
is quite the name.
Yeah, I just fumbled all my letters
all
trying to say that.
They're all gone. That's funny.
The Steelers pick is in, and everybody's like, is this going to be Sanders? Who knows?
This is where I had him going. I was talking to my buddy Gary, last night, and he's like, is Sanders, like, where is he going to go? He said the Dolphins. They traded the pick away. I said the Steelers. Do I win?
Jack Sawyer.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm not a big Jack Sawyer. I didn't really like any of those. Like, I didn't like Jack Sawyer. I didn't like Landon. There were quite a few edge defenders I thought were way too, like, I thought they were overrated, but this is the Steelers pick, so I'm not really surprised. He wore 33, which is James Laurinaitis' Ohio State uniform number. Worth mentioning.
Seeing a lot of comments about Corum. I think this is also just a lot of conjecture too. Like, you know, people asking, why Corum didn't get a lot of playing time. He's very similar to Kyron, and I think that he wasn't as good as Kyron. But he's so young too. Like, I'm not saying we should give up on Blake Corum. I'm just reading the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams are telling us how they feel about him when they go and they draft a running back in the 4th round. They trade up to get him. The last time they traded up for a running back like that was Kyron Williams, and he ended up being the starter. So,
yeah,
they clearly like this player a lot, and I had identified them in my second to last mock draft, them picking Jarquez Hunter. So, I that's a player that's been on my radar for a while since they met with him, and I saw the similarities and what they normally look for at running back and what they were missing at running back. And I just think that explosiveness,
And also what they could very well do this season too is you've got Kyron, Corum, and Hunter on the roster. Maybe they use this season to figure it out too. Use them all.
Yeah.
See, maybe give Corum a little bit more playing time. I know everyone in the comments is like, oh, the future's Corum and Hunter.
No,
We'll
that's
see.
insane. Because, I mean, there's nothing to lead us to believe Corum is even the future. Like, I think, if anything, this says more about... I think people are reactionary because, Kyron fumbled in a big spot, but I didn't see this when Cam Akers fumbled twice in the NFC divisional round game.
I also will, people are also saying Corum couldn't get in the red zone. That was a problem for him. What comes to mind is, they had a couple drives where Sean really tried to get him in there, and what ended up happening?
Nose for the end zone is an actual skill. Kyron has it. Not everybody has it.
They take Blake out after 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. They put in Kyron. He gets in. So, I just think, pass protection as well. Kyron played 90% of the snaps, last season. He can't keep doing this. Probably not 90. I'm going off my head. But, Kyron was out there almost every play at running back, and you can't do that. That's the quickest way to get a running back injured, especially a smaller running back like Kyron. You've got to get him some relief. So I'm assuming that's what Hunter is. The Packers drafted Baron Sorrell, the edge out of Texas. So that means the Chargers are now on the clock.
That's an interesting selection. I didn't really have much of a scout report on him. I was able to watch him a little bit. I didn't actually get I didn't end up grading him. I'm currently trying to find a picture for to make that clip the thumbnail. Good Lord, I can't even talk.
Oh, I just accidentally exited out of the chats, the comments.
Don't accidentally exit out of StreamYard.
I know that would have been bad, but it was just the comments.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. So now, so that means, so the Rams traded, so that means we don't pick for a while, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull this up. Let me make sure I've got this.
Currently making the thumbnail. All right. There we go. So next up is the Chargers.
Yep.
I don't think the Rams pick until 195.
Yeah, the Rams are not up for a while now after that trade up.
But I think they'll trade up again, to be honest with you. This is a draft. I'm expecting like 5 players in this draft class. Yeah, no 5th round guys. They traded that away.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I do really like Hunter and I think it makes sense, but I stand by. I really don't like taking a running back that high right now. So that's my position. I think Hunter makes sense. I don't love that. I think of all the positions that I would have traded up for or taken in the 4th, running back would not have been even my top 4 choices, but it is what it is. Chargers pick is in. And then you've got Cleveland, Indy, Washington, Baltimore.
And the Jarquez Hunter reaction video is up. So for anyone that missed it, I mean, you could also replay the live stream. You can go back, but pick is in
A
for
lot
the
of people are
Chargers.
a lot of people are still asking me about Sanders. Guys, I have no idea at this point. Somebody asked, did they need to trade up? I don't know. I think that there was a run on running backs, so they were up in 10 picks. I don't know that he would have gone in 10 picks. And again, it's more about like also positionally, like even if he didn't go in 10 picks and they'd stayed at 127 as opposed to 117, I just wouldn't have gone running back personally. I just think of all the guys there, of all the needs they had, I would have probably still been annoyed that they had gone running back. So the fact that they then traded up for it is disappointing to me. But, you know, I think Hunter makes sense. That's the type of running back I could see them being interested in. I don't see that the Chargers pick has come in. So I turned on, like I said earlier, I turned on notifications from a couple people who seemed to have it so that way we could keep up. But when I did that, so the Browns took Dylan Sampson. So somehow I have the Browns pick and I don't have the Chargers pick. So let me scroll through. Did I miss?
I don't get that. I really don't get that. You have Jerome Ford. You got Quinshon Judkins. I don't get the Sampson pick, but it's a good one. Like as far as like a player, that there's a lot of redundancy there. It's just weird. I guess Jerome Ford is a free agent after the season, so they're preparing, but Browns have other needs. That's what I would say. Alex, double X Alex, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you, Alex.
Still think Corum is the contingency plan in the event Kyron doesn't extend, and now we have the change of pace back. This draft is all future moves. I agree. Like, I wouldn't rule Corum out. I mean, I do think this does say more about Corum than Kyron. But, yeah, I mean, I think this is what they're doing, Alexis. They drafted 3 players so far that could play 50% or fewer of the snaps in a game, and they're for the future. You know what I mean? They can help now in their own roles, but in my opinion, these are picks for the future. These are not picks for now. Like, these guys are going to contribute now.
Yeah.
I would say Terrence Ferguson probably has the most impact because tight end, I mean, they needed a tight end that could win after the catch. So,
yeah. And also a good point that I'm seeing people make on X is this also is probably is a bargaining tool with Kyron, right? Because they're in contract negotiations for an extension. This could also force his hand to take a more team-friendly deal, right? So I'm not saying that that's what it is, but I think there's a lot of different things going on here. And the Chargers took Kyle Kennard, the pass rusher out of South Carolina, by the way. So I finally found it.
He had some people like saying he was a 2nd-round pick. I mean,
yeah, a lot of people really liked him.
I wasn't as high, but I like the effort. A really high effort edge defender. I think he fits, to be honest with you. I think he fits that defense. So, yeah, I like it. They've had an interesting draft. I didn't have Jamari Caldwell even scouted, but Hampton and Harris, they improved their offense. Hampton was a reach, though, I thought. And not like that he didn't belong at 22. I just felt like the Chargers had other needs. Like, I don't know if taking another running back with redundancy to who Najee Harris is, I didn't know if that really made a lot of sense.
So we've got Indy, Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia. Seeing a lot of people messaging me really annoyed that we haven't gone linebacker or corner yet. I'm with you. Would have liked to have done that already, but we could, we don't now we don't have a 5th-round pick. We could trade up. Jake thinks they're going to trade up.
Yeah, I do.
So we'll see. At this point, I would like for them to trade up just because, you look at the pool of prospects that are going to go in the 5th compared to the 6th. I think once you get to like the 6th and the 7th round, it's kind of like a free for all. You just kind of start to see people taking their guys and the boards don't make sense anymore. So I would like the Rams to try to get a 5th-round pick, maybe get a corner or linebacker that we really like.
Can I say something about the corners real quick? Because
Yeah.
I also think Jalen Ramsey is going to be a Ram. I do. I think they'll make that. They'll get that deal done. But let's just say he doesn't. Akello Witherspoon, Darius Williams, who, look, Darius Williams had his moments at the beginning of the season. Jalen Travis is a great pick for the Colts, by the way. Really athletic tackle. But anyway, Darius Williams had some struggles at the beginning of the season. But by the end of the season, he was playing much better football. So, like, I'm not in a hurry to rush him out the door unless they get, Jalen Ramsey. So you look at those two. Akello was great down the stretch. Darius Williams was really good down the stretch. Kobe Durant was he was the most consistent corner on the team last year when he played. I feel really good about him. Then you have Darion Kendrick, who is likely going to be that backup to Quentin Lake in the star, but can also play on the outside. I like Darion Kendrick. They're very high on Darion Kendrick coming back. They also have Emmanuel Forbes Jr. and Josh Wallace and Charles Woods, guys that actually played last year. I understand it's fun to get a new option, but I keep seeing people say, give Emmanuel Forbes Jr. a chance and then are upset that the Rams haven't drafted 2 cornerbacks already. So I think it's one of those things like where the Rams this draft are really telling us they like a lot of what they already have. And this is what I've been saying, going back to why I was okay with them taking a quarterback early before the pick, to get the 2026 first rounder. Alexis, they don't have that many needs. I've been saying this for a while. They don't have that many needs. They're way higher on this roster than other people are. And to be honest with you, we can talk about it all we want, but this Rams team could have won the Super Bowl last year and honestly probably should have. They should have beat the Eagles. They were 14 yards away. So, look, they add Devontae Adams. They add Coleman Shelton back, who they're really excited to get, bring back. They wanted him back last year. They bring Poona Ford in the mix. They added Nate Landman to help the linebacker depth. They brought back Akello. They brought back Tutu Atwell. They've now added some players that can contribute this year. Don't necessarily have to start right away, but can have roles. I just feel like this team is a lot better than Rams fans realize. And that's how I've been saying it. It's not like I know more than you do, but the Rams are kind of telling us what I have suspected all along, that this Rams team was way better built than giving credit for. The Rams are kind of showing us that. And so, again, I think Jalen Ramsey is really in play at cornerback, and I'm expecting him to be starting alongside Akello Witherspoon in September. But if he's not, I'm totally fine with the way that they've approached this draft. That's how I feel. And I just think the things that they really needed to focus on, you can say what you will. I like Brennan Jackson a lot, but I think they needed to add another piece there in the edge room because Nick Hampton hasn't been quite what they expected him to be. He's dealing with an injury, right? And so they needed some more depth in the edge room. They needed an explosive back to complement Kyron Williams. Jarquez Hunter had an explosive run percentage that was ahead of every single running back except for RJ Harvey. So there you go. You get your explosive back. And they needed a tight end who, let's be honest here, can win after the catch and make sure that those bootlegs to the flat aren't just 2-yard, gains, but actually a 10-yard gain and a chain mover and a guy that can help them in the red zone when they're the 22nd red zone team. I feel like they've done everything that they have needed to do because they don't have needs. They have wants, they have luxuries, but they are adding a little bit more to their roster, and they got to be one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl. Obviously, Vegas odds favorite. They're in the top 6. So I guess I don't really understand why, like there are people that are like, oh, we need this, we need this, we need this. Like, I understand you want those players, but a need is a lot different than a want. Like a need, the Dolphins needed a tackle when Teron Armstead retired. That's a need. But just because you feel like this player isn't that good and the Rams do, that doesn't make him a need. So that's my take on the corners. I think not everybody in the comment section here, just in general, I think a lot of the time it's trust Sean McVay, trust Les Snead. But then when they ask you to trust him, it's like, oh, well, why didn't we do this? It's like, well, so that's my take. Sorry for the long rant, but it's been something that was on my mind. I think they're absolutely doing a nice job with this draft. It's an A draft for me because before you do the draft grade, it's not just the players. It's also getting that 2026 first-round pick to me. You got to factor that in. It's been an A draft. No Rams fan should be upset by this draft.
So, real quick, I want to catch everybody up on the picks.
Mm-hmm.
Colts took Jalen Travis, offensive tackle out of Iowa State. The Commanders took Jalen Lane, the wide receiver out of Virginia Tech. The Ravens took Teddy Buchanan, the linebacker out of California. So another Cal defensive player.
Cal defensive players. You pointed that out.
And the Jets traded up to take Malachi Moore, safety out of Alabama. So that's now we're up to date on at least
the Jets
picks.
took Malachi Moore.
Yeah, they traded up for him.
Oh, come on.
So that means that now the Saints, the Bears, the Chiefs, and Broncos are up, and then we're basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're 9 picks away from the 5th round. And now remember, the Rams do not have a 5th round pick as of now because they traded that when they traded up for Hunter. So the Rams were quite a bit away from the Rams picking again. So that's just a check-in for where we're at. You got 800 people in.
I want to point this out. Josiah is really, really good. Josiah Stewart's a really good run defender for an edge defender that isn't the tallest. And they added Puna Ford. So, like, I see they haven't done anything to stop, but they have. Puna Ford's a great runner. He's one of the best run defenders in the league in the interior. And they added Nate Landman, who's one of the better run defending linebackers. So they absolutely have addressed that need. I think Josiah Stewart is the one that gets me the most pumped because I just think people do not realize that first step, that toolbox, he is really good. And I would go as far as to say, you had James Pierce Jr. that was drafted in the first round. They traded a 2026 first to go up and get him. What's the difference between the two? James Pierce Jr. is faster and he's taller. But I mean, I'd rather have Josiah Stewart in the 3rd round. So it's all about value at the end of the day, Alexis. Like the Jets, in my opinion, got more value picking Mason Taylor at 42 than picking Tyler Warren at 7. Is Tyler Warren a better player? Sure. I'd rather have Mason Taylor at 42, right? I'd rather have Mason Taylor at 42 or Terrence Ferguson at 46 than picking Colson Loveland at 10. Value matters. I think that's really what it comes down to. So,
I agree with you. And by the way, Jordan Rodriguez had a really good, just posted this. So she said, as a reminder, based on some of the comments, Snead and McVay have said they want to get an extension done with Williams. They also said in March they were apart on numbers. Translation, they have a number and will likely stick to it and are going to keep adding at the position via the draft per usual. So that's like I said earlier, this is basically a gut check saying, all right, they want him, but they're gonna stay by their number. So what that means is that it is a little bit of a gut check to Kyron. So Kyron, I think, can decide if, he wants to stick to the number that he wants or if he's going to take the number the Rams want. And what I will say is Kyron very recently just said that he does not want to play anywhere other than Los Angeles. So my assumption is that the Rams are probably going to win this contract battle.
I agree.
My instinct is that the Rams are going to get their way on this, and Kyron will take the number that they're offering. But Jordan's words kind of prove what Jake and I just said. This is not about Kyron. This is a kind of the Rams are playing Kyron's hand a little bit, but this isn't a reflection on that the Rams want to move on from Kyron. They actually want to keep him, but they now have leverage because they have Hunter and they have quorum. So we could very easily in the next week or so, I think, see Kyron get extended at the number the Rams want.
Yeah,
so,
you don't pick a running back in the 4th round and say, gotcha, 2-time 1,000-yard rusher over 30+ touchdowns. We got a guy in the 4th round. That's not how it works. If they pick Travion Henderson at 26, okay. But 4th round doesn't quite do it. DHP, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 10. I hope the Rams don't go in black uniforms. There is no history of a black uniform. Yes, there is. That's not true. The black and red uniforms in the 30s. Anyway, I get what you're saying, though. There's a long history of the gold jersey and white pants. Shake my head about black. Quincy Riley to the Saints. But yeah, Alexis, what are your thoughts on this? From DHP.
Thank you, DHP. I don't like the black uniform idea either because I just feel like black, blue, and yellow is such an ugly combination for me, right? Like when if you had like a team that had a red and white color scheme, and then you insert like a black uniform into that mix, it like those colors all work together. Every mock-up I've seen of like black uniforms for the Rams and then blue and yellow added to that. I don't know. I just don't like it. It doesn't really make sense. I'd love to see like an all yellow, I liked the color rush days in the St. Louis days. Remember when they had the all yellow uniform?
Oh, I loved it.
I love it. I would rather do that. So I don't know. Maybe they do get a, black alternate uniform. If they did black, and I'm seeing in the comments they should go back to doing like, maybe they do like a black and gold and navy. I don't know.
Why didn't we take a linebacker or a cornerback, says Pinchinivis. Thank you for the 2. They just...
Thank you.
I don't know. I think they'll probably address it. I don't know if they'll address cornerback. They got a lot of them. Adding another linebacker makes sense. I think they'll do that later on. But cornerback, maybe they take one. I think they like what they have. Alex, thank you for the 2. We were 1 play away. Not 1 player. Y'all chill. Thank you, Alex. All right. So, we're all caught up on supers. We're all caught up on the ticker. The Bears pick is in at 132. For those of you who aren't aware, the 4th round is pretty close to concluding here. 138 is the last pick of the 4th round. The 49ers have that. So, yeah. I wonder who this Bears pick is going to be. I think it's a running back because they haven't taken one yet.
It could be a running back. Maybe it's like, if I go to my best available, let's see. Could it be like maybe Devin Neal is there? DJ Giddens, Jordan James, Damian Martinez.
I think this would make a lot of sense for DJ Giddens. Yeah, because I think they want to have some explosiveness, but Devin Neal is such a well-rounded running back. He just doesn't have that long speed, but I love Devin Neal.
I think running back makes a lot of sense here for the Bears.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say I've ever heard of that person.
I haven't heard of this pick.
There's another one. Number 2, guys. Number two. I have no idea who that is.
For me as well. Ruben Hypolite II, I believe. Linebacker from Maryland. So can't say that I know much about him. But linebacker, Bears beefing up their defense. Looking at his tape now on NFL Network. I have it muted, though, so I can't hear what they're saying. So the Chiefs are up in...
Ruben Hypolite. Why did I not ever hear that name before?
I have not as well.
He played at Maryland. It's not like he played in, I don't know. Rich65 says Elden Ring sounding name.
Yeah.
It actually does sound like that.
The Chiefs are up. What if the Chiefs did something really crazy and
they took
drafted Sanders?
Because
here's the thing. At this point, he's not going to be a quarterback 1, right? I mean, we've seen...
Quarterbacks are currency, Alexis. I could see it.
Feels like a very Chiefs thing to do. Man, are the Rams really not up to 195?
Ruben Hypolite. I'm pissed we didn't get him. Just off the name. Cool name.
And it's cool that he's the second. Ruben Hypolite II.
I know. There were 2 Ruben Hypolites.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Never forget when Alexis, you already know where I'm going with this.
Ulysses Grant?
Yeah.
That was embarrassing. So what Jake is, well, you can tell the story if you want. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Ulysses Gilbert III, I think it was. Mm-hmm. We were doing the podcast or whatever, and we were interviewing him, and she called him Ulysses S. Grant.
That was embarrassing. I was talking really
He
fast,
was
and
also he loved it. He
he
was all
did
for
love
it.
it.
He was like, actually,
Um,
that's pretty dope.
but you know what? That was the only other Ulysses I'd ever heard of, and you just think of Ulysses and you think of the president because it's not like a common name.
Yeah, no, it's
You
not.
don't meet very many Ulysses, and his last name was Gilbert, and it's Ulysses Gilbert, Ulysses Grant, just very similar. And I was talking super fast, but yeah, that was embarrassing. But he loved it, and it's a fun story for you to tell.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I could see them going running back here. By the way, the Chiefs.
The Chiefs,
Uh,
they could take
Devin
the
Neal
hometown
or
guy.
JD DJ
Yeah, as
DJ Giddens or Devin Neal here. They're taking a Kansas guy. I just don't know which one. Are they going to
right.
take the better school or the lesser school? That I can't tell you. One thing I love about Devin Neal, and I have to bring this up, is he played at Kansas his whole career. And there were so many programs with the NIL and transfer portal. They wanted him. And he never left. His big thing was I want to leave Kansas better than I found it. That was his big thing. So you're getting a leader, you're getting somebody that's loyal. And man, the guy is so good in just about every aspect. He just doesn't have that explosiveness that you would want. But Arian Foster ran a 4.7. Kyron Williams isn't the fastest running back in the world, but he makes it work. He's been very productive. I think Devin Neal's going to be around for like 10 years. Like he's going to be a really, really good running back. So,
Well, the Chiefs pick is in, and it's Jalen Royals. Ugh, the receiver
oh,
out of Utah State who I really wanted.
well, he wasn't making it
Uh,
to 195, but
he
no, I
wasn't
get.
making it to 190. Yeah, see, after they traded up for Hunter, I just realized that everyone I wanted is probably no longer
Oh man,
um,
Chris Paul Jr.
a
was so
reality.
good.
But oh God, this is such a good pick for the Chiefs. Infuriating.
People freaking out about linebacker, but there's still Chris Paul Jr., Smile Mondon Jr., Jeffrey Bassa, Kobe King. There's still some guys that I like here. And Sean Dolak, who I think is the ultimate sleeper. No one's talking about him. I'm looking at the ESPN best available. He's not even in the top 19. And Sean Dolak at Buffalo, I gave him a third round grade. I think he's a stud. I know some people are mentioning Kane Madrano from UCLA. That's a cool name, by the way. The point being is the Rams are going to have options at linebacker.
Yeah, I think they're
I'm
not
not
options.
worried.
I'm, yeah, I just, there's just so many positions I just feel like, I wanted them to address early that they didn't. They pretty much, other than tight end, which I wanted pretty high, I would have loved for them. I think the corner thing is okay if they go out and get Ramsey, which I think is the idea that Ramsey's coming back. So I understand, if they're not like super adamant about drafting a corner high. But really wish they would have addressed inside linebacker by now. Really wish they would have addressed receiver. Wish they would have gone. I mean, I do wish they would have gone corner, but I'm trying to just like I said, I think they're going after Ramsey. Offensive line too. I would like to see them address in the sixth. I do want some more depth at O line. I know we're probably set on starters, but
Jalen Royals with Patrick Mahomes. Wow.
I cannot believe the Chiefs got Jalen Royals. It makes me so angry. I mean, I'd resided the fact that again, we weren't going to get him, but also Jake, so how the Texans drafted both of those Iowa State receivers, right? They went and got both of them. They also drafted two players from USC. Reunions all over the place in Houston. I just saw a post that I didn't clock that because they had drafted Jalen Smith, a corner, out of USC, and then they got Woody Marks, the running back.
And they drafted two Jalen spelled the exact same way, and Jalen Smith and Jalen Knoll.
Oh my God, their draft is so
I hate
Alexis
'em.
coded.
I hate him so much.
So Quay Robinson, the edge rusher from Alabama, goes to the Broncos. It's about where I had him going. So we're almost at the end of the fourth round, guys. So Vegas, Baltimore, Seattle, San Francisco. Then we enter round 5. Remember, the Rams no longer have a 5th round pick. They gave it up when they traded up for Hunter.
No, they didn't have one before that.
They didn't?
They gave up.
Wait,
Yeah,
what
they gave
pick?
up.
Oh, you're right.
190.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You know what's so annoying about me is I refer to picks as like round 4 pick X. When people start throwing out 190 and 165 or whatever, I'm like, you guys have to understand I'm so math deficient. I don't know what round that is. You can't say if someone's like, oh, they don't pick till, pick whatever. I'm like, tell me the round, please, for the love of God, tell me the round. I can't do the mental math in my head.
That's
Especially because
funny.
it's, there's comp picks and we've talked about this on our show before, though. Like,
Oh yeah.
severe math deficiency, severe, severe, severe.
The Raiders have not gone quarterback yet. I could see Sanders here. If he doesn't go here, I do think he goes in the 5th round. Like he falls in the 5th round.
Well, right, yeah, because I don't see any of the teams after Vegas taking them here.
Here's the thing. Sanders, I guess, is doing a live stream right now. And if he was doing a live stream, like waiting for the draft, like I just don't know why he would waste his time if he told teams not to draft him. You know what I mean? That's why I don't know if I agree that is what is happening here. I know I've seen that quite a bit.
So real quick, the Titans traded up. I don't know for what pick yet. But the Raiders pick is in. The Raiders are picking. So the Titans might have traded with Seattle or San Francisco, by the way. I don't know yet. They just said they traded up, but they didn't announce the pick. So the Raiders take Tonka Hemingway.
Wow.
I don't know that I'm familiar. Oh, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
Yeah, I know who he is. I just
I know the name. To be honest, didn't watch him.
I just don't know how he's going ahead of Shedeur Sanders, but
Well,
this is wild. Gives him some beef in the trenches. I like the name too. I'm surprised he went ahead of Peebles from Virginia Tech and Joshua Farmer from Florida State, but Raiders are having a pretty decent draft.
how many years in a row have the Rams drafted a running back? Someone just asked me on Twitter. I'm like, I wonder what the quickest way to find that out. I mean, is it not like it's got to be
They always take a running back.
okay? So the Titans traded up with the 49ers, by the way.
That's
So
interesting.
the Titans are up now, and then it's oh no, not the 49ers, with Baltimore. Titans traded up with Baltimore, so the Titans are now up, then it's Seattle, then it's the 49ers. So we'll see who the Titans trade up for. We know this isn't Sanders because they took Cam Ward. That would be something if they took both of them. All right, let's see. So every year since 2018, the Browns have drafted a running back.
By the way, I'm trying
Thank
to
you,
find confirmation, but I'm pretty sure Tonka Hemingway is the younger brother of former Ram Tamarick Hemingway.
Oh, yeah.
Because I saw South
That last name.
Carolina, the last name, South Carolina. He went to South Carolina State. I'm trying to find it. Okay, it's not Tamarick Hemingway. I guess it's Junior Hemingway, who sounds very familiar. I think he was a former player as well. So that's such a coincidence, though.
What if Sanders goes undrafted?
That would be insane.
If that happens, I'm standing on. There's got to be something that. There's no reason for that to happen unless there's just a massive piece of information that we're missing. The Titans took Eric Ayomanor, the wide receiver out of Stanford.
Oh, Elick Iomanor?
Elick Ayomanor, yeah. I forgot that he was available.
Yeah, that's
I was so focused on Jalen Royals and wanting the Rams to get him, and then realizing that, and then grieving that the Rams weren't going to get him. That I totally forgot about him.
Really good route runner.
Elick, not Eric.
His hands are a little concerning. I mean, he makes some freaking fantastic catches, and then he drops the easy ones. So that's something, I think that's why he fell. But really good route pacing and attention to detail, fights through contact. I think the thing with him is that what you're getting instantaneously is he is going to give you more effort in the blocking game than just about any receiver in this draft. I mean, he is an ass. When he goes up there, he's trying to knock your head off. So I like it. I like it a lot. I had him going in the early third round. But Elick is trying to knock your damn head off. He is trying to kill you at the point of attack. And those are the type of wide receivers, Hines Ward, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, that come to mind. And that's a big deal. Patriots just traded up with Seattle. So they just got in front of the 49ers. They're going to pick somebody really good because their draft, if it's any indication, they are just absolutely killing it. So, yeah, I think, let's see, where will the Patriots go here? I think they have a need at edge. So looking at that, this is Braden Swinson, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Who should have gone on day 2, early day 2. My fourth edge defender.
I think it's Braden Swinson because, I mean, maybe Jared Ivey out of Ole Miss. But other than that, I don't like who's left at edge, if I'm being honest, aside from Swinson and Jared Ivey.
Oh, it's a huge drop-off after Swinson goes. So, yeah. Well, Antoine Powell Ryland from Virginia Tech, I think, is really good. So, Patriots moved their 144th pick in the 5th round and their 238th pick to move up 7 spots to get in front of the 49ers. Braden Swinson is the best fit for them, in my opinion. If they don't go with him, they want to add another tight end. I could see Mitchell Evans here.
Yeah, it's going to hurt me that we didn't get Evans, but...
Hex Havoc says, I'd like the Rams to get King. Who's King?
Maybe Kobe King, the linebacker out of Penn State.
Yes. Great run defender.
And thank you
I'm
for
a
the
fan
super
of
chat.
his. Thank you for super chat. Yeah.
But yeah, Kobe King would be cool.
Egbert, thank you for the 5. Possible teams call Sanders camp. Dion not wanting to shed to go to their team.
I don't know how that works though. Like if a team calls you and says that they're drafting you, you can't be like no, right? I
I
mean, you could be
mean, you
like I'm
can
not going to
hold
play.
out, but they can still draft you and have the rights to you in the NFL.
Yeah, so like I don't know how.
I think if I was the Patriots, I would probably go with Swinson. But if I didn't care about this pick, I'm going with Shedeur Sanders and doing what I just did with Joe Milton. Quarterbacks are currency, man. If you have your quarterback, just get him, hold on to him, and then when a team really wants him, you trade him away. But I think this is definitely Braden Swinson.
Yeah, I think so too.
He should not. I don't know how the hell he's here.
Also, Miles Frazier is still available. It's Joshua Farmer, the defensive tackle out of Florida State.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's the best defensive tackle remaining, I think. So that makes sense. Swinson falls again. Hopefully the Niners don't get him here. That would be tragic.
I mean, they already addressed pass rush, but they might do it again, you know?
They might just draft an entire new defense at this rate.
They might. They still have not gone offense. You know, looking at what is here for, you know, the 49ers.
All right. They haven't gone tackle. I'm going to say they go Cam Williams from Texas.
Yeah, he's definitely best available. Maybe Logan Brown out of Kansas.
I could see that and be annoyed. Yeah, I
feel like Damian Martinez, maybe.
I'll say
Miles Frazier, Marcus Imbeau, too.
Cam Williams, Miles Frazier. Cam Williams, Miles Frazier, or they go with Jordan James, feels like a 49er pick. DJ Giddens as well. Yeah, I'd say it's one of those 4. I never really got a chance to talk about it, but I like the Jalen Lane pick to Washington. I think he's got some really good upside, has some return ability, good route runner, creates separation pretty easily, stacks DBs pretty well. He's a very explosive player as well, so. People are saying, what if Shiloh Sanders goes ahead of Shedeur?
That'd be wild. The situation's already wild, though, you know?
Yeah, I think that's really what it comes down to. It's already insane. This is one of the craziest drops I think we've ever seen in draft history, and it's just compiling. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, it's already insane. If he falls to the 5th round, which it looks like he's going to, still insane. Like, it doesn't change really anything, you know?
The 49ers pick. Is it Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver from Ole Miss? Huh.
I did not watch Jordan Watkins, so I can't. Well, I did because I watched
either.
Jackson Dart and Trey Harris, but I wasn't like looking for him. You know what I mean? Didn't evaluate him.
Yeah, I have no idea what to think about this pick.
Bruno Deuce, thank you for the 20. Thank you both for making this available to us and for all your hard work this draft. Go Rams. Thank you, Bruno. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Bruno. Appreciate it. And guys, that kicks off the 5th round. That was the Jordan Watkins pick to San Francisco is the last pick of the 4th. So we now kick off the 5th round. As a reminder, the Rams do not have a 5th round pick.
The 5th round is underway. It's funny. They got to the 5th round by 2. Like,
They're
it literally
going
took
fast.
2 hours for the 4th round.
So Minnesota, Carolina, Baltimore, then Minnesota again to kick off the 5th.
Pick is already in for the Vikings here at 139.
Yeah, I feel like we're at maybe it's a little early. I feel like usually by the 6th, it's like picks are just like locked and loaded, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
teams are not running the clock at all. It's like they know who they want.
It was Jordan Watkins it was? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Somebody asked, do you think we trade into the 5th? I want them to. Do I think they will? I have no idea.
I think they do.
Because there's not. Jake thinks they do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, we're not going to see. If the Rams don't trade into the 5th, we won't see another Kyron Williams, Puka Nacua 5th round gem. Might have to be a 6th round gem or a 7th round gem. But, the Rams have had a nice little run in the 5th round in recent years. So, unfortunately, as of this moment, it doesn't look like we're going to see that, but they could always trade in. I just feel like we're moving really quick in this draft. I don't know. Like maybe it's psychological.
Yeah, it's just you. I feel like it's going slow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took 2 hours for them to finish the 4th round.
That's true.
Warren Sharp confirms new Rams running back Jarquez Hunter from Auburn was the Rams' top-rated offensive player on the board entering day 3. Les Snead had an eye on him since fall. After a Zoom call before the draft with Sean McVay and Snead, they immediately said, that's our guy if he's there on day 3, per Peter Schrager.
The Vikings took another player I am not familiar with, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins. And I don't know if it's pronounced Tyrion or not, but it's spelled, I'm thinking from Game of Thrones, it's spelled that way.
It might as well be.
Defensive tackle from Georgia.
Did not get a chance to watch him, so couldn't really say much there. But
Likewise.
the Vikings took him?
Mm-hmm. So now the Panthers are up, and then it's Baltimore, and then the Vikings again. Chad is saying Cam Jackson to the Panthers. Yep, Cam Jackson, defensive tackle, Florida. It's a good player.
Okay, here we go. Picking up the pace.
Sam Howell just got traded to the Vikings.
Damn.
What? Let's see if this is confirmed. I just got that note. Yep, this is legit. I wonder what the return is. Because Minnesota's up in 2 picks. I'm wondering if it involves this second pick that Minnesota's about to take.
It's official. Seahawks are trading Sam Howell to the Vikings.
I mean, it makes sense because they drafted Milroe. They've got Darnold.
Yep.
What if the Seahawks are taking Sanders?
That would be insane.
Do you imagine they draft Milroe and Sanders and they're like, you know what? We're just going to have a competition and then we're going to trade the other one. Have another asset.
So the Ravens will probably pick somebody. They'll probably pick Braden Swinson since they normally go with best player available. Let's see here.
All right. All right. Well, Baltimore pick is in. Then you've got Minnesota as of now. It hasn't been updated on the draft tracker.
Oh,
nope, it's not. It's going to be Seattle. So it looks like 142 for Howell and 172. So we're going to see Seattle back-to-back picks here.
I'm going to say this is
Right?
Marcus
Or-
Mbao.
For the Ravens?
Mm-hmm. They'll draft him to be a guard. That's what I think. Just
Yeah, I
feels
think
like
he's a guard.
it's just on par for them. They normally do this. They draft a guy like I just saw something earlier today. The Ravens typically go based on the consensus big board of like mock drafts and stuff. Whereas like a team like the Rams, the 49ers, they tend to reach hard on players. But it's worked out for the Rams. So I don't like how they slowed this down.
The Ravens select Carson Vincent.
Oh, I like that.
Who's,
I didn't think that they
from-
would go there, but I like it.
Offensive tackle. So they did go offensive line. They just didn't go the guy who... I do feel like Mbao has fallen.
Yeah,
know?
he has.
And so is
Vin-
Miles Frazier.
Vincent is too tall to play guard. So he is a tackle. He's almost 6'8". And I think the big issue with him is in the limited opportunities he had against top competition, he didn't look great. I think that's why he didn't go earlier. Whereas Charles Grant, on the other hand, looked quite the opposite. But this is a good developmental guy to have. Maybe he's their long-term piece after Ronnie Stanley. I like the fit for the Ravens, and I think they're having a killer draft. I think Buchanan was a great pick. I think Emory Jones Jr. was a really good pick, helped at guard. I think, of course, Mike Green, you get him at 59. And then Malachi Starks was one of the better players in the draft. I really enjoyed this. So, yeah, I like it.
So the Seahawks are up now because of that trade with Sam Howell. So Sam Howell and a 5th-round pick went to the Vikings, and the Seahawks received a 5th-round pick here.
It's my Yankees Unloaded co-host.
Thank you, Gary.
Appreciate you, Gary.
Appreciate it.
Our house is Jake. Love the shirt. Thank you. This is also from Gary, by the way. And that hoodie is from me.
Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. So you're wearing a shirt gifted to you by your co-host. I'm wearing a shirt gifted to me from my co-host. This sweatshirt.
Yeah.
It's a sleeve token sweatshirt.
I love it. I thought that color was perfect for you, so I was like,
Yeah, I love it. And it
damn.
ended up being like the color scheme of their upcoming album that
Yes.
comes out next month is this
That's
like
sick.
maroon pink type color scheme.
Yeah, I love it.
So let's see who the Seahawks take here in this pick that they've acquired.
Yeah, so Alexis, did they do like a pick swap with him
Yeah.
or did they get a pick? I couldn't tell.
They did a pick swap. They did a pick swap in the 5th. So really, Seattle kind of gave them up for nothing. They didn't. If I'm understanding this correctly, I need to pull it up.
So Howell in 172 in return for 142. I like that. You move up 30 spots. You trade a quarterback you don't even need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, Gary's Eagles are having quite the draft. I'm sure he feels pretty happy about that.
The Seahawks took which defensive tackle out of Notre Dame? Riley Mills. This hurts, of course. So the Seahawks draft takes defensive tackle Riley Mills out of Notre Dame. He's from the Chicago area as well. I live in Chicago, so Chad is all apologizing to me because I'm a Notre Dame fan and he just went to Seahawks. I like Riley a lot.
He's
I
a
think
good
he's
player.
underrated.
Yeah.
I think that he's like the type of player that I think is going to be better in the NFL than he probably was in college. I think he is a little developmental, but really good in the trenches, really angry tackler, really good at shedding blocks. Yeah, good player. And this is about where I kind of suspected him going. So, just bummed that he went to an NFC West team. Because obviously the Rams aren't going to draft every Notre Dame player, but it just hurts when they go to your division. You know what I mean? As you know, with Kansas players, it's like it hurts worse when you've got to play them twice a season and you've got to actively root against them.
We did the show last year, and when the 49ers took Dominic Pooney, I remember you being like, Jake, I'm sorry to say this. I was like, because I thought he'd be a great fit for the Rams. So like Devin Neal, I didn't think made any sense for the Rams. Thought he was way too similar to Kyron. That doesn't change my opinion, though. If Devin Neal goes to like the 49ers, I'm going to be pissed. You know what I mean?
Right.
Deontay Smith, thank you for the 5. I won't be mad if we use a 6th-round pick on Shador at this point.
Thank you, Deontay.
I agree. I don't see why you wouldn't if you have a draftable view on him. If the Rams look at him like the character concerns are too much, I'm not going to fault them for that. They have decided that. Some teams like it, some teams don't. But yeah, I mean, 6th round, yeah, I would definitely take a flyer on somebody who I have a 2nd round grade on. Christopher Smith, thank you for the 10. My surprise linebacker stud for Rams if he falls. Cody Lindenberg, he's got a nose for the ball. Great job, guys. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you, Christopher.
I've heard of Cody.
Miami just drafted defensive tackle Jordan Phillips, and now the Browns have traded up. Well, we know this isn't Sanders because they took Gabriel, unless they finally.
Maybe it is. They're like, oh, actually, we were drunk at the wheel, and we took Gabriel. We meant to take Sanders. Sorry, guys.
I mean, a team could take Sanders and just have an open competition and trade the other. You know what I mean? Because the value that you're getting, with Sanders now in the draft being in the 5th round, I could totally see that. I don't think it's likely, but it wouldn't be entirely shocking. The Browns got Mason Graham, defensive tackle. They went linebacker. They got Quinshon Judkins at running back. Harold Fannin Jr. They've had a really nice draft, actually.
Yeah.
The Browns took Shador Sanders.
What?
The Browns took Shador Sanders. Wow. Well, there you go.
That's so
Like I just
dumb.
said.
That's so stupid that they took Gabriel in the third round.
So a lot of different variables here. So this sucks for Dylan Gabriel. Let me say that. This sucks for Dylan Gabriel because it kind of sent this, I think, confirms a little bit that this might have, Shador had this intentional fall. Now he gets taken. Dylan Gabriel and Sanders are obviously going to compete. Um, but it makes sense, like I just said. I mean, it's not the most shocking thing in the world. You bring in Gabriel, you bring in Sanders, and say go for it, compete, right? Let's see who works better in our offense. And um, I don't know. I mean, I don't
I
know.
just, I
It's like, why, if you like, again, I think it's just gonna, why did Sanders fall is gonna be the question, because it's like, why did you even use that third round pick on Gabriel, right? I don't know. It's gonna,
the funny thing is, the Browns depth chart currently.
hmm
I mean, are we sure Shador Sanders couldn't start for them?
no, I think he absolutely could.
I mean, that's my thing. You just drafted your starter in round 5, what, to prove a point? Like, I don't get Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Deshaun Watson, and Shador Sanders. I don't get it.
What a good draft for the Browns, though. You've got Shador Sanders, Quinshawn Judkins, Harold Fannin Jr. You took Mason Graham early in the first, safest player in the draft, as we talked about. Carson Schweizinger, the linebacker out of Cal. Really good draft for the Browns. I feel for Dylan Gabriel too, but hey, my assumption is that they're going to end up trading Dylan Gabriel because he's a good prospect. So, assuming that Sanders beats him out and you get Sanders starting over in Cleveland, you can get good, some good assets for Dylan Gabriel, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really get it. Um, they've had an interesting draft. They've had some good things. They've done some weird things. I still think they deserve credit not taking a quarterback at 2 and trading down.
Well, I always had Sanders going to Cleveland.
I love
Well,
when they
let me
show
take that
these
back.
people at the draft who celebrate anything and they don't even, you could tell they don't even know who the player is. Like even Shador Sanders, that dude literally did not know who Shador Sanders was. They're just like, yeah, Browns. Like,
Well, originally when I was doing mocks, I felt like Sanders was going to go to Cleveland. Then I kind of felt like it was going to be Vegas. I don't know. We'll see. This whole situation is so weird, and I feel like more is going to come out about it. Like, not only did Sanders fall to the fifth round, he was the second quarterback taken by the team that drafted him.
So, I mean, all right. So Shador Sanders off the board here, the Browns. I'm confused why this took so long. I think Shador Sanders is an absolute baller. Um, I don't know how Dylan Gabriel went ahead of him. I just don't. Look, Shador Sanders, football IQ off the charts, really smart, pre-snap reader of defenses, deciphers defenses, adjusts mid-play, throws with situational touch and velocity. The processing speed, this is a quick field processor, moves through the reads efficiently. This is somebody who keeps his head on a swivel. The ball placement, Alexis, I think he's got great ball placement. The pocket presence is there. He's tough as nails. I mean, this guy was pressured 189 times. Just rare quarterback grit there. Timing quarterback, pocket maneuver, ball security, in my opinion. And I think he is a natural leader on the field. I mean, teammates like him. He did throw his offensive line under the bus that 1 week. What they don't talk about is he came back the next week and gave them all the praise. Now there are some issues, the wear and tear. He was sacked 52 times this past year. So that's something. He's not great off platform. He does have mechanical rushing when he gets pressured. He doesn't throw, consistently from that perspective. The arm strength, it's an average arm. It's not elite. It's an average arm. And, this guy doesn't lack, he lacks a lot of elusiveness as some of the other quarterbacks, being able to evade sacks. So he took a strong punishment. 28.6% of those sacks were self-induced, according to PFF, which was 11th in the league. And my floor comparison for him was Teddy Bridgewater. Intelligent, tough quarterback, makes great reads, limited arm strength, and, of course, the injuries. But the ceiling to me is Tony Romo, a smart, poised timing passer, has some savvy in the pocket, has some mobility. I think he's a better athlete than given credit for. So, I mean, I give this pick by the Browns an A+ because I think Shador Sanders is way too good to fall here. I had an early second-round grade on him. I think he is going to be a quarterback that can be a franchise quarterback at the next level. And I'm excited to see what he does with Kevin Stefanski because keep in mind, Alexis, Stefanski was the offensive coordinator the year the Vikings went to the NFC title game with Case Keenum. So he's worked with a lot less. And then, of course, the Joe Flacco season when he brought him in the playoffs after the team didn't look like they'd be a playoff team. I think that Shador Sanders can do some good things with Stefanski. So excited to see what they do. And I'm happy for Shador. He deserved to be drafted a lot earlier. And now he can go make everyone look like idiots.
And you know what's crazy about the Browns is so they take Gabriel and then they take Sanders and they also drafted Judkins and then drafted Dylan Sampson.
Exactly. And they
The
had
Browns
Jerome
are so
Ford,
chaotic. Yeah.
and Pierce Strong. I mean, that running back room is really good, and all of them can catch the ball. And I think that's the big thing. But
You want to know what a bold prediction might be? What if the Rams traded into the 5th and traded Blake Corum?
I could see it. I don't think they'll do that, but
I don't think they'll do it either, but I was trying to think, is there a way that we could get into the 5th without giving up picks? And
they're in the territory, by the way. We're in 140 range, right?
Yeah, we pick at 195.
And 200 and 201 and 242. So I could see them moving 200 and 195 to get into the the late 140s, maybe 150s. They also have 2026 draft capital they could move as well. So obviously don't give up a third rounder, but they could give up some 2026 draft capital. And yeah.
Well, some people are also saying maybe trade Parkinson or Davis Allen. I don't think that you're going to get as much value for them as you would Blake Corum.
I think they're going to trade him. Did you hear last night? McVay said he was excited about how they can use Parkinson and Allen, they're going to use all 4 of them. So keep in mind, they let all their tight ends go. Nikola Kalanick, they let him go. They let the other guy go. So, yeah, I mean, they're fine keeping 4 tight ends on the roster. I think it makes sense. So, yeah. And the Patriots finally did it. They take Braden Swinson, who we called the last pick. Man, the Patriots are absolutely the winners of this draft for me. I just think that they have had such a great draft. And to be honest with you, I would not be surprised if they take a big leap this year. I think Mike Vrabel, the fact he wasn't a head coach last year was insane. He's one of the best coaches in football. I'd say top 10 easily. I think New England.
The Rams traded up.
See, I knew this was going to happen. I love this. Yes.
So here's the thing, and the only reason I know that is I see it on the NFL draft stream on the ticker. I don't see an actual announcement. The 49ers just drafted running back Jordan James. The Rams have now traded up. Could this be Chris Paul?
Oh, my God. If it's Chris Paul Jr., that is the pick of the draft for me, for the Rams. I will lose it.
Yep. Let's see. I don't think it's going to be a quarterback. I know that Sanders is now gone.
I mean,
let me just say, I don't know what they gave up to trade up here, but
I called it.
If it's what I just said about my bold prediction, would that not be wild? I know it's probably not.
It is wild, but I did call it. I said they'd trade up. They'd probably move some of the sixth round picks.
Nope. They traded it's in the chat. They traded 195 and a 2026 fourth.
Ooh, that's hefty.
Yeah,
that's got to be a really good player. I'm going to say this is either, let's look at it real quick.
Let me look at my best available.
I'm going to say, based on my best available, this could be Marcus Mimbaugh, if they look at him as a tackle, Torrey Horton, Chris Paul Jr., Smile Mondon Jr., I could see Kobe Bryant, Cam Williams from Texas. Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those guys.
I think it's going to be Torrey Horton or Chris Paul Jr.
Oh, I would be ecstatic.
That's my gut. I don't think it's going to be like a quarterback. It's obviously not going to be running back. It could be a receiver. I mean, I said Torrey Horton. Let me look at the other receivers. I mean, Restrepo. I don't know that I see it. I don't know that I love any receivers left at this spot.
A fourth rounder next year. That's steep. So this has to be somebody that they're really high on and they did not think would make it here.
We'll see. I really hope it's a linebacker. I hope it's one of those that we mentioned. If not, Torrey Horton.
I think I'd go with Chris Paul Jr. or Torrey Horton here.
Me too. I hope it's Chris Paul Jr. personally.
He fits so perfectly. Him. Yeah. I think it could be Smile Mondon Jr. The pick is in. They're ready. So we'll see what ends up happening here. I knew that they would do this. I'm really, yeah.
I love how it always just gets dead silent right before the pick is announced. We just hold our breath. Is it Cameron Williams, offensive tackle from Texas? Is that confirmed?
That's one of the guys I mentioned.
I'm trying to decipher because I don't see that anywhere else. People are saying no, and guys, don't clown me in the chat.
I see Restrepo in the chat. I could totally see him doing that. Come on, make the Colorado State Ram a Los Angeles Ram. If they go wide receiver. Torrey Horton. My best fits.
Torrey Horton or Chris Paul Jr. is who I want.
Those are my two best fits. Then after that, Kobe Bryant.
It's Ty Hamilton.
Ty Hamilton.
I am completely blanking. Ty, defensive tackle, Ohio State. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got notes on him. Okay. All right. What are your thoughts before I bring up my notes?
I don't understand what's going on positionally here. I'm just going to be honest. I don't understand this at all. You got Braden Fisk, Kobe Turner, Poona Ford, Desjuan Johnson. I'm blanking on all that you just gave up. I mean, who am I blanking on? Our Jake, the other defensive tackle we have.
Tyler Davis.
Yeah, Tyler Davis, Laurel Murchison. I mean, I'm not. Again, why so early? Why are you trading up
Well,
right here and giving up, you know? And if I'm looking at my best available defensive tackles as well, um, you know, and again, I don't actually really love any of them right here. So maybe I guess the Rams didn't either and they wanted to address it. I guess that's what it is. Maybe they really wanted to address defensive tackle, and that was the last guy on their board that they really liked. Um, what are your thoughts?
yeah, I mean, I think this is about where he would go. I didn't finish my grading of him. I just have notes on him. So sometimes I get around to guys and I don't get to fully grade them. Puka Nacua being one of them, guy that I loved when they drafted him, but I didn't finish my grading. So Hamilton's another one of those guys. I mean, powerful, high effort defensive tackle. I have, undersized, but I also don't give a rip about undersized. 6'3", 299, elite RAS scorer. I mean, really, really good athlete. I just think as much as I like, by the way, he's the brother of Jaguars defensive tackle Devon Hamilton. So if that rings a bell, but this is a guy, extreme work ethic, national champion with the Buckeyes, and they relied on him. He started all 16 games for them this past year. He's different. He can play in different sets. 3 tech, 600 plus snaps in 2024. But the things that I came away with on film that I didn't like, I thought he was inconsistent. The lateral agility is lacking. I know he tested well, but I didn't quite see that. I don't see him as much of a pass rusher right away. I see him as more of I would say he's more of a run defender here. That's what I think. They're getting a guy that can work in this rotation. Here's my concern, right? My real concern here is you gave up a 4th round pick in 2026 for a guy that I don't necessarily think. I don't think he's the guy you had to go crazy and trade up for. I don't think that's great value there. In my opinion, I would give this probably a C grade because I think there are better players available. I just do at more important positions. They clearly liked him a lot, but I just don't get the trade up using a 4th round pick next year. I think that's way too rich. I thought the trade value chart would have put them at probably giving up a 6th and another 6th, and maybe you give up 3 6s or 2 6s, but a 4th rounder in 2026 is that's a lot. So they gave up a lot. They must have a plan for him. Like I said, I would say it's a C because of what they gave up. I don't think he's a bad player. I just don't know. This is how I would end it, Alexis. I don't know how much better he is than a Desjuan Johnson. I don't know how much better he is than a Tyler Davis. I don't know how much better he is than a Laurel Murchison, right? So he has some things that you can add to the room. I just don't love this pick. This is the first one where it's a head scratcher for me. There were also better defensive tackles available, in my opinion. So not just better players, but also better at that position. I look at Pegues from Ole Miss. Yeah. I like him. I like Aeneas Peebles from Virginia Tech, and Nazir Stackhouse from Georgia, as well as Howard Cross III from Notre Dame. And can't forget about the guy who I like more than all those guys, Thor Griffith from Louisville. So yeah, I felt like that was a little high, to give up a fourth rounder next year for him. But like I said, when you draft as well as the Rams do, and they have hit on a lot of defensive linemen, I wasn't as high on Kobe Turner. He ended up being a stud. You get the benefit of the doubt from me. So
Yeah, and it's not really even so much about Hamilton
mhm.
for me. Like I do agree. I think this is high for him, um, as a prospect, but I think it's just a little bit like you said, all that we gave up for him, plus the fact that I don't really think the defensive tackle rotation, this was like an urgent need. I mean, Chris Paul Jr., right? These inside linebackers, I think made a lot of sense positionally for what the Rams need here. Even receiver, um, defensive back, whether that's corner or safety. I know people are like, oh, they're going after Ramsey, but still, I don't love, um, I don't really like this, guys. If I'm being honest, and it has nothing to do with Ty Hamilton. I'm sure, I can watch more of him, and I'm sure that he can be, a really good player. I think that 2026 fourth round pick hurts a little bit. I think that's a lot.
That is a lot.
Um,
I
that's a
know there's
lot.
some people saying,
So
well, that equates to a late fifth round. That's a lot, though. So my brother actually really likes this player from what he's texting me right now. He had him in his mock. Um, he didn't agree with the trade. I think that's really what it comes down to. I think that fourth round, some people say it's not a big deal. I think in a really deep class like 2026 is, I do think it's a big deal. So
mhm.
I think that's a lot. I like, I like the player. I just don't know. I thought there were better players than him. And I also just feel like, and keep in mind, guys, drafting need here doesn't necessarily make a ton of sense. Because if you need somebody and you're waiting until the fifth round to replace that, I don't know how much of a benefit that's going to be. But I think there were better players at other positions. I think there were better players at the position. My final thoughts are that I think he's a good player. I didn't agree with the trade. And that's that. I give it a C because of the trade. I think the player deserves a C plus. So that's my draft grade. Of course, before we have actually seen him play, to be fair, this is just
Right.
a post draft, but not a after we've seen him play,
Yeah. This
grade.
is our gut reaction just based on circumstance, but obviously we'll have more developed thoughts. But I do want to catch everybody up with the picks because we just, went off. So 148, the Rams traded up to select Ty Hamilton. That was pick 148. 149, the Cowboys took Jadon Blue, the running back out of Texas. 150, the Dolphins took cornerback Jason Marshall Jr. out of Florida. And then 151, the Colts drafted running back DJ Giddens out of Kansas State.
I like the Colts pick of Giddens. I can't believe Cowboys just traded up. I can't believe Devin Neal is still there.
Yeah, the Cowboys did trade up with the Cardinals. 900 people in here, guys. Welcome, everybody.
Yes, welcome.
The Cowboys drafted linebacker Shamar James out of Florida.
That's interesting.
Wonder what's up with Chris Paul Jr.
I guess NFL teams don't like guys that do a little bit of everything, test well, and are super football savvy. I don't know.
Because he's there, Mondon Jr.'s there, Jeffrey Besa, Cody Lindenberg, Kobe King.
Man, I choosing Ty Hamilton over some of those guys is mind boggling to me. I have to say.
Yeah, I am confused. I'm confused, but so you got Cincinnati, New York, and Miami up. So wait. So the Rams pick now when? I'm blanking on that trade. Let me
So they don't pick until what, 200?
200 something at least.
It's just, I don't know. It's just a weird pick.
So we got 148. We gave up 195 and a 2026 fourth round pick. So yeah, our next pick, I believe, then is 201, right? We still have that, or did we give that up earlier?
No, it'd be 201.
So we pick at 201. All right, guys. So Rams
Wait.
have a while.
They gave up 200 too? What?
I'm just looking at the Rams official account.
No, they have 201 and 202. My bad. I don't know
Yeah.
why I thought they had 200.
So
That
the Bengals
trade is the one that really bothers me, though. The fourth rounder next year, I just think is idiotic.
I agree. So the Bengals took offensive tackle Jalen Rivers.
Jalen Rivers. Okay. Next up is the Giants.
The Giants took Marcus Mbao, offensive lineman from Purdue, and this is a lot lower than I thought he'd go. So
Yeah.
I think he's a guard. I know
Yeah,
there's
it's a good
discourse
player.
about that.
Really, really good value. Really good value. So,
Giants have had a good draft. I know that if people don't like Jackson Dart, they disagree with
yeah,
that,
was
but
just
you know
terrible
what?
pick, but
They ended up with 2 first-round picks, and I think after that they've had a really good draft. I think off the top of my head, the Giants have done a really good job. The Browns have I want to say they've done a good job, but it's also so puzzling to me the way that the Browns have drafted.
some of these teams draft weird.
So, I think the Bears have had a really good draft, although I was unfamiliar with their linebacker pick. Jake, when are we getting our pizzas?
Good question. I'm getting kind of hungry.
So it's Miami, Pitt, Tampa, Chargers up next. The Eagles have also had a really good draft. The chat's right. Oh, God. They've had a really good draft.
So Miami is on the clock currently, 155. All right. Got some super chats here. So is Cleveland not in the quarterback hunt in 2026? That's a decent point there in a weird way.
That's a good point because they're the only other team as of now that has two first round picks as well as us.
Yeah.
So that they would have been the competition. Huh.
I didn't think about that. Ruiz, thank you for the 2.
Probably not. Thank you, though.
Joshua Leonard, thank you for the 5. They flashed to a graphic of Sanders with the Browns logo in the background, which before they went to commercial, then they quickly took it away. Interesting. Elpers Cat, thank you for the 2. Sanders going to a franchise where quarterbacks fail. Yeah.
That's valid.
Although, I think Kevin Stefanski is one of the best offensive minds in the game. And I think he's great at being a true quarterback whisperer. I think it's a good fit from that perspective. But I don't know what they're doing at wide receiver. To be honest with you, I don't love the Browns wide receivers. Les, thank you for the 2. It's just the Browns doing Brown stuff. That's true. Hank Woodmore, thank you for the 5. What are we doing in this draft? I'm not happy with these picks. Why are we not selecting inside linebackers? WTF. I like the draft. The Ty Hamilton is the first pick where I was kind of scratching my head. But I like everything they've done so far. My favorite pick is by far Jarquez Hunter. But I really I want to say I don't want to say by far because I love the Josiah Stewart pick. The Hamilton pick is a C for me though. So what about you, Alexis?
I'm a little bit, I think I'm kind of just like I don't know. I don't hate this draft. I don't particularly love it. I think my favorite pick is probably Josiah Stewart, even though positionally I just don't. I probably wouldn't have done that early. I think positionally I'm just so not on the same page with the way things have fallen. And also value. It's like Terrence Ferguson in the second felt so high for me, but I wanted a tight end. But then it's like I really love Josiah Stewart, but then didn't understand the position. It just feels very awkward. This draft just feels super awkward to me. I don't know. I know that the Rams obviously have a plan, but like, I thought running back in the 4th. I felt if you were going to go running back, you should have taken some of the guys that I felt like made more sense for the Rams in the 3rd. If not, then maybe wait until like the 6th round. So I don't know. I don't really love the way that this draft has fallen for the Rams positionally, and then I don't necessarily understand some of the picks that they've made. But I'm not like, this is not the worst draft I don't think I've seen the Rams have. But I'm not going to pretend to be like, oh my God, this is just like an amazing, they've totally crushed it, because I don't believe that. But the Rams are also, with perspective, the Rams are also in a position where it's not like they have to absolutely nail this draft too. That's also something to keep in mind. It's not like we have a team that we're just like falling apart. I think the Rams have the luxury of being able to kind of make some questionable moves and do what they want. Miami just drafted Dante Trader Jr., by the way, the safety out of Maryland, and I liked him.
Yeah. No, I think what I would say is the Rams, so every year it's based on where your team is at. So bad teams typically they need to draft like a whole new team, right? The Rams are in a different position. They don't have the same position as like before with the 2022 season and having to kind of rebuild on the fly. They've already rebuilt the roster. So a lot of what you're seeing with the Rams picks are guys that can help in the future, but can help in the here and now. And that's why the Ty Hamilton one's a little weird. But it's just, to me, I feel like you can't look at this Rams draft as the same as you looked at the draft when they got Kobe Turner or Puka Nacua or Jared Verse, right? It's a different style of draft. There are players that made more sense that they probably have passed on that would have made sense 2 years ago, but they don't currently make sense now. So I think they're just trying to iron out the rest of their roster, but then also have an eye on, 2026, 2027, 2028. So that's kind of where I would say right there. I do think based on where you are on the totem pole really dictates the type of players you're going to go for. Guys that have, really high upside but aren't ready to play right away. Now, normally you'd think the Rams could just do that. But the Rams, I think, have shown they want guys that are going to contribute this year, and they don't want to draft anybody that's not going to contribute in 2025. But they also want to focus, while focusing on the present, focus on the future. So I think that's why, that's how I would explain that.
And by the way, the Chiefs just traded up with the Steelers and drafted Jeffrey Besa, the linebacker out of Oregon.
Interesting. More linebackers for that organization.
Mm-hmm.
They love collecting linebackers. Leo Chenal. They brought back Nick Bolton. So, yeah. Not really a surprise. That's what they do. But Stan, thank you for the 20. You have to trust the people who know. That's why they hire scouts. Remember, some first-round picks or bust. Thank you, Stan.
Thank you, Stan.
Tyler, thank you for the 5. Just got here. What are we thinking about Ty Hamilton and Jarquez Hunter? Ty Hamilton has us both a little puzzled. And I really, if they didn't have to trade away capital in 2026, and I know I was okay with that, but a 4th round, that seems really steep. Mm-hmm. I don't think I would have an issue as much as I do, but trading away a 4th round pick in 2026 to move up and get, a defensive lineman, I don't know. It was definitely weird to me. The Jarquez Hunter thing was awesome. I had been talking about him on the channel for a while, so I had identified him as an option for the Rams. He was in my 2nd mock draft and in my 1st mock draft. So, or he was actually in my 2nd. He wasn't in my 1st, but he was in my 2nd. So I really like him. Alexis, what say you?
I think you summed up the Ty Hamilton thing adequately. Yeah, it's puzzling. I think it's a combination of maybe reaching for a player plus giving up that pick in 2026 is a little confusing and kind of a little bit of just a question mark considering the current defensive tackle room that we have. I think Jarquez Hunter is a really good pick. I didn't want them to take a running back in the 4th personally. But if they were going to take one, I thought that he makes sense because I think they did what they probably should have done last year, right? In taking a compliment to Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, I just think is way too similar, and they ended up not really wanting to use him this past season. So I think this is a course correction for them in taking the type of running back that I think they should have taken last year. So I think that's a really good pick. So yeah,
I like that.
My thoughts.
Ruiz, trust McSneed, but every time we pass on linebacker, eyes Barkley. Oh man. Ferocious Neophyte, thank you for the 5. I don't mind the Rams not prioritizing linebacker, but I hate that we never target cornerback early. Happy to have another year of Rams draft with you guys. AK? Pizza, question mark? Yeah, I'm probably going to order that soon.
I'll go ahead and order that right now. And also, thank you so much for the donation.
Appreciate you.
And thank you all 800 of you who are here right now.
Yes. It's kind of crazy. It's been, what? Almost 3 hours, not quite, and we have over 7,000 views. So
amazing.
We had an all-time record for Downtown Rams yesterday. Over 16,000 views on day 2.
Crazy.
So some crazy stuff. No handicap 420. Thank you for the 5. Rams have 201, 202 back-to-back. Wide receiver and cornerback probably. Rams getting their guys regardless. I love it. Maybe sign C.J. Mosley and trade for Ramsey. Wait, C.J. Mosley is still a... What?
Free agent?
There's a lot of guys that are like, he's still a free agent. He is. Yeah, I'm all for bringing C.J. Mosley in.
Yeah, thank you so much, too, for the
Thank
donation.
you. So we've caught up to the Super Chats.
Rams still have 3 picks as of now, 201, 202, and 242. Wouldn't be surprised if they trade either 201 or 202.
Yeah,
Um,
I could also see them trading
to
more 2026 capital, later capital, but getting an extra pick if they want one.
um, I'm gonna go ahead and order that pizza that everyone's talking about.
Yeah.
And it's either gonna be here super fast or take 5 hours. There's no telling. It's a Saturday. It could very much come quickly, or I could be waiting here a very long time.
Oh, I like this player a lot. I think the Rams could have been interested. Keandre Lambert
Mm-hmm.
Smith comes off the board here. Really good effort in the blocking department. Good after the catch. Breaks tackles. This one, I would have liked him in the 6th round. He's actually kind of similar to Whittington. I know I just basically said he sounds similar. I would say he's a really good route runner as well. Really productive year. He was 9th in the FBS in yards per reception in 2024. So,
Mm-hmm. We talked about him a lot yesterday too.
yeah. Chargers got him. I think the Chargers got some decent offensive help finally for Justin. They hadn't done that in a while.
All right. All right, Jake, I'll order my pizza when you are.
All right. I'm still figuring out where to order it from.
So let's see. So Packers pick is in. And then you've got the 49ers. So we obviously are interested in who the 49ers take. Then Philly, then the Jets. Chat saying the Packers took Colin Oliver. They did take Colin Oliver.
Mm-hmm. The Oklahoma State linebacker.
Yep. So the Eagles took Mondon Jr., the linebacker out of Georgia. But before that,
Are you kidding me?
they are
Oh my
absolutely, they
God.
got Campbell, they got him.
Just call them the Philadelphia Bulldogs.
So wait, who'd the 49ers pick though? Let's see. So the 49ers took, I don't see that. And I'm going to order my pizza that absolutely upsets everybody. And you're going to have to just let me do it. Still don't see the 49ers pick, guys. Well, they're going to announce it on the screen, even though we already know the Eagles pick. 49ers took Marquez Sigil. What position is that? I see that in the chat. I'm unfamiliar with the player. He's a safety.
Marcus Sigil. That's not how I expected that name to be spelled.
Sigil, and he's a safety out of Kansas State. So we know then that Philadelphia is taking Mondon Jr. out of Georgia.
Yeah, I can't believe how much these Jayhawks are falling. Logan Brown, Kobe Bryant, Mello Dotson, Devin Neal.
So the Jets took another guy that I am unfamiliar with. Let me pull up the name. Francisco Mauigoa, I believe it's pronounced.
I can't believe the Eagles got Mondon. You can't be serious. The Eagles and Rams are polar opposites with linebackers. The Rams are like, yeah, we don't want them. Eagles are like, we have plenty. We'll just keep drafting more. Running backs to the Rams are what linebackers are to the Eagles. It's wild.
I know. God, if the Rams could care just once, just 1 year, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
it's not going to be this year. So the Jets made that pick. Then we've got Carolina, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Seattle. So we're at pick 163. The Rams don't pick again until 201. So we're still a ways out. Jake and I are ordering our pizzas soon for people who order pizza with us.
the Ty Hamilton reaction clip is out. So, yeah.
Lit. And Francisco Francisco Mauigoa, by the way, is a linebacker from Miami. So I was unfamiliar with him, but he just came across the screen. So now we've got Carolina, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Seattle, Tennessee, Philly. Man, Philly has got so many picks this round. But we're nearing the 6th. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 picks. And then we're entering 6th round. Somebody said, Jake, order New York pizza, and Alexis order Chicago pizza and show us what we're missing in Cali. Here's the thing. I don't personally really like Chicago style pizza. I know I live here,
Proud
but
of you for that.
I'm more of a New York style or St. Louis style myself. Deep dish to me, I understand it. I think it's just it's like a once in a blue moon when you really want a true Chicago experience. It's fun to like go out, get a deep dish slice, but it's just not my pizza of choice. It's also really hard to eat. Like you can't just like Jake and I eat as we are like doing this and we eat with you guys. But deep dish is so it's just you can't really just eat it. You kind of have to be at a table. I like to use a fork. I don't know if that's blasphemous or not. It's just a whole thing. Someone in the chat said, "Am I tripping or I've never heard of St. Louis style pizza?" St. Louis style pizza is like very, very thin. Think of the thinnest pizza you can imagine. And it's made with like provolone cheese. And yeah, it's a very specific thing. By the way, the Panthers just drafted tight end Mitchell Evans out of Notre Dame.
That's a good pick for them.
Great pick. They're pairing him with Notre Dame tight end Tommy Tremble, who they just extended over in Carolina. Great pick. This was a guy that both Jake and I really thought the Rams should pick kind of around this point, or maybe a little earlier if they didn't go tight end early on, which they did. So, obviously, Mitchell Evans didn't make sense for them anymore in this draft. But this is a really good pick. I really like this player. And he's a guy that is going to be better in the NFL than he was in college. I believe that.
Find me something that's more crammed than the Browns quarterback room.
The Packers receiver room?
Oh, well, you got me there.
Like, literally, the Packers are going to have to, like, figure it out because that is insane what they are doing in Green Bay in terms of receivers. Steelers drafted I think it's pronounced Yaya Black, defensive tackle.
So we got 2 Yayas in the NFL now. Yaya Diaby and Yaya Black. Interesting.
Somebody asked if I like barbecue. I do like barbecue, and I wonder if that's in correlation to St. Louis style barbecue or Kansas City style. I know that we're rivals, Missouri natives. There's an argument, is St. Louis style barbecue or Kansas City style barbecue better? And I'll be honest, I'm not enough of a barbecue expert to like really comment on it. I just like barbecue. I think it's all good.
So Dane Brugler of The Athletic had a 3rd round grade on Ty Hamilton. So now keep in mind, I did not grade him. I only had notes. I had not finished his evaluation. So that makes me feel a little bit better.
The Chargers just traded up, by the way, with the Eagles.
I do think the Rams should not have traded up if they were going to get him there, though. The Eagles are just stocking up their war chest for 2026. Deb, thank you for being a member for 15 months. Appreciate you. Wildman
Thank you,
Samurai, thank you for the 20. I just ordered a
Thank
Hawaiian
you.
pizza myself, Alexis. I like the depth the Rams are adding to this team. Let's be honest, they didn't need much and are ready for a Super Bowl run this year, next year as well. Go Rams. I agree with that, Wildman. That's really what I've been saying. I don't feel like they had like too many needs. The only pick that I'm a little confused with is Ty Hamilton, just because I don't feel like he's as good as like Ty Davis, and they traded up to get him. And I don't have any issue trading up. I have an issue giving up a 4th round pick in 2026. So, but I agree with you, and I 100% think they're ready to win the Super Bowl right now. So, yeah, appreciate you.
So Pittsburgh's up, and I just saw a graphic. Are the only quarterbacks on their roster Mason Rudolph and
Yep.
yeah,
Rodgers
they
will be
gotta
announced after the draft. You have to figure they would have taken a quarterback if they knew that like he wasn't coming.
gotta be.
Deb, thank you for the 20. Thanks for doing
Thank
the
you,
live
Deb.
stream. Busy Saturday, so helps I can keep up with the draft. Also, please someone draft Logan Brown. You know how I feel about him. I would love
Hey, we
Logan
still
Brown on the
could.
Rams.
Yeah. He's an offensive tackle out of Kansas, for those unfamiliar.
You see the Kansas banner in the background, albeit it's basketball. It's still a Kansas banner. Appreciate you, Deb. Thomas Gonzalez, thank you for the 2. Teams continue to let
Thank
the
you,
Eagles
Thomas.
eat every year. Shake my head. It's so true. Howie Roseman has just come to the conclusion that the draft isn't that hard. You just have to let the teams in front of you be stupid time and time again, which they always will, and you'll be able to take advantage. This is how it is. Alex, thank you for the 5. If y'all weren't here for the Alexis Kraft pizza roast of 2022, y'all don't know what you missed on. One of the greatest moments in DTR history.
Listen, people bully me for my pizza every year, and I still order it. You know, I stand firm. I don't let the haters win. But I appreciate you, Alex.
SoCal, thank you for the 2. This year's draft isn't a home run. Who we kiddo? I mean, it was never going to be a home run because it's like I said, they're drafting from a completely different standpoint than when they drafted last year and the year prior. So it's not going to be like a super glamorous draft, but I think a lot of these guys can end up being really good players. But yeah, you were going to say something, so I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I was just going to say, I think he meant, who are we kidding?
Who are we kidding? Okay.
Yeah, like, but I agree. I don't think it's a home run. I certainly, would have made some different choices, but I think the Rams have the luxury to be a little bit confusing right now. Like, we're not in a year where we have to absolutely nail every pick. We're not in that position, thankfully.
Yeah. No, that's true. I forgot to say, by the way, I like Yaya Black from Iowa. I think that, oh my God, the Steelers got another guy that's wearing their uniform. That's hard to imagine. I don't know
Yeah.
what is Yaya Black gonna look like in the black and gold. Can't figure that one out.
So the pick is in for the Chargers, and you got Seattle, Titans, Eagles, Bears, Buffalo.
Again, I have to make a comment. I am not a fan of how much they just slowed this draft down, because they definitely slowed it down.
They did, because they need to
Have
get
to
their ads
fill commercials.
Well, I'm ordering my pizza, by the way.
You can go ahead. I haven't ordered mine yet.
It looks like the wait time is a while.
Oh,
It could
Aronde
be five
Gadsden.
minutes. Oronde Gadsden the second, tight end, Syracuse to the Chargers.
Good player,
Makes
probably
sense.
one of the better receiving tight ends in this draft. Cannot block a lick, so don't ask him to do so. But more weapons for the Chargers. Definitely.
Seattle pick is in, by the way.
Blood Quencher. Thank
Blood
you for
Quencher, thank
the
you.
50. Appreciate what y'all do. Excited for the next season. I feel like the Rams will be back to a dominant, blow people out team. Go Rams. I do too.
I do too.
I definitely do. I do, and I don't want to throw too much shade at him because I love Cooper Kupp, but I do think Cooper Kupp's kind of fall off, kind of lost some explosion. I feel like that did hold back what the offense wanted to do. So I think the addition of Devontae Adams, I think the addition of Terrence Ferguson in the tight end room, and then adding some explosion in Jarquez Hunter in the running back room, and then all these guys getting better, right? Puka's a year better. Tutu Atwell, all these guys. Kyron Williams even. I think they're going to be... Are you kidding? I hate everything. But yes, thank you for the 50.
Thank
I
you,
saw
Blood
it.
Quencher.
I hate everything. The
But
Seahawks got Torrey
drafted,
Horton and
yeah,
Jalen Milroe. Ugh. They're having a freaking great draft.
they are. That hurts. And see, that's the type of thing where that is the bummer with, the draft that the Rams are having is when these guys were available for them multiple times and then they kind of went away, that is confusing. Then you
Yeah.
see these picks and they kind of hurt worse. I mean, the Seahawks, in my opinion, are having the best draft in the NFC West. I'll just be honest. I know people aren't going to like that. I think the 49ers are addressing needs for them, but I'm not like, I think the 49ers made really good first two picks. After that, I'm a little bit like underwhelmed. I think they made a lot of reaches. And then the Cardinals, I think, had a good couple first picks. I mean, they got Will Johnson in the second, so if he pans out, it's a really good value for him. But there's obviously those injury concerns. But the Seahawks, unfortunately, are having a very good draft. By the way, the Titans drafted Jackson Slater, the guard out of Sacramento State, which I think they drafted another guard earlier, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to pull them up. I just would like to see Tennessee put Cam Ward in a good spot. I don't like it when you take first round quarterbacks and do nothing to help them out. So
I
that was
like
the first
Jackson
guard they
Slater
took.
from Sac State. I think he's a really good player, and I think this is a good, good value. I had him going higher than the fifth, so.
Well, we're about to close out. So the Eagles took Drew Kendall, who is an offensive lineman out of Boston College. So with that, we've got Chicago, Buffalo, New England, Minnesota, Buffalo, Arizona, Seattle, Baltimore, and then we're into the sixth round. So we are approaching the sixth round slowly but surely. Curious what the Bears do here.
Oh my God. Breaking. Cleveland Browns quarterback Dylan Gabriel has entered the transfer portal.
I mean, really though.
My God.
But you know what? If the Browns are smart, I'd make them compete. I mean, you drafted the guy in the third round. I mean, you never know, right? Maybe, I mean, I don't, obviously, this is like the least realistic scenario, but maybe you make them compete and maybe you're like, you know what? Maybe they really like Dylan Gabriel and then they trade Sanders. I don't know.
Apparently, Mel Kiper wanted to fight like everyone on the panel when Sanders, he kept falling and then they picked Sanders and Reese Davis was like, Mel, yelling at the NFL isn't the answer. Mel started yelling louder. The NFL is clueless for 50 years. He wants to fight the whole panel. I love it. People don't like Mel Kiper. Let's just be honest here. Mel Kiper made the draft what it is today. So regardless of how you feel about him personally, Mel Kiper created this. We're not doing this draft show without Mel Kiper. He's the one that turned this. Mel Kiper turned a draft that was not televised into a phenomenon. Like, people need to realize that. So there's always people that hate on him and say he's washed and has totally lost it. I respect him because the draft would not have as much interest today. We wouldn't have nearly 50,000 views across 3 days without Mel Kiper. We just wouldn't.
Those are good points. And the Bears just drafted Zach Fraser, which is a corner.
Zaw Fraser.
Oh, Zaw Fraser. Sorry.
Damn.
Corner out
People
of
are like,
UTSA.
the dream is dead. Yeah, he's a good player. My brother's going to be pissed.
Yeah. Good play. Bears are having a good draft.
All right, now I'm going to order my pizza. My brother just texted me. I'm pissed. I knew it. Yeah, this is kind of, I don't know what UTSA feeds these cornerbacks, but he's another one of those big guys like UTSA cornerback Reek Woolen. So big Za, 6'3". He's not like big, like he's tall. He's 6'3". He's only a $186, but you know, really long corner. Ran a 4.3. I know a lot of people like him. I think that's a really good pick by the Bears.
It is a good pick. And the Bills are up. Then you've got New England, Minnesota, the Bills again, Arizona, Seattle, Baltimore, then round 6.
Damn.
We are closing out the 5th round.
5th round. So how the hell is that going to happen? So the 4th round took 2 hours, and the 5th round is almost over in less than 2 hours?
They're trying to even out the ad
It'll
time,
still
I
be
guess.
2 hours. It'll still be 2. They're going to try and stretch this thing out. I already know it. Wait, how close are we? Oh, that'd be a lot of stretching. There's 6 picks left. If they stretch this thing out for an hour, that's, that would be annoying. I'm still delusional enough to hope that Chris Paul Jr. falls to the Rams.
I mean, I would love it. I am really questioning.
I don't think he's going to. I hope he does.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not.
a lot of picks.
Because we're at pick 170, so we're still 31 picks out from our next pick. Because
I should
we're
call
at
the war
201 and
room and
202.
beg them. Please take Chris Paul Jr. Please.
I tweeted a funny picture of myself, and it was like me showing up to the Rams war room to force them to draft a linebacker.
That is funny.
The Bills drafted Jordan Hancock, cornerback from Ohio State. Hold on, has Denzel Burke been drafted yet?
No. I could see the Rams being interested in him. He's a little raw,
Me too.
but really good skill set. Big
I had him
corner.
mocked to the Rams quite a bit.
I think I had him at one point. Oh, Alexis, don't feel bad that the Bulls didn't make it. The Heat are getting destroyed. They got blitzed by 37 today, and they're down 3-0 in the series.
I mean, the Bulls were in over their head. I was proud of them for making the play-in, but they've got a long way to go to rebuild that team, so it is what it is.
That's fair.
The Lions traded up with the Patriots, so the Lions are now on the clock. This is Chris Paul. I'm going to be absolutely annoyed.
Patriots will just win the AFC East if it's Chris Paul at this point. No, I'm kidding, but still.
Yes, Chris Paul Jr. and Dorian Strong are still available.
Kobe Bryant still available. All the guys on my mock draft are gone except for Kobe Bryant and Ajani Cornelius. Lions have traded up, so this is going to be somebody I want.
That's what I was saying. It's going to be Chris Paul. Telling you. Pick is in. The Lions gave up 182 and 228 to reach 171. Thank you. Thank you, ID89 in the chat.
I'm trying to see the reviews for this spot that I'm looking at. Screw it.
They're taking 5 million years to announce the Lions pick, by the way.
Sounds about right.
It's like the pick has been forever, and they're like... I still can't believe the Seahawks got Milroe and Torrey Horton.
I can.
Wait, the Rams just jumped the Bills? The Rams are traded up. Oh my God. So the Lions pick is in, and after the Lions, so the Rams are now at 172 in the 5th round. They've traded back into the 5th round.
This is what I wanted.
Please be Chris Paul. All right. I don't know what we gave up yet. It hasn't been announced, but the Rams are on the clock at 172. Jake, I think this has to be. I mean...
Well, let's see. Do we know who the Lions pick?
No.
I could see them going. I mean, right now, the best player available is Chris Paul Jr. on my board. I have a... Let's see. I had a first-round grade on Chris Paul Jr. I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, he was my 29th overall player.
Yeah,
So,
it's got it.
If they were to get him, I'd be over the moon.
I would
if
be
it's-
ecstatic. Could be
If
Kobe
it's a
King.
wide receiver, it could be Kobe King. If it's a wide receiver, Elijah Badger is my best left. And then Tez Johnson from Oregon is still there, as well as Isaiah Bond, who has a lot of stuff that's going on.
Yeah, I don't want any.
Yeah, good player,
Yeah, I
but
don't want any part of that.
I don't necessarily think that fits their culture.
Maybe Xavier
Restrepo.
Restrepo. Mm-hmm.
Restrepo fell because he didn't test well, but I mean, could be. And I mean, hey, they could be going quarterback here as well. They not franchise quarterback, but a guy to replace Stetson Bennett. And I would imagine that would be Kyle McCord.
I would think it would be Kyle McCord, but I would absolutely laugh if it was. By the way, the Lions took Miles Frazier, which is a good pick. I feel like he went a lot later than I thought.
They're bolstering that.
I would laugh if the Rams took a quarterback and it was like Riley Leonard. I wouldn't be like upset, but that would be hilarious to me. So the Rams are now on the clock.
Miles Frazier's a really good pick for the Lions.
He is.
I
And he
just
went
I
a lot
cannot
later than I
believe
thought.
Chris Paul Jr. fell here. You gotta take him. He
You
is
got to take
such a
him.
stud. I don't
I
even
mean,
believe that he's still available. I don't even buy it.
and we were wanting the Rams, like, well, you and I have been saying, oh, they're going to take Chris Paul in the third. Like, that's been a guy that we were, like, thinking that, they would take where they took Josiah Stewart. So if they can now grab him here,
Yeah, and I like Logan Brown. I like Debs, of course. Kansas.
yep.
On deck, the Rams, according to Draft IQ, they're predicting either Will Howard, Logan Brown, or Mello Dotson. So 2 Jayhawks there. I would be ecstatic if it's a Jayhawk. I think every Jayhawk that's remaining can make this team and contribute in some sort of way. I think Logan Brown can be a future right tackle to replace Rob Havenstein. So, yeah. I think...
Is it Chris Paul, guys? Are you clowning me in the chat? Because I don't see that anywhere. I'm seeing Chris Paul.
No way.
Is it Chris Paul, guys?
No way. I don't buy it. I want
Everyone in the chat is saying that. 4 separate people. So if you all are colluding together, that's really mean.
No way.
I'm holding my breath.
No way. I'm telling you. If they got Chris Paul Jr., this is the best pick of the
Pick in
draft.
the draft.
This
Yep.
is Puka Nacua in the 5th round. Please be Chris Paul Jr. It is!
Yes.
Chris Paul Jr.
Chris
Let's
Paul
go.
Jr. Let's
Hell
go.
Hell
Getting
yeah.
Getting him at 172 is insane.
Oh my God.
Insane.
Alexis, this is one of the best
Oh.
picks the Rams have ever made based on my evaluations. Chris Paul junior was my 29th overall player. 29th. I absolutely love this player. Absolutely love Chris Paul Jr. He is an absolute stud, and I have a full write-up on him. Really high football IQ. I mean, this guy is so intelligent. If you don't believe me, there's an interview on the Bootleg Football podcast. Check it out. He's so smart, right? He's so smart. Pre-snap reads are there. He's a functional athlete. Elite mover, sideline to sideline range, can chase down quarterbacks, running backs. He's an instinctive playmaker, very instinctive. The block shedding is there. He has the do it all. He stops the run. He can blitz. He had 9.5 sacks. He's sticky in coverage with hip fluidity, right? So you have a guy that can quite literally do everything, give you a relentless motor. And the big issue and the reason why he falls is because he's undersized. Sign me up every day of the week. My floor was Bobby Okereke as a comp. My ceiling is Deion Jones with the Atlanta Falcons. This is a really, really, really good pick. He ended up being a 1st round grade for me, late 1st. And I think that they just absolutely got the steal of the draft. This is incredible.
Ecstatic, guys. This makes up for a lot of the rest of the draft. I mean, again, him falling to 172, I just think is crazy. This is a guy that I had the Rams taking in the 3rd round. As Jake just said, Jake was also very, very high, clearly, on Chris Paul Jr. I mean, I am still shocked that he fell this far, but I don't care. I don't care because the Rams made it happen. They traded up to get him. Again, every pick that the Rams have made pretty much since the 3rd round, we're like, could it be Chris Paul Jr.? Could it be Chris Paul Jr.? Guess what? Now it's Chris Paul Jr. Addresses inside linebacker, which has been a big need, for the Rams for a long time. You're going to get him in there. Absolutely love the pick. A++. So ecstatic. So happy. They finally get a guy this draft that, I explicitly wanted. So I am very happy, as I know you are, Jake.
I am so ecstatic because I didn't get a chance to make a lot of videos that I wanted to make this year. One of the videos, the only linebacker video I was able to make was Chris Paul Jr. I evaluate everyone, but you guys know on this channel, I can see a lot of you were on it on his case as well. This is a player that I absolutely love. This is one of those culture guys. This is one of those leaders on the field. Oh man, watching Ole Miss football, it was so fun. I really enjoyed watching him. I enjoyed watching Trey Amos, Pegues, all those guys. Chris Paul Jr. was the man in the middle. And what I really liked about him is this is somebody that initially tried to run and get out and evade blockers, right? So he tried to use his speed. Well, this year, he started actually deconstructing blocks and just being a total pest, but just being dynamic. And when you look at that block deconstruction, to me, that's something that's not on the Rams right now. He complements Omar Spates perfectly. The Rams are probably going crazy in the war room. Like, how the hell did we even get this player? This draft is incredible. The fact that they were able to get, in my opinion, a first-round level linebacker in the 5th, a hell of a draft pick. I am so glad they did it. And these teams that passed on this guy are going to regret it. Chris Paul Jr. is going to be an absolute stud for the Rams. I have no doubt about it.
So the Rams gave up 201 and 202 for Chris Paul Jr. So they now
totally fine.
Which makes sense. So they've got one pick left in the draft. I'm blanking on the number that pick is.
So they have 242. That's the last pick in the 7th round. Totally cool with it.
Yep.
Totally cool with it. You got your linebacker, guys. And man,
we got our
him.
linebacker. And by the way, the Cardinals just drafted Denzel Burke, the corner that we both, but you know what? It's all right. It makes it worth it. So the Chris Paul Jr. pick is the best pick the Rams have made by far in the draft. And the Rams continue their 5th round hot streak, in my opinion. We were talking about it. Rams historic, legendary 5th round merchants. Well, guess what? You get Kyron Williams, then you get Puka Nacua, and now you've got Chris Paul Jr.
There's
something about the Rams in the 5th round.
They didn't even have a 5th round pick, so they acquired 2 of them. Maybe Hamilton will end up being really good too. So, man, what a deal. I love it. It's exactly what I've been saying. They don't need a ton of players from this draft class. I love how aggressive they've been.
Wow. I am just ecstatic about that. There you go. And I think, so that was 172. I missed whoever pick 173 was in the moment, but 174 is Denzel Burke to the Cardinals. Now Seattle's pick is in, then you've got Baltimore, and then we're entering the 6th round. So they snuck right in there. Okay, thank you, ID89. So the 173 was tight end Jackson Hawes to the Bills out of Georgia Tech.
Really good blocking tight end. Probably the best, I would say, in the draft. I mean, he's insane. Oh, man, I'm so amped about Chris Paul Jr. Can't really focus.
Well, Seattle pick is in, and then the Jets, and then we're done with the 5th round.
My God.
Curious who Seattle's taken here. So my pizza just got here, but I'm gonna wait and get it. I want to see who Seattle drafted because they keep taking guys I like. Man, finally drafted a linebacker.
Yes, all of those things. LA Canuck, thank you for the hundo. Marathon runners, keep
Thank
it up
you.
there. Can you please repeat the picks they just gave up? I caught only a part of that. Carl.
So it was 201 and 202. And I think
my
that's it.
God.
I don't think there was a 2026 pick.
That is just an incredible freaking. Oh, man. Appreciate you, LA Canuck. Everyone put a W
Thank
in
you.
the chat for these
Yeah.
giant
Thank you
bag
so much.
droppers.
Appreciate it.
Ruiz, I'm so effing
Thank you,
happy. I
Ruiz.
wanted him in the third.
Yep.
Rams. Yes. Oh, man.
So the Seattle takes Robbie. I don't know who this is. It's Robbie Outs, a tight end.
I don't get how they took him over Dupree from Alabama.
Oh, from Alabama.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. Dupree is my 7th overall tight end. I thought Dupree is a freaking animal. I think Seattle took the wrong guy.
Well, I'm gonna go get my pizza.
This definitely just confirms Ramsey is coming back. We passed on Will Johnson, Amos, plus no other cornerback help. I feel like it's a done deal. Thank you, Noah. Yeah, I have been saying for a while, I feel like that's kind of the direction they go in, but I also think they're comfortable enough with the depth that they have, and I'm okay with it. So, yeah. No longer a 6th. They have a 7th, and that's it, Sean. But
yeah, we traded both of our 6th-round picks.
Appreciate the 5 there.
Yep, thank you so much.
And then Deontay is asking, how does Chris Paul Jr. compare to Ernest Jones? Well, I think you get first off, Ernest Jones, high football character, like high, a leader. So you're getting that. I think he's better than Ernest Jones in a lot of different ways. I think Ernest Jones, obviously NFL player, better than Chris Paul until I've seen Chris Paul Jr. actually play. But as far as the prospect, I think Chris Paul Jr. is a much better prospect than Ernest Jones was coming out. So that's what I would say.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Sounds good. Tyler Barron closes out the round 5 there with the Jets. And we already know, guys, doesn't matter whether the Rams take a player. I still can't believe they got Chris Paul Jr. That's just, I'm so hyped about that. Dude is just, oh, man. I get fired up, but you have to understand, I don't think the Rams have ever taken a player that I had a first-round grade on, not in the first round. Like, that was crazy. I'm going to get up that clip now. So the Bills are on at 177. Sorry if the ticker's behind. Self-producing is something else, but last pick in the 5th round was Tyler Barron. Jets selected. Miami edge defender. Had some decent tape. I kind of liked him. Obviously in the 5th round, that's totally fine.
All right, guys, I'm back. I've got my pizza.
It's funny. Blaine was just texting me, and he said, "Gonna pretend they gave up those for Hamilton, the future 4th on Paul." That makes me feel better. I'll do that too. I'll do that too.
That makes me feel better.
Gave up the future 4th for Chris Paul Jr. Man.
I don't like that my pizza got here before yours.
Oh, it's not even close. It says 4:50.
What is going
Estimated
on?
arrival.
That's in an hour.
I know, and it's 15 minutes from me. Like, that's not that far.
Well, guys, I got my pizza. I guess I'm going solo.
So Chris Paul Jr., again, the undersized thing, but the RAS is really not bad. His vertical is crazy. He ran a 4.63, which is in the 83rd percentile, 79th percentile, 10-yard split. He plays a lot faster, I would say, than his time. And this dude is really good at just making tackles, man. He's, I really like him. I thought he was better in coverage than a lot of other people do. I think the ceiling is pretty high for him. Now, keep in mind, he was also at Arkansas. He did transfer to Ole Miss, so he's been around. Yeah, he's 22. He'll be 23 in November. So, later in the year, he turns 23. But I love this player. CPJ, let's go. Dorian Strong going to the Bills here at 177. So he comes off the Nolan. I do. Chris Paul Jr. So I made a I made a film breakdown video on him. Yep. It's on the channel. I got lucky with that one, didn't I?
Sorry, guys, I'm back. I'm seeing some people in the chat say we need to hear Alexis eat. No, you don't.
Yeah, we don't need that. I don't need ASMR.
I mean, I don't even like you guys looking at me eating, but this is what we do every year. It's better, though, when Jake is eating with me and I don't feel alone. Now I don't like that I'm eating alone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Bills having a marvelous draft. I don't know if I didn't actually really like the Bills draft that much. I mean, Hairston, TJ Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Jordan Hancock, Jackson Hawes, and then Dorian Strong's a really good pick, but I don't know. I wasn't as hyped about their draft. Garrett Bishop with the 5. Steal of the draft by far. Had him as a second, third rounder. This Chris Paul is going to win a ring before the other. Oof. 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 Glad I was here with y'all for that, LFG. Alexis, I don't know if you remember, but Chris Paul sat at the same table as us at the Chris D'Elia show.
That's right.
Yep.
Well, I didn't realize that till afterwards. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention, but
oh yeah, I remember telling you. You're like, wait, really? I was like, yeah.
I was like, what?
It was right there. So yeah, we sat at the same table as a Chris Paul, not Chris Paul Jr. He wasn't even in college yet, probably. That's how long ago that was. He might have been in college, but that's kind of wild when you think of it. No, he wasn't. There's no way he was in college. Anyway, thanks, Hex. You'll get to, I guess. That's so weird. Appreciate you guys. Wild Man, thank you for the 5. What type of UDFA players do you think the Rams will target? How much longer are we going to hold on to Stetson Bennett? Good question. I mean, UDFA, I could see Quinn Ewers, I think, is probably who they sign if he doesn't get drafted.
This is for the chat. They asked me to hold up a piece of pizza.
Running back, if they draft anybody, it'll be probably either or if they sign anybody after the draft, it'll be Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt or Raheem Sanders. That's just my pick. I'd say maybe look at Trayshawn Holden as a potential UDFA signing. Jimmy Horn Jr., Ja'Cory Brooks, Ricky White. If CJ Dupree is there, I could see them. I could see them signing him. Good Lord. Bryce Cabledew from Kansas, Miles Hinton from Michigan at tackle, Holland Pierce, Jack Nelson, depending. Connor Colby from Iowa and Thomas Perry from Middlebury, I could see as options at guard. If they sign any centers in UDFA, I don't know if I see anybody there. Defensive tackles, Thor Griffith, if he gets undrafted, which would be stupid, but linebacker, I would say Sean Dolak, Jay Higgins from Iowa, Jackson Woodard from UNLV, edge, Elijah Ponder from California Polytechnic, and Tyler Beatty from BYU. Say cornerback, Jabbar Muhammad from Oregon. Could see that. Robert Longerbeam from Rutgers. And then safety, I could see Malik Verdon from Iowa State, Dan Jackson from Georgia, Hunter Wooler from Wisconsin, Maxon Hook from Toledo, Keaton Crawford from Nevada. I could even see Elijah Clark from Syracuse. So those are just some names. Not saying that they will get any of them, but keep an eye on them, I guess.
I like all those names. I'm not being as active right now because I'm eating, but
you're eating. You get a. Oh, I like Bilal Cone or Kone.
Yeah, I was just about to say he went to Baltimore.
That's
and
a
then
good
Miami took Ollie Gordon the running back from Oklahoma State.
He was really, really good, and he had an injury and didn't have the same explosiveness. I do wonder if that comes back. If it does, that's a really, really good pick. But I don't know. Currently putting together the thumbnail for Chris Paul Jr. for the reaction video.
I think it's so funny when the comments are like want a mukbang or whatever. And we went through this on the our charity stream for wildfire relief, Jake. When people were saying that, I'm like, you guys don't understand. I I mute my mic. I literally chew with my mouth closed, and I still cover my mouth because I just don't. I'm not into it.
Yeah, it's. Oh. Hank Woodmore. Can Chris Paul Jr. be just as good or better than Alec Ogletree? I think he can be better. And I liked Ogletree, but I think he can be a better player. Thank you for the 5.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, the Raiders at 180.
Looks like they took that defensive tackle out of Mississippi. Blanking on his name.
Pegues.
JJ Pegues, yeah.
Okay.
The Eagles just took Kyle McCord.
Damn. I like the fit there. Quarterbacks are currency. If he develops properly, they can trade him.
I always find it kind of sad when a player gets picked. Like Pegues just got picked, but they're showing Caleb Johnson highlights.
Yeah,
You know,
they
and
just
I'm
get
always like, that
way
kind of
behind. Oh, no, you're right. Because, I mean, they're showing Caleb Johnson how he was picked yesterday, right?
yeah. So I'm like, why are we talking about Caleb Johnson? Like, let's talk about the player that was just picked. But whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
I'm so hyped about Chris Paul Jr. still. It's so funny. Kyle McCord is way too good of a quarterback to go this late, in my opinion. Getting him in the 6th round is such a steal. No wonder why the Eagles took him. All right, so the Chris Paul Jr. video is up now.
So in terms of quarterbacks, yeah, there's not like you got Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, and Riley Leonard. After that, not sure that anybody gets drafted.
I mean, Curtis Rourke's probably the best quarterback remaining, but he's got so many injury concerns, and that's his issue. It is funny how even in the 6th round, the Eagles are still stealing guys. Patriots pick is in. They're killing it.
Okay, I'm gonna fix my computer cords. 1 second.
Let's see. Where was Puka Nacua picked? That was pretty close, right? Or was it in the 150s? No, it's 177. So Chris Paul Jr. goes 5 picks before Puka Nacua went. And we're over 10,000 views. You guys are great. The Patriots picked the first kicker, Andres Borregales. So we have a kicker off the board here in the 6th round. W. Yeah, he's not quite Cardi. No, he's not. He's not Cardi. Terrence Jones, thank you for the 10. I can't believe Chris Paul Jr. fell to us. That was my number 1 linebacker that I wanted. Let's go Rams. Love that. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm stoked. Will Landman or CPJ start next to Spates? Question mark. Thank you, Tyler. I think Landman comes in on obvious, rushing downs, but I think you'll see a decent amount of Chris Paul Jr. in his first year. I think he is going to have a significant role on this team. Yeah, so Eric asks, was Paul in any of your mocks, Jake? So I think Paul was in 2 of the 3. The final one, I went Mondin, but I think I had Paul in 2 of the 3. I'll check, but I'm pretty sure that's where I had him. Let's see. So latest mock draft was a no. Okay, so my last mock draft, I had Jarquez Hunter. I did not have Chris Paul Jr. in that one. Maybe I don't have him in any. I thought I did. But regardless, this is a guy that I love. And, I don't feel like I had him in any of my drafts because I think I tried to be like the Rams and assume they wouldn't get a linebacker that high. And so I thought Chris Paul Jr. would go in the second round and would be too early for them. But yeah, he was one of my guys. Like Chris Paul Jr. is a player that I've liked for a long time since I dove into the film. Like I was just like, I love this guy. The pick is in. Sign me up, Kareem. Kobe Bryant the 7th would be awesome. He's not going to be there, though. They are sleeping on the Jayhawks. I'm just saying that right now.
It sounds like the Steelers are taking Will Howard, by the way.
Really?
That hasn't been officially announced, but my Steelers people are saying that they're getting word it's Will Howard. Which, I mean, they need a quarterback, right? Oh, the Saints took Devin Neal, Jake.
That's funny. After I was just talking about they sleep on the Jayhawks. Well, not the Saints. I like the selection. Devin Neal is going to be around for a long time. He does everything well. He's going to stay on the field, and he's going to be hard to take it off it because he is such a good pass protector. He's a reliable receiver, and he's got such great vision. And the thing about Devin Neal is his eyes and feet are connected. So he has a lot of these crazy moves he does in space. He doesn't have the long speed. That's why he fell to the 6th round. But a lot of these teams will draft running backs that can't pass protect and have long speed, so they won't be able to keep him on the field every down. This is somebody you can keep on the field every down. And I'm a big fan of Devin Neal. Absolute star for Kansas. All-time leading rusher in KU history. And he just had 16 rushing touchdowns in each of the last 2 seasons. So, yeah, I think this is a great value pick. Probably should have gone in the 3rd round, if I'm being honest with you. But people care too much about speed, and so he fell. But he does... most of the stuff he does better than a lot of the other guys that were drafted ahead of him. So Saints got a good one. They really did. And in that offense, you have Kendre Miller, Jordan Mims, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and then of course Alvin Kamara. They also have Velus Jones, who moved to running back, and Xavier Valade. I think Devin Neal is at least RB3 day one. But I think he offers more than Kendre Miller does, to be honest with you. So I could see him being RB2.
So that the Steelers did take Will Howard, which, they needed to take a quarterback at some point in this draft, in my opinion. What's interesting about this is Will Howard grew up a very big fan of the other Pennsylvania team, I believe. If I'm remembering correctly, is Will Howard grew up a huge Eagles fan, but the Eagles go ahead and take McCord, and the Steelers go ahead and take Will Howard. Some comments in the chat asking... Okay, I see it was answered already. Never mind. So... Baltimore, Houston, Tennessee, and then back-to-back picks for Indy. The only quarterbacks really left, in my opinion, that might get drafted are Riley Leonard and Quinn Ewers. I'd be shocked if Ewers wasn't drafted. I think Riley Leonard should be drafted, but I would be less surprised because I think he kind of is like, I don't know that I think some NFL teams might not like know what to do with Riley Leonard.
Mm.
He's kind of like this weird, like, like type of quarterback that I'm not sure the NFL really likes or has seen before. But um, everyone's asking me to rate my pizza. I'd say it's a solid 7.5. It's pretty good. My thing, I can't finish it at the moment. I would try, but I don't want to keep eating. So I'm gonna finish the rest of it later. But it was very good.
This Will Howard pick, 185, I think makes a lot of sense for Pittsburgh. They will probably end up with Aaron Rodgers, and I think the body composition at quarterback, I'm a fan of it. The arm isn't bad at all. I think he's a much different player than when I watched him at Kansas State. But what I came away with was that he's got some tools, and I wasn't as high on him as some other people were, but in the 6th round here, you could do a lot worse. They're still preparing my pizza. It says 450.
Yeah, I don't like anchovies, guys. But I don't judge because a lot of people judge my pizza, so well, guys, we got Baltimore, Houston, Tennessee, back-to-back Indy picks, Philadelphia, Seattle. I don't suspect that the Rams trade up again. I think they're probably done wheeling and dealing for today. Who knows? But I mean, at this point, in order for them to trade up, they'd have to give up probably 2026 capital because they've only have one pick left. So, we'll see. But I have no idea who the Rams plan on taking next. I mean, I think positionally, um,
Not sure who's
would
going to
love.
be there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know who's going to be there. I guess just positionally, I would like to see them get something for offensive line, just add depth. I mean, they haven't addressed that yet. Maybe go defensive back, although I do think Jalen Ramsey is obviously very much in play. But I think just like my number one wish for the Rams would be offensive line depth. If not, wouldn't hate them grabbing a receiver, wouldn't hate them grabbing a corner. But at this point, maybe it's obviously just a depth pick.
Yeah, I think if he's there, Keaton Crawford is a great fit out of Nevada, the safety.
So I missed the Baltimore pick because I'm seeing that the Texans took Jalen Reed. So
Yeah, I mean, my thing still hasn't updated, which is annoying.
did the Ravens take a kicker? Yep, that makes sense because they've got Justin Tucker's on his way out, it seems, so from Baltimore. So the Ravens draft who they think they're his replacement's going to be Tyler Loop. And then the Texans took Jalen Reed, so we've got the Titans on the clock.
So now, Chris Paul Jr. was my best player available. So now my best player available is LaQuint Allen, my 54th overall player, running back out of Syracuse. Then after him, did Marcus Mambo go?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say.
Giants, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Kobe Bryant, 61st overall player. Then Kyle Monangai, 63rd overall player. So those are my top three right now on the board. Can you imagine if they got Monangai, the freaking pass protecting the Rams would have between him and Kyron? Absolute freak
That
shows.
is true. I just don't think they're going to take another running back.
Tyler Loop is such a weird name. So I assume that's their new kicker since everything that's going on with Justin Tucker.
Yeah, it's going to be Tyler Loop.
Tyler Loop.
From Arizona. Unless they, there's a free agent they bring in as well. Yeah, very curious how the quarterback situation plays out the rest of this draft. Between yours and Leonard, seeing if another quarterback goes, who's going to be undrafted. Curtis Rourke out of Indiana. I don't think Brady Cook out of Mizzou is going to get drafted. I don't think Max Brosmer out of Minnesota is going to get drafted.
No, I think as far as the quarterbacks go, since they haven't been like flying off the board, I don't think that bodes well for some of them.
So the Titans drafted Michigan running back Khalil Mullings.
Okay.
I'm old enough to remember. I mean, Hassan Haskins they drafted out of Michigan. So this isn't the first Michigan running back they've drafted.
Yeah, Mullings is an interesting one because he was not a running back. Like he just turned. He's very new to the position. So that's something to keep in mind there.
Well, we'll see. Back-to-back Colts picks now. Then Philly, then Seattle, who I'm sure will make a pick that will just annoy me to high hell, but whatever.
Yeah. So Mullings was also that's what I wanted to bring up. Mullings was a linebacker they converted to running back. Now the closest thing I can think of that was Miles Jack did that at UCLA. He played both. And then the corner, oh my God, I'm blanking on his name. He was drafted by Washington, also at UCLA. So I don't know why they did that all the time. Fabian Moreau was also, he played running back at one point and he was a corner. But yeah.
So Riley Leonard just got drafted by the Colts.
Damn.
So Riley Leonard goes before Ewers and goes to Indianapolis, which has had kind of a interesting time with their quarterback situation, right? Richardson has been kind of hit or miss.
He might not win that 53-man roster job because they just signed Jason Bean to like a actual like deal.
So I'm very familiar with Riley Leonard, obviously, as a Notre Dame fan. So I've watched quite a bit of him. I did expect him to get drafted, but I wouldn't have been entirely shocked if he didn't. But the thing with Riley Leonard, like I talked about earlier, is like, he's such a good runner, which is a good trait to have in a quarterback. Um, you remember a lot of people I think saw him for the first time in that championship game against Georgia. And everybody was like, why is Riley Leonard, running every single play? Part of it is because I just think Georgia did a really good job of containing Notre Dame's receivers that game, and there just like was nothing there for the offense. But Riley Leonard also just really likes to use his legs. That's why people joke that he's a running back. Um, he's a really, really good athlete. He's pretty fast. Um, Good pocket movement. He's I would say he's a smart football player, quick processor, and also he just seems like a leader. People really, really liked playing for him, and he was really well liked at Notre Dame, and everybody thought, he was a really good locker room presence. So I think he's just being brought into Indianapolis to compete, and they have a lot of questions I think right now at quarterback. So that must be a quarterback that they had a high grade on and that they liked, and we'll see.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I think it's just to add some competition in the quarterback room. Because I think they signed him to a 2-year deal, Jason Bean. I know they like him. I think they're just having an all-out battle. I mean, Riley Leonard could not make this 53-man roster, or he could be the starter.
yeah,
It is
it's
totally
so up in
like
the air.
it is so up in the air. I think Daniel Jones probably ends up as a starter, but who
Hmm.
knows? Who
And they've got
knows?
another pick because they have got back-to-back picks.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see. Maybe they take yours.
Can
They
we
just
not
take
see
both of them.
another double up quarterback thing?
Has that ever happened in an NFL draft before? Back-to-back quarterback picks by the same team?
Bruh.
Do it for the story.
Ty Hamilton is the 160th RAS defensive tackle since 1987. That's an athlete.
To answer Matt your question, I don't think that we're gonna move up again because we only have pick
No.
242, and I don't really think that
I
we're gonna like.
I could see it actually. I could. It's the last pick. You throw a seventh next year if there's somebody that you really want. This is going to be a good UDFA class, I think, but I just don't know if UDFAs are going to want to come to the Rams knowing that they're getting onto this roster is going to be a lot harder to come by. Jesse Davis, thank you for the 2. It seems like all the picks that the Rams wanted. Appreciate the 2.
Thank you.
Alex, thank you for the 5. Hear me out. Trade Mr. Relevant Spot. Draft Ewers as placeholder for Arch Manning. Oh, man. Thomas, thank you for the 2. Draft Jack Nelson to take
Thank you,
over for
Alex.
Havenstein. Yeah,
Thank you,
he's a good
Thomas.
player.
I do like Jack
I
Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, I
mean,
think their next will probably be tackle, right?
that's what I was saying earlier. Is I would like their last pick to be offensive line depth. So
I could see that, or it's going to be an offensive player, I think. but I could see wide receiver. Courtney, thank you for the 20. I'm still high.
Thank you, Courtney.
I'm still on a Chris Paul Jr. high. Let's go. Yes, I'm with you. I'm really a fan of that pick. He's somebody I identified early in the process as like, if they get a chance to interview him, they are going to absolutely love him. The Colts select Tim Smith from Alabama. So I rest assured I'm okay, because I posted that tweet that ESPN put out. I had, if Jackson Dart's name was Tim Smith, he wouldn't get as much hype as he's getting. And then there ended up actually being a Tim Smith in the draft. And I was like, knowing my luck, he's going to go to the Rams and see that. Nah, good for him.
The
that
Eagles,
was so funny.
by the way, drafted Miles Hinton right after that.
Oh my God. Of course they did. Oh, he's underrated. I like him a lot. I actually had him mocked to the Rams in the mock draft they did this morning. So Hinton's really good. I don't know why a Michigan tackle was getting overlooked, but he was.
Tez Johnson is still available.
I'm surprised.
So is
he
Xavier
fell this far.
Restrepo, right? Did I miss
Yeah.
him getting drafted?
No, he's still there. I could really see the Rams getting him as back end depth of the wide receiver room at this point. If he's there at 240, I would not be surprised if he wasn't the pick.
So let's see, Jake. Who's Seattle going to take?
Well, probably somebody I like a lot. So we'll start with that. They have not addressed the center position or tackle. Now, I don't know where he's going to play, Zabel, so he could play one of those. He plays all five. My guess here is they would be looking at Ajani Cornelius, Cameron Williams, and Logan Brown at tackle. At center, Seth McLaughlin and Jake Majors. And at edge, Antoine Powell Ryland. So we'll see what ends up happening. I'm going to lean towards they pick a Jayhawk to piss me off, but my gut is telling me this is McLaughlin from Ohio State. Seth McLaughlin.
Didn't they draft a Kobe Bryant before?
They did. Oh my God. Don't even.
I'm just about to say the Seahawks have already drafted a Kobe Bryant.
Oh my God.
And there's another one available.
It's a Jayhawk, but it's Bryce Cabledew, who was their tackle there. Oh, man. I like Cabledew a lot. I'm surprised he went ahead of Logan. He played 50 games. Yeah. He's also the butt of a joke because people will just put your cables do, like Cabledew. But I liked him, and I thought he was really impressive in the Big 12. I wasn't sure if he'd get drafted, but I knew it. They're going to pick a Jayhawk. I just had the wrong one. Bryce Cabledew can play tackle, can play guard.
They're killing you, Jake. They're killing you this year.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
So you got Jacksonville, Chicago, Detroit, Denver on deck.
I love how I picked that there would be a Jayhawk. Like what? Taj Brooks, I liked his film. Texas Tech comes off the board here to the Bengals at 193. A lot of really good running backs. He graded really high for me, but he was so low on the rankings. And that's why I don't really care about the rankings when you have a position that's that deep. Like, are we really surprised it was a Jayhawk, y'all? Come on. You
It's
know
the type
better.
of year. The Seahawks were determined to
I mean, come on now.
So Jacksonville's pick is in. I'm really curious what the Bears are going to do next. I've liked their draft overall so far. I'm curious what.
Jaguars pick is in. Jalen McLeod, linebacker, Auburn. Did someone get Quinn Ewers?
Nope.
Why are they showing him right now?
They keep showing, that's my thing. They keep showing random guys and never the guy who's picked, and they just, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. I don't know why they are doing what they're doing, but
Bears are on the clock. To me, this has got to be like Damian Martinez. I think it's a really good fit for them. I don't know how the hell he's still available. This is such a good running back class, and yet there's so many running backs still available. I don't understand it. You know? I don't get it. Okay, so
the Bears got Luke Newman. I'm blanking. I don't know if I know who that is.
Michigan State guard.
I believe they also drafted another guard, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then they traded for Tooney, and they've got our guard, Jonah Jackson.
Yeah.
They are not making the mistake they made with Fields. They are absolutely building a brick wall in Chicago.
It's kind of a shame that Ben Johnson didn't go there a year earlier. Justin Fields might have actually had.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they did him so dirty, but that's how it goes. You get a new regime in, they correct the old one's mistakes, and it's funny. The NFL Network has a graphic up right now of all the Jalen, or Jalen's drafted. So there's been 10 Jalen's with a variety of spellings.
Oh my God.
Drafted in this draft. That's funny.
Our Chris Paul Jr. reaction video is destroying every other reaction video. What does that tell you about Rams fans and how excited they are about this pick? It's the most viewed video that I've seen since it's been posted in the first 30 minutes. I'm so hyped about that. Lions are on the clock here at 196. They need an edge. They need a center. So this is either Jared Ivey or this is McLaughlin. Or Jake Majors. I mean, either one.
To Detroit?
Yeah. I'm going to say McLaughlin.
The Houston trade. So the Lions pick, I don't see what the Lions pick is, but Houston just traded up. So they're on the clock now. I
Interesting.
feel like they've traded up a lot.
Yeah. Rams are 46 picks away. This pizza is going to be so damn cold. I don't trust it.
Texans selected Graham Mertz. Wow.
What?
Is that who I'm thinking that is? Is that the Florida quarterback? Or am I totally confusing him with...
Yeah, that's a Florida quarterback. The Lions selected Ahmed Hassan9. First player from Egypt to play FBS football.
Wow. That's
Damn.
cool.
That is cool.
Pass rusher out of Boise State. And that pick is before the Graham Mertz pick. Graham Mertz is not even, for reference, he's not even on like ESPN's.
Well, that's ridiculous to me that he's not. I get, he's still one of the best quarterbacks remaining. I think you're probably down to Quinn Ewers. No, you're down to Curtis Rourke first. Rourke is the best quarterback. He's just injured a lot. Quinn Ewers, probably say Seth Hennigan, Taylor Elgersma, Brady Cook, and then I'd probably say Graham Mertz. That's kind of silly that he's not even on the list. I don't think he's that bad.
Yeah, I'm on ESPN's best available, and their last, they've got... Let me see. Let me update it. Yeah. I think best available quarterback right now is Ewers. Mertz ahead of him is crazy. So the Packers are up.
It's now an estimated arrival of 5'11". Are you kidding me?
Green Bay, Chargers, Jacksonville, then Minnesota with back-to-back picks.
All right. Who would Green Bay go with here? No Alexis. Don't say receiver again. They have too many. They went with Sorrell, Oliver, Golden, Belton, Williams. So I would probably peg them to have a need at corner. I don't know how they haven't addressed that yet. I mean, Jair Alexander, is he going to get traded? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
I
love how
guess
the chat said Jake's Pizza or Rams last pick, which delivers first. At this point, we're nearing the 7th round, so
it's going to be close. I ordered it a while ago, too. I didn't, wait that long.
if the Packers draft a receiver here, I will actually just
No, they're going to pick a Jayhawk. It'll be Kobe Bryant. They like that feisty type. I could see longer beam from Rutgers as well as Zy Alexander.
I forgot that he's still available.
He's still available, and people forgot because they probably assumed he was gone by now because every mock draft had him going in the first 3 rounds.
A lot of people are bringing up Isaiah Bond in the comments, but Isaiah Bond has off the field things that I think are going to prevent him from being drafted and that are very much still active and not good.
Yeah. So, full disclosure, it's an accusation at the time being. He was, arrested, of course, on suspicion. This is a legal thing that's going to have to pan out. We just, you know what I mean? You don't know what's going to happen, and I don't think a team is willing to draft him with that hanging over his head.
Yeah, I don't see a team
because there's no
pick.
There's nothing to know. He even had the charge, so. And he had a quote, "Alcohol makes me do things." Probably not a quote that you want to get out there, but yeah. So I would say no. I would probably say he goes undrafted.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, but that's it is what it is.
I am surprised Restrepo has not been drafted, to be honest. I mean, I feel like this is way lower than I expected for him. He's a receiver out of Miami. The Packers took defensive tackle Warren Brinson.
Warren Brinson.
I am unfamiliar.
Yep, don't know who that is. As it stands right now, if the Rams were going to pick at 242 and I had to predict who would be there, I think for them, Mello Dotson does make sense from Kansas. Yeah, Mello Dotson. I could see Tez Johnson, Oregon. Restrepo, Miami. Brew McCoy, Tennessee. Daquan Felton. Elijah Badger. Ja'Cory Brooks. I mean, I think there's quite a few receivers that the Rams would be able to take there. Quarterback doesn't make any sense, but if they took a quarterback, I just feel like it would be Ewers.
I don't think they're taking a quarterback.
I don't think so either. Safety, I could really see them taking Keaton Crawford, former Texas Longhorn transfer. I know Rams have like that Texas connection. Maybe it's a plot twist and it's like, we didn't take a current Texas Longhorn. We took a previous Texas Longhorn. So I could see that. I think, though, if he's there, I think Cameron Williams is the pick because he's way too good to be there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he has not been taken yet either. Also, Texas guy. So we got Chargers, Jacksonville, then back-to-back Minnesota picks. We're still in the 6th round, which is crazy to me because it feels like later.
I think right now I'm kind of hoping for Cam Williams. I mean, obviously I love my Jayhawks, but I just don't think he should be there. Like, that's insane.
Branson Taylor, offensive tackle of the Chargers.
I had a 3rd-round grade on Cameron Williams, 85th overall prospect. Mickens is still there, which is funny because when we were doing our mock drafts, I think you and I both were like, yeah, I don't think Mickens is going to fall here. He won't
That
be
is
here.
one that we got wrong.
Yeah.
It happens, but
It does.
I think it's wild Ewers isn't gone yet. I don't really like Ewers, and I think he's a little bit overhyped, but I certainly thought he would be, drafted by now. So that is surprising to me. Did Warren Sharp tweet Jake?
What
I'm
about
looking at the chat.
I like Warren Sharp.
Oh,
Is it bad?
wait, no. It's about Jalen Ramsey. They were just saying, I get what they were saying now. Jake, look at Warren Sharp tweet. I thought they were saying Jake, he tweeted you. Jalen Ramsey and the Dolphins have reached a point where they agree he should continue his career elsewhere. Dolphins may wait to trade him until after June 1st. For cap considerations, LA Rams are interested in a reunion per Ian Rapp now on NFL Network. Okay, so really that's coming from Ian Rapp.
I appreciate his tweets, though, because I
Yeah.
have the thing muted, so there's no way I would hear that. You know what I mean? That is probably the worst kept secret ever. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I think I've been saying Jalen Ramsey, the Rams, for, I forget how, for a long time.
Have we seen the Jaguars pick, by the way, yet, guys? Because I feel like I've been stuck on the
We got
Chargers.
a 509 ETA now.
Branson Taylor, the tackle out of Pittsburgh, just went to the Chargers.
I didn't get a chance to watch Branson Taylor, sadly, so I couldn't really tell you. I like the name, though. It's kind of cool. Branson.
I think of Branson, Missouri. If anyone is familiar, it's like a little vacation town in Missouri with like theme parks and
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm going to hire us a producer next year so I don't have to do all this. Because I'm like trying to give analysis. It's like, oh, I'm also typing. It's like, yeah.
I give you credit. I'm so not, I wouldn't even know where to begin with all that tech stuff.
All right. Pick 200, Raywan Lane the third from Navy. Shout out to Navy.
Safety out of Navy. This is about where I had him going. Good player. Back-to-back Vikings picks upcoming.
Yeah, Jags. Where did what's his face go? Cisco. They didn't bring him back.
He went to wait. I thought they did though. Hold on, let me
No,
see.
the Jets signed him. It looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't think they brought him back. We're at 11,000 views and we're approaching 12,000 views. So we appreciate you guys big time. It's been a very successful event, I think. And we have super chats to get to. Bo Bowen is back at it. How amazing is the Paul pick? Amazing. Pretend we went at 46 and all our other picks get bumped down to one. That is an amazing draft. Blows me away. Now get that OT. Love it, Bo. Thank you. And I think that's a really smart way to look at it. It's like what Blaine said, you know. We just traded that future fourth to get Chris Paul Jr. Appreciate
Thank
the
you,
10.
Bo.
Wildman Samurai, thank you. Back at it. What percentage would you put on the Rams getting Jalen Ramsey back? I mean, I'm at like a 75 to 80% chance. Like, I feel very confident he's back. It's not 100. It's not 90, but very confident he's back.
I say I'm like at 75%.
Yeah.
I'm confident. And the Vikings just drafted Kobe King, by the way.
Really good player. Really good run stopper. Probably the best run defender at linebacker in the draft. He's built kind of funny. Like he's got this thick build, but he's shorter. But man, point of attack, he's got some pop behind his pads. Minnesota also had the next pick. They drafted Gavin Bartholomew, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Out of Pitt.
So, are you saying 202 was Kobe King?
201. They had back-to-back picks.
Okay, so 202 was Gavin Bartholomew.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Vikings.
Those were our old picks. You're right, 80, 89. 201 and 202 is what we gave up to move up for Chris Paul. So with those picks, they took Kobe King and Bartholomew.
Okay, so it's LeJontay Wester from Colorado. Off the board here to the Ravens. Potential return guy. Got some speed. I'm surprised he went ahead of
Jimmy Horn.
yeah. I'm very
me too.
surprised by that.
Another weapon for Lamar Jackson.
We'll see about that one. I don't know how much playing time he's going to see immediately, but
Dallas pick is all these picks, by the way, if you guys are watching on the net, like they're all locked. Like they're in. Like Dallas's pick is already in. We're at that point now. I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 picks till round 7, and then round 7 is gonna just absolutely go haywire. You know, just super, super quick, I think. Although maybe not, because I feel like they do need to stretch it out till 6 Eastern.
it's 7 Eastern.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, it's always 7 hours.
I forget.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Cowboys took Ajani Cornelius, offensive tackle out of Oregon.
I had him going to the Rams in my mock, so the dream is dead on that one. Kobe Bryant is
dead.
only one that remains from my mock to go to the Rams. So, as much as I'd like to take credit for Chris Paul, I never had him in any of my mock drafts because I didn't think that he would fall that far. He was one of my guys, so I'm very happy about that, but I didn't predict him. And as much as I want to take credit for Jarquez Hunter, he was in my second mock draft. And that, if you want to make that count, you can, but I'm not going to because I had a streak of picking at least one Ram that they drafted every one of my final mock drafts. So last year was Cardi. Cardi is one of the only guys I had in every single one of my mock drafts I did. The only other guy I can think of, actually there was two, was Quentin Lake, who the Rams ended up drafting.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? The cornerback they got that was like crazy athlete that they just cut last year.
The Rams?
Yeah, I cannot remember his name. I don't know why.
It's not Tomlinson.
No, not Trey. It's the other one. Robert Rochelle. Thank you, Alex.
Right, out of Arkansas.
GTA 6 before Jake's Pizza.
So Commanders, Bills, Eagles, Panthers, Eagles again. And Baltimore has 2 more picks, too, before this round is over.
Oh, so there's going to be some really good players off the board here. There's still a lot of really good players. And I feel like we say this every year. Sometimes teams, they just view things differently. But like Mickens is too good to fall into the 7th round.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Williams, that's insanity. Damian Martinez, straight insanity. Seth McLaughlin, I know it's because of the injury. Because he would have been easily the number 1 center, but he got hurt. Isaiah Bond, off the field stuff. Logan Brown, that's insane to me. He should have gone a while ago. Tommy Hill, that's about where he would go. Zy Alexander, I think, was a little overrated, but...
Let me see here. Like Nazir Stackhouse still there. Howard Cross at defense. Not that we're looking at defensive tackle, but let me see corner. Sebastian Castro out of Iowa.
Jake, get your pizza oven ready. Yeah, I know. This thing's going to be colder than ice. Says he's 5 minutes away. All right. Well, the Rams don't pick until 2:42. Alexis, I'm going to give you the solo. Your time is now.
My time is now. All right. All right, guys. Jake is going to get his pizza. And the Commanders just drafted linebacker Kane Medrano out of UCLA. So if we have any UCLA fans in the chat, um, one of your linebackers just went to the Commanders. And I am not super familiar with this UCLA player, so I'll let you guys let us know your analysis. But Alex, thank you. You're right. Now the show begins. No, I'm just kidding. But um, we are really close to the seventh round starting. So we've got Buffalo, Philadelphia, Carolina, Philadelphia again, two Baltimore picks, Arizona, two Vegas picks, Chargers, Broncos, then we'll have the seventh round. So Bills pick is in. We'll see what the Bills pick is. And Jake actually brought up a good point that the NFL draft is slotted till 7 Eastern, which is still 2 hours away. So they're probably going to stretch this thing out. Um, yes, Tez Johnson is still available, which is surprising. You guys are talking about a McVay interview, but I haven't seen it yet because I've been on here, but I will check it out. I'm gonna have a lot of content to check out after the draft. Let's see. Well, guys, oh, the Bills took Chase Lunt, tackle out of UConn. I like him. Who do I want this last pick to be? I don't know that I have a preference. I just would like to see some offensive line depth because I really always worry about that with the Rams. I feel like far too often in recent history we've gotten into situations where we don't have good depth or our offensive line isn't um up to par and people are shuffled around. So like I always think it's a good idea every draft to take offensive linemen. I think it's always good to have as many as you can on your team. So that'd be my pick. Looking at best available, who's left at receiver, because I know we haven't taken a receiver yet. I'd say like um, Xavier Restrepo out of Miami would be really good value. Nick Nash would be good. Jake really likes Elijah Badger out of Florida. Kobe Hudson out of UCF, Ricky White out of University of Las Vegas. I mean, I won't be upset with any of those guys. Um, at corner, I mean, Kobe Bryant out of Kansas, who Jake's been talking about. I like Tommy Hill out of Nebraska, Zaya Alexander out of LSU. But I just think offensive line depth is my preference. And speaking of that, the Eagles just drafted Cam Williams out of Texas. The Eagles are killing it, guys. It's infuriating. They're having a really good draft in Philadelphia. Man, I would have loved Cam Williams and the Rams, but um yep, and they pick again, you're right, 80, 89. So Carolina's on the clock and Philadelphia's on the clock again. So Philadelphia has what's really crazy about this is it goes Philly, Carolina, Philly. Then it goes Baltimore, Arizona, Baltimore. Then it goes Vegas, Chargers, Vegas. That's really weird. That's a really interesting sequence of events right there. You've got three teams sandwiched where they're picking and then another team picks, then they pick again. That is kind of crazy, assuming that there's no trades right here. So we'll see what the Panthers do. So the first UDFA deal has already broke. The Jaguars are signing Yukon defensive back Jordan Wright. That's crazy. It's not even the seventh round yet, but it's true. I didn't realize that that was technically allowed. Because, like, how do they know already? Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Brian, I will not be watching Hard Knocks this year. I'm kind of over that show. Alex, is that even possible? Yeah. See, I don't know how this is technically possible. I mean, a reputable guy shared it. Ryan Fowler tweeted it. I'm going to quote tweet it and see if someone can explain to me how is this possible. Not even the seventh round yet. Because what if a team is interested in Jordan White and they draft him? Is this like a preemptive agreement or something? Well, like I said earlier, this is supposed to be slated until 7 p.m. Eastern, so we still have 2 hours, and all of a sudden the clock just like stopped and has gotten really slow. Um, Final Flash, I have no idea. I just think it's weird. I've never seen, I don't know that I've seen this before, that a UDFA deal is announced before the draft is even over. If it was listen, I know that at the end of the seventh round, teams just start calling guys if they don't think they're going to be drafted. But this feels early. This feels really early. So, Manuel Kobe has not been drafted yet. He is still on the board. Did the Panthers take Jimmy Horn? They did. The Panthers took Jimmy Horn Jr., receiver from Colorado. Forrest Daniels, where are you located? Because Jake and I are both in different parts of the country. So I guess it would depend, but thank you for that offer. Rams pick at 272, I believe, or at 208, so we have a long time. Philly's up again, which means a really good player is about to be drafted based on the way that Philadelphia has been drafting. I still don't have an answer about that UDFA thing, other just that more people are sharing it, so I just really don't. Central California. So unfortunate. So Jake is in upstate New York and I'm in Chicago. So if there's a way that we could work it out, that'd be great. But unfortunately, we're not in California. Deontay Smith said, Alexis, is Philly proof more teams should draft best player available? Um, I'm not sure because I don't know. That's not a good answer, but I don't know. They do seem to do that. I mean, they've drafted like two really good linebackers when they already have a good linebacking room. But you look at their draft, like they took Kyle McCord, which I wouldn't say was best player available. They took Miles Hinton, might have been BPA to them because they've got a really crowded interior defensive tackle room. Cam Williams, I mean, yeah, that was best player available. So I just think, I just think that they just are smart drafters over in Philadelphia. They seem to always get really good picks. So Powell Ryland, they just drafted Powell Ryland, who is I'm blanking on his first name, but he's a pass rusher out of Virginia Tech. So yeah, I mean, good player. Forgot, like, kind of forgot about him this late in the draft. Didn't think he'd be there, but Antoine Powell Ryland, that's right. Pass rusher out of Virginia Tech. So Baltimore, Arizona, Baltimore, then Vegas, Chargers, Vegas, then Denver, then we are into the seventh round. 32 picks until the Rams pick again, and that's their last pick because they've made some trades. Isaiah Bond is still available, but he is, I believe, going to go undrafted because of his off the field stuff that is ongoing right now. And I don't think a team is going to spend a draft pick on him. So let's see who Baltimore is taking. It would be so crazy if the Rams did something like trade up into the sixth round while Jake is getting his pizza. Could you guys imagine? Another Virginia Tech guy, back-to-back Virginia Tech picks because the Ravens just drafted Anais Peebles, defensive tackle out of Virginia Tech. So back-to-back defensive Virginia Tech players taken at the end of the sixth. And then we got the Cardinals up, so now we got to all root that this is a massive overreach somehow for the Cardinals. So are we going to try and get an offensive tackle? That was asked in the chat. I would hope so. Wherever the Rams pick at the end of the draft here, I really just want offensive line depth. I think tackle might be a little bit smarter than going interior, but at the end of the day, I don't know that I care that much. Just get some depth, get some bodies in there. Someone said I'd take Elijah Badger over Restrepo. I mean, I like both of them. I thought Restrepo would be like a fourth round pick, so I am surprised that he is not drafted yet. So I think whoever gets him is getting really good value. Yeah, Jonah Monheim. See that name in the chat. This draft has gotten so slow. They really are going to try to drag this out for another nearly 2 hours. Like, this is crazy. Ooh, I like that idea. Restrepo reuniting with Warden, Tennessee. I would love to see that. I love those reunions, as I've talked about. So the Cardinals pick is in, guys. This feels like it could also be Xavier Restrepo, if I'm being honest, for the Cardinals. He seems like a receiver that they like. They are taking forever to announce these picks. So annoying. So annoying. They really need to start cutting. I really think they could cut their draft day by an hour at least every year. and just ramp up this process. And so the Cards take Hayden Connor, guard from Texas. Didn't they already take a guard though? Let me look at their. I guess not. This is the first offensive player the Cardinals have taken. They took a defensive tackle, corner, edge, linebacker, another corner, and now a guard. I'll be honest though, I like a lot of the guys they drafted, unfortunately. I wasn't as high on Walter Nolan, who they took in the first defensive tackle out of Ole Miss, but they got Will Johnson, who fell to the second, like Jordan Birch out of Oregon, Cody Simon out of Ohio State. Denzel Burke was a guy I kept mocking to the Rams. That's a corner they took in the fifth, and now they take Aiden Connor. So, unfortunately, um, I do really like the draft the Cardinals have had. And as we talked about earlier, the 49ers and the Cardinals are just completely going after defensive guys for the most part. At least the first 4 rounds they did. So we are on pick 212. Baltimore is up. We got Baltimore, then Vegas, Chargers, Vegas again, Denver, then we're into the 7th round. So we are nearing the 7th. Jake must be eating his pizza off air. He's like, I'm gonna devour this in peace. Well, guys, since this draft is now taking forever and the NFL is clearly going to milk this for all it's worth, let me go. I'm going to quickly read off best available um, at each position. And yeah, I don't know if Jake is breaking tradition, chat. I don't know if he is. He went to get his pizza a while ago. Maybe it still wasn't there. And I don't know. So I just was guessing maybe he was going to eat by himself and break tradition. But so if I'm going to best available right now, and this isn't just for the Rams. I'm just going in general because I don't know what the Rams are going to do. Quarterback, you got Quinn Ewers, Curtis Rourke. After that, I don't see any of these guys getting drafted. Maybe Max Brosmer out of Minnesota, maybe Brady Cook out of Mizzou, but probably not. So really nothing there. Running back, Damian Martinez, who I thought would go much earlier. Brashard Smith out of SMU, still available. LeQuint Allen out of Syracuse. Kyle Monangai out of Rutgers. Raheem Sanders out of South Carolina. Phil Maffa out of Clemson. A lot of running backs left. Receiver, which I could see the Rams maybe doing. Brew McCoy out of Tennessee. Tez Johnson out of Oregon. Xavier Restrepo out of Miami. Nick Nash out of San Jose. Ricky White out of UNLV. Elijah Badger out of Florida. Kobe Hudson out of UCF. Caden Prather out of Maryland. A lot left at receiver. Tight end. I don't think the Rams are going to double dip at tight end, but you got CJ Dupree out of Alabama, Luke Lachey out of Iowa, Jake Brenningstool out of Clemson. Offensive tackle, which I could see happening, for the Rams, like we just talked about. Logan Brown is probably best available for me. Kansas. Jack Nelson out of Wisconsin. Holland Pierce out of Rutgers. After that, not a lot at tackle. You look at guard. I'd say Joshua Gray out of Oregon State. Garrett Dellinger out of LSU. Xavier Truss out of Georgia. Clay Webb, Jacksonville State. Joe Huber out of Wisconsin. Center, Seth McLaughlin, who I know we talked about it earlier, but he would be um, going a lot higher if not for the injuries. Jake Majors out of Texas, who I like. Jonah Monheim out of USC. By the way, the Ravens drafted Robert Longerbeam out of Rutgers. He's a cornerback, and I have to say I'm not familiar. Um, Best available defensive tackle. Again, do not see the Rams addressing this position again, but I'd say Howard Cross out of Notre Dame, Nazir Stackhouse out of Georgia. Um, Not a lot there, in my opinion. Linebacker, don't see the Rams addressing this again, but you got Cody Lindenberg out of Minnesota, Eugene Asante out of Auburn, Jamon Dumas Johnson out of Kentucky, Jay Higgins out of Iowa. Pretty much it. Pass rusher, don't see the Rams addressing again, but you got Jared Ivey out of Ole Miss, Jod Joyner out of Minnesota, Fidel Diggs, Syracuse, RJ Oben, Notre Dame. Corner, um, this list is inaccurate because they're listing Quincy Riley. Let me go back to mine. So Dorian Strong, Virginia Tech, Tommy Hill, Nebraska, Kobe Bryant, Kansas. Safety, RJ Mickens out of Clemson, Maxon Hook, Toledo, Hunter Waller out of Wisconsin. Not much there, guys. I don't really like, again, I think if I'm the Rams and I'm looking at best available, I'm going offensive tackle or receiver. Because other than that, I don't really love how the board looks. Let me go to the chat and see what people are saying. Um, so I do not live in the same state as Jake. I live in Chicago. Um, I started doing, we started doing so by the way, the Raiders just drafted cornerback Tommy Mellott out of Montana State. The Ewers thing is so puzzling to me. I also am not familiar with Tommy Mellott, but I personally have not seen him on a single draft board, so this is a very surprising pick to me because I haven't even seen this name mentioned, but that doesn't mean that, I mean, he's a 2024 Walter Payton winner. So he's been around, so he's obviously a very good player. I just haven't seen. Is he a quarterback or a wide receiver? Because the NFL Network's listing him as a quarterback. But other people are saying that he's being drafted as a receiver, so he might be like a Taysom Hill type. Um, I do like Chicago. Someone asked in the comments if I like Chicago. Um, Jake and I started streaming the draft together back in 2019. Um, and it was a very poor quality production. We were like on Facebook Live using like a little like webcam that was attached to a computer. And we just did it for fun. And it's evolved a lot over the years and it's crazy. It's crazy. I think, we try to make it better every year. Um, COVID was the one year that kind of threw it off a little bit. But yeah. Mello Dotson is still available. He is, and so is Kobe Bryant. Um, Chargers pick is in. And then you've got Vegas, Denver, then we start the seventh round. And I think the seventh round is going to take a billion years if it's true that they're trying to drag this out. Chargers had a really good first and second round pick, but I don't really love what they did with. I mean, they took a defensive tackle in the third. They took an edge. I don't know. I don't really love the Chargers draft, if I'm being honest. I'm looking at it. It's on the screen right now. We'll see who they took now. Nick, you're right. It is a yearly tradition. It is a yearly tradition. We all hang out in here for the draft. Daniel, I don't really know who we're looking at um, specifically for the last pick for the Rams. I think it's like we're at the point in the draft where I have no idea what the board is going to look like, but I just went and read some best player available lists, and I don't love anything other than offensive tackle or receiver, to be honest. I don't really love who's left. Jake went to go get his pizza, but he did that a while ago, so I don't really know where he's at. Maybe he just wanted to eat um, in private, which kind of breaks our tradition here, but who knows? Or his pizza was the wrong pizza and he's fighting with the pizza delivery guy. Oh, there it is, guys. RJ Mickens finally off the board. Jake and I were talking about this earlier. Safety out of Clemson. They think this is low for him. Um, at least where I expected him to go. So good pick for the Chargers here. We've only got two picks left in the sixth, Vegas and Denver. And then we can start the last round of the 2025 NFL draft. So we'll see. Yeah, it's I agree with everybody saying offensive tackle. I really would just like the Rams to get depth at O-line. I think, and looking at who's left, there's nothing else other than offensive tackle or receiver. I didn't particularly love the way that the board looks right now. But also it's a late seventh round pick. So it's like, are we really gonna get super upset with anything that they do? I would be upset if they drafted, like Isaiah Bond, for the reasons we discussed earlier. But like, I don't know that I can really complain so much, right? Of what they're going to do with this last pick. I just would like to see offensive line depth. And then I think I would be annoyed if they took Ewers because I'm just so not high on him. And I've said it the entire draft. I don't really want the Rams to target any of the running backs, or sorry, quarterbacks in this draft. But pick is in for Vegas, but it's been in for a while. Let's see. All the accounts that I had followed that were breaking picks have kind of slowed down. So Sanders did get drafted, Matthew. The Browns took him. So the Raiders drafted quarterback Cam Miller out of North Dakota State. Another quarterback before Ewers. So here's what I'll say about Ewers, and I don't know if this is the reason I haven't said this is because I don't actually know how true this is just what I've heard, is that there was an whatever this means, an attitude thing. I don't know if that's real. I genuinely don't. I did not take it seriously, but I think it is very crazy that all of these quarterbacks are now going before him, like quarterbacks who I didn't even think would get drafted or who I haven't really heard of are going before Ewers, which I think is very surprising. I also just personally, I always thought Ewers was overrated. Now, I thought he was draft worthy, right? Like I didn't think that he would get undrafted, but I did think that he was a little bit like overrated. I didn't love him as much as I know a lot of other people loved him. So I'm very surprised that he hasn't been drafted yet. I will be shocked if he's not drafted at all. Chat saying Restrepo. I would be happy if the Rams drafted Restrepo. I like him a lot. I'm shocked that he hasn't been drafted. Um, Cam Miller. How is he not on? my radar. He wasn't on best of it. He wasn't even on ESPN, like quarterbacks available. Yeah, if I update like receivers, Brew McCoy, Tez Johnson. I think, Tez Johnson is interesting. I think he really hurt his draft stock at the comp because he's so small and his thing is kind of being fast, but then he didn't run well and didn't run that quick, I think, at the combine and his pro day. I don't actually remember what he did his pro day, but I think he hurt his draft stock, but I'm still surprised that he's like not drafted. He's available. Restrepo. I think Jake really likes Brew McCoy. He didn't run at the combine though, and I don't really know that his numbers in college were that good, but Ricky White out of UNLV. Broncos took the first punter of the draft with the last pick in the 6th round, Jeremy Cranshaw. Jeremy Cranshaw, Florida Gators punter. So now we can begin the 7th round. So here's the thing about the 7th round is that it does not have to make sense. Like the 7th round, what you're going to see is you're going to just start seeing people take their guys. It doesn't really have to make sense. Going to be a lot of guys that we didn't think would be drafted. Could be a lot of guys that we aren't familiar with out of like smaller schools. There's Jake. Did
What
you
up?
eat off camera?
Yeah, I did.
Everyone said that you broke tradition.
No, because I have a pizza here.
All right.
But I know everyone want to watch me eat.
See, if I knew that Jake was going to eat off camera, I would have ate off camera because I really hate eating on camera. But the whole reason I did it is because that's what we were supposed to do. So now we have to watch Jake eat at least one piece. See, I know, chat. He broke tradition. See, he thought he was too good for it.
Nah, it was. I got pizza with my my roommate, and I just needed a break.
All right, what kind of pizza did you get?
Plain cheese. And I got some pomegranate cranberry right here. We got our first punter,
We did.
Jeremy Crawshaw. Jeremy Crawshaw. It is a crazy. It is a crazy name. And it's a boring ass. Of course. Guys, cheese pizza is all you need. Look at that.
So the news basically, Jake, I don't know if you were following what was going on or now, but Quinn Ewers still hasn't been drafted and they've started drafting quarterbacks that are like on nobody's radar. And
Tommy
like
Mellott, I was surprised by that.
they also drafted the North Dakota State quarterback. The Raiders took both of them. They took Tommy Mellott and they took guys, what was his name out of North Dakota State? I'm totally blanking. Whoever the quarterback at North Dakota State is.
Cam Miller.
Yeah.
How do you guys not like just plain cheese pizza?
I like just plain cheese pizza, but it is also boring. Like both things can be true, you know?
It's so good though. I think pizza, if it's good enough, I don't need like a bunch of toppings on it.
Also, so what's also interesting is that they announced like some UDFA signings, and how is that even happening?
What?
Like
That
Ryan Fowler, who's very reputable,
yeah.
said first UDFA deal. Jaguars are signing Yukon defensive back Jordan Wright per source.
If he doesn't get drafted, they've already agreed to it. Okay. That makes sense. Jeremy Crawshaw is just a wild name.
So Dallas kicking off the 7th round, and the pick is in.
So I left you with 13 picks, and you left me, I think, with like 7. So I took a longer break than you. I apologize. I did go 5 straight hours without one, though. Yeah, I think it's crazy that Restrepo still hasn't gone. I don't care about his 40 time. That guy plays. I mean, he can play receiver in this league.
Well, Jake, if it's true that they're trying to get this to drag out till 7 Eastern, we're just now starting to. We're about to see the longest 7th round of all time. By the way, the Cowboys picked defensive tackle Jay Toya. I think it's pronounced out of UCLA. I'm sorry, guys, I'm not familiar. I know there's UCLA fans. I don't know if that's the right pronunciation.
Yeah. 3-year starter at UCLA. Good run defender. Gives them some size in the middle. I like it. Wow.
So we've got Atlanta pick is in. This is actually going pretty quickly. So are we sure that it's
Yes.
not 6 Eastern?
It's 7.
All right. Well, Atlanta pick is in. Then we've got Giants, Patriots, Jacksonville, Vegas.
Because we've already seen it. They get off to a really good start, and then they slow down. And yeah, we know the drill. We know what they're doing.
I also will say I don't know how long I can stick around after the draft, y'all. I might be going to visit my grandfather in the hospital. As you all know, he is in the hospital. So I had told him when the draft wraps up, I might head over there. So
I think like
don't
just a quick recap.
yeah, just a quick recap, and then Jake and I will be back.
Of all 257 picks.
Yeah, we'll be doing episodes breaking down the Rams picks more in depth and just our thoughts on the draft and everything. But the Falcons took Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, out of Wisconsin. Jake, when you were gone, I went through all the best available for every position just because we were, the draft was taking forever. So I went through all of them. And my conclusion was that receiver and offensive tackle were like pretty much it. For me, when I was looking at everybody available at all the positions, there's no one that I like really loved anywhere except for tackle and wide receiver for the Rams. So
I don't like him off the board. I wanted him to be there just in case.
Yeah. And thank you guys for the nice comments about my grandpa. I appreciate it in the comments.
Yes.
So the Giants pick is in.
I feel like I'm going to be at the point of receiver or Jayhawk. Because, I mean, I'd be fine with Kobe Bryant, Mello Dotson, or Logan Brown. So
True, there's some those corners I'd be, yeah. I guess I'd be at like, I'm probably going to be offensive tackle receiver, but then if they take someone out of Notre Dame, like, why not? We're picking so late. Um, might as well go with a guy who you like RJ Oben. Sure. Howard Cross. Again, really would not understand taking another defensive tackle, but whatever. So the Giants picked Thomas Fidone the second, tight end.
Fedoni.
Fidone. I am not familiar, but he's the tight. Oh wait, tight end out of Nebraska. Maybe I did. Hold on. No, never mind. Never mind.
Pizza party at Jake's. I like Fedoni. He's got a fun little play style to him. Good after the catch, can break some tackles. Good athlete too. Really productive when, of course, utilized. I just he's got a lot of fans in the Rams community, and I think they really wanted him. A lot of Rams fans wanted him.
Tez Johnson is still available, although I just don't really think Tez Johnson makes sense for the Rams. I mean, maybe if you're going best player available and you look at the receiver board by the time they pick, then I guess that could make sense.
So back-to-back Rams fans type of picks. Jack Nelson off the board, and then Thomas Fedoni. Pick 219. Still pretty far away from the Rams pick. I don't see them trading up. I just don't. I know some people are asking about it. I don't see it. I think they'll let the board come to them, and I'm okay with it.
So the Patriots picked, sorry, I just closed out of it. The Patriots picked Marcus Bryant.
I want to see if Thomas Perry gets drafted.
I'm still so shocked Xavier Restrepo's not been drafted.
Yeah, it's weird.
Did my headphones just die?
Yeah. I want Middlebury Thomas Perry to get drafted.
So we got Jacksonville, Vegas, Seattle, Houston, guys.
Shout out to you guys. We just hit 13,000 views for the full.
On day 3.
Yep.
And we still got one Rams pick to go.
It's pretty crazy. When you think about it, let's go back to last year's draft streams. All right. So the official number right now for day 2 is at 16.2K, which is the biggest stream we've ever done. And then 15.1K was night 1. So if we go all the way back to our first draft stream, well, our draft stream last year, not our first. Day 1, we had 10.7K. Day 2, we had 10.7. And day 3, we had 13.4. So we have surpassed, or we're going to surpass, day 3 of last year. And we get about 1,000 views after it's already been published. Mm-hmm. So like the live views are 98% of it, but we still get about 1,000 views of rewatching after the fact. So you guys have been incredible. It is a sign.
We appreciate it, guys.
They can't stop the train.
Well, and Jake, when you were gone, we were talking about I was talking about our first draft stream on a little. So real quick, the Jaguars picked Jonah Monheim, the center out of USC.
That's a good one.
So our first draft stream, when we had that little webcam, remember? And we were on Facebook Live.
Oh my God.
Yeah, ID89. That pick kind of does hurt. That would have been someone who would have been interesting for the Rams, but everyone in the chat is saying, like, trying to clown us with the Jalen Ramsey trade stuff, guys.
I mean, it'll probably happen, but...
No, someone in the chat was trying to say that the 49ers traded for Ramsey. The Raiders took Cody Lindenberg, linebacker out of Minnesota. He was one of the best available, in my opinion, at linebacker. So you got Seattle, Houston, Arizona, Pitt. So now that Cody Lindenberg is gone, I mean, at linebacker, I'd probably say Jamon Dumas Johnson out of Kentucky. $20 picks away from the Rams pick, guys.
Oh, Seattle's picking at 223? Yeah, we know they're picking a Jayhawk.
I really think they're going to take Kobe Bryant. They've already taken a Kobe Bryant. They keep taking players that Jake really wants. And I think they're going to collide both worlds together by taking Kobe Bryant again. Oh my God, it's Damian Martinez, Jake. Oh my God.
They've had such
Dude, the
a good
Seahawks
draft.
are having such a good draft. That is so annoying.
Now, to be fair, they've had a lot of picks, but they've hit on, I think, every single one of them. I mean, what's one pick that I would disagree with, if there's any? I guess Riley Mills, that felt a little high, but... Oh, Robbie Oots. I didn't like that pick at all. Well, I guess I did, depending on how you look at that.
So we're now at pick 224. The Rams pick at 242. So we're inching closer.
Yeah, Damian Martinez is pretty much what you get with Scadaboo, and you're talking about getting him in the 7th round. Last time they got a running back like Damian Martinez in the 7th round, he ended up being really good for them. Chris Carson from Oklahoma State. So, yeah. In all likelihood, they just got an absolute steal. Really physical back, ran a 4.51. I don't know why he fell that far.
Houston took Kayonte Hamilton, defensive tackle out of Rutgers.
Didn't have a report on him, unfortunately.
I did not either. So we've got the Cardinals, then Pitt, then the 49ers, then New England on deck. The pick is in for the Cardinals.
There's some pretty good players still there. For what it's worth. Cardinals still haven't taken a wideout. The pick is in.
Doesn't Restrepo feel like such a Cardinals pick?
Well, I think this could be Tez Johnson.
That would make sense too.
Yeah. I mean, it could be one of those guys.
I think be one of those guys. I
was like, why do I hear myself? What the hell's going on? Yeah.
I didn't time my headphone charging. Like my headphones both died at the same exact time. So now I've got to alternate.
That's a tough
I've got to
scene.
charge one, wear the other. We're at that point in the draft.
Yeah, the Cardinals have had an interesting little draft here. I know some are really high on them because they got Will Johnson. I thought Walter Nolan was a reach. Jordan Birch felt a little early. I like Cody Simon a lot. Denzel Burke I like a lot. Hayden Connor, I didn't really like the pick. So it's not a bad draft class. I think they're going to round it off here with a wide receiver. And my guess is, oh my God, it's Keaton Crawford. Ugh. That's their best pick. I'm not even going to lie.
I have really liked Arizona's draft. I'm not going to lie. I've really liked the Seahawks draft. The 49ers I thought started out hot and then have kind of underwhelmed me
I
as
had a
they've
day
gone
2
on.
grade on Keaton Crawford. Damn it. That sucks.
Anthony, Kobe Bryant is still available.
Yeah, I ordered cheese. Get with the program. You don't like cheese? Pizza? What the hell's wrong with you?
So unrelated to the draft, but Jake, I ordered a sleep token pennant for my room
Nice.
and it just got here. So when we're done, before I head out, I'm gonna go get it off I'm gonna send you a picture of it.
Cool. Steelers. I could see them taking a Jayhawk here. Kobe or Mello fits. They could use a corner, wide receiver. I'm gonna say they go with Tez Johnson. They already got their quarterback. I mean, I could see a team at this point taking a flyer on Isaiah Bond, and then if it doesn't work out, you just cut him. It's a late round pick.
I wouldn't personally.
I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't.
I just think it's
pick,
bad. But
yeah.
So Pitt is up, and then the 49ers, Kansas City, Pittsburgh again. So we're at pick 226, waiting for pick 242. Carson Bruner, linebacker, to the Steelers. Why am I blanking on Bruner, Jake?
I don't know. He sounds wicked familiar. I didn't finish grading him, but I watched a little bit of him.
I don't think I watched him.
Yeah, Washington.
So at the 49ers, Chiefs, Steelers again, Detroit, Miami, Indy.
Really, I think with Bruner, you're getting a special team guy. That's kind of based on my notes here. Yeah, just special team guy, good in coverage. It looks like 4 interceptions. These are the type of guys that you draft in the 7th round. So, yeah. My third screen. You mean one of my 7, right? I got 1, 2, 3. This whole thing is a screen. 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom. 8 if you count the iPhone.
I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick and refill my water. So I'll be back because we still got some time. Like, unless the Rams trade up, which would be annoying if they did that just now. But theoretically, they're still at 242.
I'll text you if they do. Don't worry.
All right.
Carson Bruner. Chat, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. Also known as the thumbs up. Helps us out. Helps us out big time. The pick is in for the 49ers at 227. They have taken Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, Upton Stout, CJ West, Jordan Watkins, Jordan James, and Marcus Sigil. I think this is a center. I'm going to say it's Jake Majors. Could be Seth, but I'm going to go with Jake Majors here. It's Curtis Rourke from Indiana. So I like Curtis Rourke a lot. I think this is a really good football player. The problem with Curtis Rourke is that he is so many injuries. I mean, I think he's got 6 years that he's played college football. Rourke is, he's a good player. Like, I really did like his tape. And as a matter of fact, I thought he had some of the best tape out there playing in Indiana. But Rourke, my biggest issue here is 100%. He just played the entire 2024 season on ACL tear. Okay. I like him. Ohio transfer, productive, accurate, tall in the pocket. But I just worry about that ACL. He's got so much toughness. Like probably one of the toughest guys in the entire draft. But I'm a little concerned about that knee holding up. So I thought he was a way better quarterback than Ewers. I think Ewers has all the talent in the world, just can't really put it together. He's just not very accurate, but what the hell? And, of course, the Chiefs get the best route runner at running back in the draft, Brashard Smith. He fits them well. So that was so weird just now. My draft just froze. And then it's restarted to the 5th round. So, all right, we figured it out. Rams should just take a Jayhawk. Am I wrong? Who here would be upset if they got Logan Brown or Kobe Bryant or Mello Dotson? Who would be upset by that? How could you be upset by that? All three of those players are day 2, early day 3 guys. And they're still here. Dante Kent, Central Michigan. Really good athlete. I don't know anything else aside from the athletic ability. I didn't really get a chance to dive into his film either. I know they've had luck drafting from Central Michigan. That's where they got Antonio Brown, who ended up being an all-pro receiver before kind of losing it. Detroit's up here. I still think they could grab a center. I know I keep saying it. Jake Majors, McLaughlin, they're both there. Either one makes sense. I think you got to add some depth there at center. Oh, no. Matthew Golden is going to wear 22 with the Packers? No. Say no to receivers wearing 20s. So it's safety Dan Jackson from Georgia for the Lions here. Man, a lot of good players still there for the Rams. They're 12 picks away. Actually, 11 picks away now. All right, best players available on my board. Let's see here. We got. I think everyone is gone in the top 100. Logan Brown is my 80th overall player. So he would be the best of it. No, Mello Dotson is 68th. Oh, Kobe Bryant is 61st. So Kobe Bryant 61st, Mello Dotson 68th, 80th overall player is Logan Brown. Sean Dolak is 86th. Seth McLaughlin is 89th. Zy Alexander is 98th. Thor Griffith is 102. So.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry, I forgot that I had laundry going and I needed to. I was off and I was like, let me throw my laundry. Okay,
Dan
so
Jackson just went off the board to the Lions. And then the 49ers took Curtis Rourke.
sorry, everybody. I went to use the restroom real quick, refill my water, and then I needed to put my laundry away. To be fair, I didn't need to put my laundry away, but you know, your clothes get wrinkly if you leave them in the dryer.
Oh, boy.
So when I
know the
realized that
feeling.
my laundry was done, I panicked. It was giving me OCD to just come back to do this knowing that it was sitting in the dryer. So I had to put it away real quick. I apologize. I just had to do it.
Oh, Brashard Smith went to the Chiefs, too. I don't know if you saw that.
ID89, I saw that. I was following as I was doing all that. Like, I have my notifications on for the picks. So, like, I see the Lions just took Dan Jackson. Manuel, we appreciate you. Been with us since the first stream, which is crazy because it was such a different stream. And guys, Ewers to Miami. There you go. He's finally drafted. About time.
Thoughts on Cardinals draft? Dylan Peterson, thank you for the 2. Yeah,
you,
I
Dylan.
mean, I don't know if you're a Cardinals fan or not, but from my unbiased perspective, I think the Cardinals have had a interesting draft. Keaton Crawford, I think, is their best pick. Really, really like that player. I think he's a top 100 player that they got in the 7th round. Denzel Burke is another player Alexis and I both liked. A little surprised he went in the 5th. Probably could have gone on day 2. Cody Simon, I think, is a really good fit for them. And then you have Jordan Birch, who I think they drafted a little early. Will Johnson is a great pick, great value. And then Walter Nolan, I think, was a reach. So I'd give the Cardinals probably like a B plus. Yeah, I'll give them a B plus.
Me too.
Actually, I'm gonna
think
give them a B because of the reach on their first round pick. I'll give them a B. But I don't hate their draft. I think it's pretty solid. I just had some issues with it. That's all.
So the Colts drafted Hunter Waller, safety out of Wisconsin. It's pronounced Waller, right? Because I got that wrong.
I thought it was Wohler, but I mean you could
Waller.
be right.
I just know that I got it wrong, and then when I heard it, I was
24x7 cars. Thank you so much for the 2. We appreciate
thank you so much.
Tim, can you make a first reaction vid of all Rams picks? Yes, I will compile them into one little reaction bit. Probably not directly after the draft, but I'll work on it. I'm going to take some time off after the draft. And, I'll still have content, but I'm not going to kill myself over it. It looks like Quinn Ewers is the selection for the Dolphins.
I said that.
Oh, you said that?
Yeah.
Okay,
a while ago. But yes. He finally went. But it is wild to me how many quarterbacks went before him. That I think is kind of crazy. But
Matthew, thank you for the 2. O-line depth with last pick. You guys' thoughts? I think it makes a lot of sense. I think O-line or cornerback or wide receiver. That's what I would do.
Yeah, that's my first wish is to get some depth at offensive line at 242. Guys, we're close enough now to where the Rams are on the ticker on NFL Draft Network. I can see LAR.
I know it
So
really just stands out of a crowd.
we're finally there.
Finally.
Oh, so the Bears take running back Kyle Monangai.
The Bears take him?
Yep. Best pass protecting running back in the class, in my opinion.
That makes a lot of sense. We were waiting for them to take a running back. I think we got they answered the bell here. You look at Swift, he's going to be the starter. I know some people weren't expecting him to be the starter and they thought they would draft his replacement, but yeah, I think they're rolling with him. They could also sign J.K. Dobbins or Nick Chubb, but Kyle Monangai, really big thing here, like you said, pass protection. He's going to stay on the field, and as a young player, he might not have the most athleticism. I think he runs faster in pads than he did, in the 40. But yeah, I like him a lot. I came away really liking Monangai. I thought he was really good. He was my 9th overall running back, Alexis. That means my top 10 is all gone except for LaQuint Allen, who's my 6th running back. I think he's so underrated. Syracuse had some ballers.
No Xavier Restrepo. It's so crazy to me. So Seattle's up, then Tampa, Jacksonville, Green Bay, Seattle, Dallas, Buffalo, Denver, Rams. So close, guys.
It's getting close.
Getting close. So just hope none of those teams take, So Seattle picks twice before we pick.
Yeah, that's going to hurt.
I'm going to be very annoyed. So Seattle just took Mason Richmond, offensive tackle.
I don't know
who I am unfamiliar with. I'm going to be really annoyed if they take Restrepo.
It's funny. I've had people text me like, I didn't even know who that was. And then your reaction, it made me annoyed that they took him. I was like, yeah. Mason Rich. Oh, Iowa tackle? Okay. Let him cook. Can't go wrong taking an Iowa tackle.
I do like Jake Majors. That could be some good depth. I think if I'm going to take an offensive lineman, though, I would prefer to take a tackle, but
that's fair.
Any offensive lineman available, just depth. Logan Brown or Holland Pierce, I agree, 80, 89.
I think Rams fans are starting to tune in. Just went over 630 live viewers, so.
We're getting there, guys. Rams are up at 242.
And we're almost at 14,000 views. So we appreciate you guys. We have officially eclipsed last year's 13.4K total on day 3. And we have crushed our records. So we appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you all.
7th time has apparently been a charm.
So Tampa Bay is up. Their pick is in. I don't see what it is yet. I gotta move my phone over here. I've got my notifications. Thank you, Soham. 4th year in a row tuning in.
Once again, a big shout out to Trick or Treat Studios for sponsoring this crazy event. 15% off code
Thank you.
TOTSJE. You can check it out over on trickortreatstudios.com. And like I said before, I'll say it again, they got all sorts of stuff. They got props, right? They got, of course, the masks in the background. If you're wondering where those came from, that's where they came from. Games, puzzles, home decor, collectibles, you name it, they have it. So definitely be sure to check out our friends over there as Tez Johnson comes off the board here at pick 235 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Good for him. I'm glad that he got drafted.
Yeah, they don't have enough receivers, so figured let's just add another one.
Paul, thank you. Paul said this is his 5th year with us.
Appreciate you, Paul.
That's awesome. Appreciate it, Paul. So Jacksonville's up. So we got another Gladstone pick incoming.
Oh, good God.
Then we've got Green Bay, Seattle, Dallas, Buffalo, Denver, us. So I'm in the camp, Jake. I really would love some offensive line depth here. I mean, this pick is kind of like, I don't know if you can really like go wrong. I would also take, Restrepo. I like Restrepo. I think that he's fallen so far, and I'm like, why not at this point? I mean, you're in the 7th round. You get a receiver that goes down,
Yeah. They are really limited at receiver. There's not a ton of depth there. They got their 4 guys and then Xavier Smith, so.
Yeah, I think that I would definitely love to see them take Restrepo.
Yeah, I would probably say my number 1 target right now is Kobe Bryant. Number 2 is Logan Brown. Number 3 is Mello Dotson. That's just the way I have it. So Jayhawks. And then Elijah Badger.
Well, the Jaguars took LaQuint Allen, the running back out of Syracuse. But
glad he got drafted.
So this is the 2nd running back they've drafted, because they also took Tutton out of Virginia Tech.
Damn, I don't even think I realized that, but yeah, you're right.
Interesting. That might have just been best player available on their board, and yeah, I don't know. Well, the Packers are up. They might take Restrepo because they just take receivers left and right, and they've got about 11 active ones in their roster right now.
Yeah. I could see that. I definitely could see that. Although,
So Jake, you want Kobe Bryant? Is that also like if you're not doing best player available for the Rams and you're like you want them to take a guy that you just like?
no, I'm going entirely off my board right now.
But right, but I'm saying if you weren't doing that and you're just like anybody, you're like, you know what, I just like them. Doesn't even have to make sense for the Rams. They're just doing a luxury pick, throwaway pick, just to get a guy you like.
Like, who would I choose?
Mm-hmm. Like, is there a Kansas player who doesn't make sense for the Rams, but you're like, you know what? Like, I would say, like, Bo Collins.
That would have been Devin Neal at this point. Like, he doesn't make any sense, but love the player.
Like, Bo Collins is a Notre Dame receiver, and I'd just be like, screw it. Like, just, I like him, whatever, take him. But I think I'm rooting for, at 242, either Logan Brown, Holland Pierce, or Xavier Restrepo. Almost there.
If it's none of the KU guys, I think I really want Elijah Badger.
The Packers took Micah Robinson. He's a defensive back out of Tulane. I forget where Caleb Ransaw went.
Oh, he went
remember?
early. I forget, though.
He did, but I forget where he went. Let me see.
Jaguars?
Might have been. Yep. The Jaguars.
Tom Grossi announced it. Shout out to Tom. He's been a friend of the show. Friend of the channel. My bad, Alexis. Yeah, we did I think 3 years ago, we did a collab. I went on his channel and he went on mine.
Seattle pick is in, Jake.
Oh, good God.
If it's Kobe Bryant or Mello Dotson, I'm gonna
Or
be,
Brown at this point.
or Logan Brown.
Yeah.
If it's a Restrepo, I'm also gonna be really mad because I do want him to at least be available for the Rams. The Seahawks took Ricky White III.
It's a good player.
Receiver out of UNLV. It is a good player. So again, they are making good picks. Another guy that I'm surprised is still available in the 7th. So they keep making good picks. I have to give them credit. But as Jay Carlos said, the Kobe Bryant and Xavier Restrepo dreams are still alive. They live to see another pick. We got Dallas, Buffalo, Denver, Rams.
So
And the Dallas pick is in.
Rappaport did say in that report about Ramsey, it was one of Sean McVay's most favorite players he's ever had, and that they are, a reunion is possible. So I think it's happening, but,
So the Cowboys drafted running back Phil Maffa out of Clemson.
Yeah, that's interesting. Didn't end up grading him. I watched a little, but I think they're, I don't know. I see there were better running backs there, I think. Ja'Cory Krosky merits a really interesting one. Corey Kiner. Kiner is crazy. Like, he reminds me of what's his name? Arian Foster. Because, like, Foster ran like a 4.7 and ended up being a stud. But people are like, oh, he's too slow. When you watch Corey Kiner, he looks like he's running in quicksand, but he just breaks so many tackles. Well, I like this one from the Bills. Caden Prather in the 7th.
Yeah, I like Caden Prather too. I wonder if there's something with Restrepo that we're not aware of, because this is like just so surprising to me. But I do like Caden Prather. There was his teammate Ty Felton went. Was it the 4th round? Maybe he went pretty early.
Yeah. What I like about this is it might force the Rams' hand to pick a receiver. If they go with Elijah Badger, I'll be pretty happy. But
I would like Badger too.
I still like my Jayhawks, so.
So guys, we got Denver and then us. Gearing up for the last Rams pick. We got 743 people in here.
24x7 cars. Thank you for the 10. Like Brennan Jackson's potential when the Rams drafted him last season. Seems smart and motivated with who the Rams drafted. Maybe wasn't meant to be for him. Awesome pass rush regardless. I don't rule him out. They didn't draft another edge, so I think Josiah Stewart is replacing Hoyt, but I think Brennan Jackson is going to be right there in the mix. So, yeah, appreciate you. Thomas, thank you for the 2. Rams not drafting a quarterback.
Thomas.
Dolphins cutting Ramsey. Oh, can you imagine that? They could get him for free. That'd be insane. Thank you for the 2. What would the Rams have to give up to get Ramsey? I think a 2026 5th gets it done. Frank Kona, thank you for the 5. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Frank.
All right. The pick is in for the Broncos. That means
it's Caleb Lohner, tight end.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is either. But, guys, the Rams are now on the clock.
I have 10 guys I want the Rams to draft. 10. Kobe Bryant, Logan Brown, Mello Dotson, Elijah Badger, Holland Pierce, Xavier Restrepo, Sebastian Castro, Thor Griffith, Jabbar Muhammad, and Brew McCoy. So hopefully one of those guys ends up being a Ram.
I'd be happy with all those guys. I think my top right now would be Logan Brown, Holland Pierce, Xavier Restrepo, just based on, who's available, but
I'm not going to get tired of seeing the comment section of a Rams-centric live stream all pushing for Kansas Jayhawk players. I am not going to get sick. I would frame this moment because I love my Kansas Jayhawks. And I got to tell you, I think they're really sleeping on Kobe Bryant. I understand Bryant and Dotson, by the way, both slimmer builds. These were dogs. And this is low-key the DBU that no one talks about. This is the same school that had Aqib Talib and Chris Harris Jr., and, of course, Daryl Stuckey as well, all Pro Bowlers. So, of course, Rams legends, defensive backs. You talk about Leroy Irvin and, of course, Nolan Cromwell. So the Rams have done well with their Jayhawk draft picks.
Well, we'll see. I would feel really good about Xavier Restrepo. I feel really good. Also about Badger out of Florida. I just really feel like, I don't know, adding a receiver based on the room makes so much sense for this pick. And also offensive line depth. You can't go wrong there.
Wait, so Caleb Lohner went over Brant Keithy?
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. That happened twice. Where the better tight end... I don't get that.
Yeah, it happened with Alabama too.
I know Kobe Bryant had a tweet, or not tweet, but he commented that he wanted to be a Ram or whatever. So on Instagram, that would be cool.
Pick is in.
Let's see what we got. Who is it?
They're taking their sweet time announcing it.
I see they're on the phone right now.
Yeah, they're showing the war room, but they're not putting it on the screen.
Sean McVay is talking to whoever they just drafted. Alex is on one today. Rams select Prince Vegeta. Dragon Ball reference for the Dragon Ball shirt.
They're like, we can hear you guys breathing. It's like it always gets very silent.
Yeah, I know.
We just like get before the picks. The silence. Sorry, the silence is giving you guys anxiety. That's what they're saying. It's just we're looking at too many tabs. We're trying to see where it breaks first. Are they about to go to commercial on NFL Network? I swear. Notice they're doing the cutback shot.
Yeah, I don't even know. Rams selection from. Wait, is that? Oh, it's Steve Irwin's kid. He's announcing the Rams selection.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little touch on that.
That's cool.
Kanata Mumpfield. Interesting. So they do get a receiver from Pitt. And I remember actually liking this guy a lot. I would have gone with Badger here, but I don't know. What are your thoughts, Alexis? Because I do have I have a report on him, and I'm going to pull it up now. But I do like this player.
I did not watch him. I'm just going to be honest. Was not on my radar. So cannot give an informed opinion. Although, like I said, I really wanted like Restrepo or Badger or like McCoy here. But I don't know. I can't give a fair analysis, I guess, because he wasn't on my radar.
Yeah, so this is a really, really good route runner. Okay, so I mean that does make sense. I think the issue with him is he's not the best blocker. I was surprised that, once again, the Rams drafted another pass catcher that isn't the best blocker. Not the most physical receiver, but man, he's got some crazy hands. He's going to make some crazy catches. He had a 1.9% drop rate. This is a guy that played inside, outside, so he offers that flexibility. He also has kickoff return value. So you could see this guy really push an Xavier Smith potentially. He was a Pittsburgh team captain in 2024. So that's something to keep in mind. He's good after the catch, 6.8 yak per reception in 2024. Smart football player. I think really one of the best separators that you're going to find at the bottom of the draft at the wide receiver position. I think my biggest issue with Mumpfield was really, I just came back to it. It had nothing to do with the size. Some people didn't like that. His route tree isn't exactly polished. Like I said, he's a great route runner and everything, but he doesn't have a full route tree. What he's asked to do, the head fakes, the footwork, the release package, all that stuff, the go moves, the double moves, all that, he's really good at. But the route tree isn't as top notch as some of the others, which is why he fell. And he didn't test that well. Like this guy, he ran a 4.59, but the blocking to me was the biggest turnoff, Alexis. When I watched his tape, I just didn't see a dominant blocker. So I know Blaine had him on his Snead snacks, had looked at him as a potential option. I see him being like kind of similar to like a Deontay Johnson, but just not as nuanced. That would be like kind of a not as nuanced Deontay Johnson was pretty much my comparison. So yeah, I mean, I think he went exactly where he could have gone. And I like the pick. I had other guys I preferred. I think Elijah Badger is better, and I would have preferred to get some of the Jayhawks, but Kanata Mumpfield, cool little name there, and he rounds out this wide receiver room. They need one more guy, and they get him.
Yeah, just like I said earlier, I'm not super familiar with him, but looking at some scouting reports for him, looks like he's a really good athlete, catch and run threat. Doesn't possess breakaway speed, but he is pretty good at creating separation. He's got reliable hands. Some weaknesses that I see pointed out is, again, just the speed. And that, some of he does fight really hard for the ball, but can sometimes not make those contested catches. But I mean, yeah, like I said, I don't know that I can make a fair analysis off the bat off this pick, other than, there were some other guys, that I did really want. I thought Restrepo would have been such a steal here, or Elijah Badger or McCoy, out of Tennessee, but we'll see. We'll see. But that is the last pick for the Rams of this draft, assuming they don't trade back into the seventh, which I don't foresee them doing. Um,
Yeah,
and then there's only like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 picks left in the entire draft. It's almost over.
it's true. I don't know if they're trading back in. I wouldn't trade Davis Allen for a seventh. Oh, Jacob Hurtado, thank you for
Thank
the
you,
hundo.
Jacob.
Everyone drop a
Mm-hmm.
W in the chat for Jacob. Had to drop in and show love to the GOAT and loving the draft content, guys. LFG. Appreciate you, Jacob.
Thank
we really
you so
appreciate
much.
you.
We appreciate it.
That is awesome. Awesome stuff, y'all. This is
Awesome.
I think it's been a fun draft. I mean, look, I had guys that I wanted. It's the same. It's no different than Terrence Ferguson. But in the 7th round, I'm not going to sit here and bitch, moan, and complain that they took the receiver that I didn't they didn't take the receiver that I wanted.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to do it. So I'll tell you this:
It's just about like depth at this point,
stock up for anybody that thought Jordan Whittington was just a nice little novelty piece. They like him. It's a reminder. The Rams value their picks, regardless of where they make them. So, late round, Jordan Whittington, he's going to get some real burn this year. That's what I learned from this. Kyron Williams, 5th rounder, he's turned into a starter. They're trying to extend him, right? So, that's just how I feel. The cornerbacks, man, stock up for the cornerbacks. Stock up for Akello. Stock up for Darius Williams. Stock up for Kobe Durant. Stock up for Darian Kendrick, Emmanuel Forbes Jr. All these guys. There's a lot of really good pieces on this team, and I like the way they operated their draft. I would have gone in a different direction. Like I said, I would have probably picked Kobe Bryant there, but I like the way their draft came out. And again, it's a different objective. The objective 2 years ago was to rebuild, to build, for the future. The objective this year was to find some guys that could contribute while also keeping an eye on the future. So I like it. And I'll have, I'll have a full report on the whole thing, but that was just kind of my opinion. The Lions are up now, if anybody cares.
Well, they took Dominic Lovett.
Okay, they took Lovett. Yeah. Edwin, thank you for the 5. If the Rams offered you
you,
both
Edwin.
a chance to cover one rookie this year and document their first year in the NFL, who would each of you pick? Go Rams. I would take Chris Paul Jr. pretty easily.
I would take Chris Paul Jr. too, but to differ it, maybe Josiah Stewart. I'll say that then.
Yeah, he would be fun. Let's see here. Rams are done. They're already doing the presser. That tells me that they're not going to trade back in, if anybody was wondering, which I assumed, but you never know.
Well, let's see. Commanders pick is in, then you got Giants, Dallas, New Orleans. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, looking at the chat, yeah, the Rams didn't draft any offensive linemen. They didn't draft any corners, which I'd say is more surprising to me. But maybe not because of the Ramsey news, right? So maybe they think that they're set at corner. They're comfortable, I guess, at where they're at with offensive line. They didn't draft a quarterback, which was not surprising to me, but I know a lot of people thought maybe they would grab one. We got our linebacker eventually. For a while, it looked like we might not get one, but we did, which was nice.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt to Washington. I think he played like one game for Arizona. It was really weird. Like he sat out and then he killed it at the Shrine Bowl, I think it was. Had a lot of people fawning over him after that. I like the name Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
The Giants, Dallas, Saints, 49ers, Green Bay. Pick is in for the Giants.
New England will have Mr. Irrelevant. So. I thought that was wholesome. They just showed Tyler Booker hugging Roger Goodell. And they were just like rocking back and forth like he didn't want to leave. He just couldn't even believe it. Corey Black from Oklahoma State, cornerback, heads to the Giants here.
I am unfamiliar.
I know who he is. Didn't end up grading him, but yeah.
So I'm going to now officially turn off my Twitter notifications. So I normally don't have them on. But I turned them on so I could get push notifications about the picks from the counts that were getting them. And now they're off. Now I can go back to never hearing a peep from anything on Twitter until I open the app.
You're better than me. I keep them on all year long.
I can't do it. It's too much.
Matthew, thank you for the 10. Great draft with you guys.
Thank you,
I enjoyed
Matthew.
it. Jake, you demand, even though you dissed my Clemson guys. Alexis, continue. Prayers for your grandpa later. I got a hot date with a king size and a pillow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate it.
Oh, man.
All right, Jake, what does Dallas do here? Willie, my pizza was good. Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Let's see if Dallas doesn't make a pick before I figure it out. Oh, I think they're going to take Badger here. Or they'll take Isaiah Bond. They already took a Texas player in Jadon Blue.
Well, as this draft wraps up, we can start giving like our thoughts on the Rams, and so we can let people get off and enjoy their night. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks left.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. The Rams draft, they start off with Terrence Ferguson. Well, they start off with the 26th pick. They trade down. They get the 46th. They give away 101, and they acquire a jaw-dropping first rounder in 2026. That trade alone, Alexis, was an A++. Still don't know how the hell they got a first rounder in 2026. Anyway, Terrence Ferguson is the selection. at pick 46. And for me, I preferred going after Harold Fan Jr. at tight end, but I get this fit. I understand it. I think this is one of those guys that, and I said this when they drafted him, Alexis, he's one of those guys where if the Sosar Rams, the 4-12 Rams had this guy, he wouldn't have done anything. But I trust Sean McVay to put him in the right, frame of mind. And, I think he's going to be a really good player for the Rams. I think when it's all said and done, we're going to be looking at this like, yeah, this was a good pick. They even said that they would be down to pick him in the first round. So clearly they have high hopes for him. At the third round, or did you want to comment and then I'll go into the third round? Or did you want me to say all my pieces and then you go through?
We can go back and forth real quick. The Cowboys drafted defensive tackle Tommy Aking-Bestoat out of Maryland. I'm unfamiliar.
That is an interesting name.
Just to keep it live. So yeah, I think that the trade back was A++ as well. I mean, that is incredible value. There wasn't anybody at 26 that I really loved for the Rams, right? It was just, there was nobody there. I mean, Luther Burden would have been nice, right? I would have been really happy with like a Luther Burden or something. But there was nobody there that I was absolutely screaming, pounding the table for the Rams. So I felt like trading back was the right move. And I mean, I didn't think that they would get a first round in 2026. So that's incredible. I was thinking we might get like a couple seconds or like a second and a fourth, right? Or just something that, was giving us some more ammo, but it's incredible value they got. The Terrence Ferguson pick, positionally, I think it's great. I really, really, and Campbell. So I did really want Jihad Campbell. So I take that back. I did want Jihad Campbell. But other than that, knowing what the Rams do with linebacker, I knew that was probably a pipe dream, although it did really hurt. By the way, the Saints took another guy I don't know.
Monteval?
Man, I'm off at this draft because
strong at the catch point. Really strong tight end.
Every UCLA fan is going to hate me because this is like the second UCLA player I've been unfamiliar with.
What's so dumb about 40 time is that if he ran a 4.71 instead of 4.81, he probably goes like day 2. He had really good tape. I like Monteval a lot.
Going to the Saints. So the Terrence Ferguson pick, I think my issue with that, and I don't really have an issue with it because that pick has really grown on me. Mm-hmm. I just felt like that he would have been available later. And again, he wasn't a tight end that I would have taken there. But that was a guy that it sounds like the Rams really, really were smitten with. So they really wanted to go after him. So that's fine. I guess just value-wise, I'm still a little bit not convinced that was necessary right there. But it's a big need for the Rams. And the Rams really need to diversify that tight end set, right? We've been talking about it. They haven't really had a tight end that they want. I don't really know that Parkinson really panned out the way that the Rams thought. Has been super underwhelming. Maybe the Rams just aren't using him properly, but it just hasn't really worked out. 49ers just drafted Connor Colby, by the way, a guard out of Iowa. I think that's a good pick because I do like Connor Colby.
Yeah.
So that's my feeling about the Terrence Ferguson pick. And then we go into our third round guy.
Real quick on Terrence Ferguson going at it was 46. I do get it from the standpoint that we're picking until 90. So for that reason, I think they kind of got left in no man's land where they're like, we really like this player, but he might not make it to our next pick. So I think it was like they were worried about trading down and losing the guy they wanted, but they were also worried about just like picking somebody else and then waiting for the 90th pick. So I do get it from that standpoint. If they had him circled, the way they're talking about him, like they have a plan. But I do agree. I think he'll be really good. Josiah Stewart at pick 90, I was hyped about because I think this is a player who comes in. Yes, he replaces Michael Hoyt, but he's not like Michael Hoyt. Like he's a lot different. That quick first step is insane. He's got a toolbox. He's got a true arsenal of pass rushing maneuvers. He's an inside-outside guy. I don't think they'll use him an inside backer, but he can do that. You know, just a fun chess piece, I think. And in their cheetah package, like I mentioned, where they like having 3 edge defenders on the field at once, they can do that now with Josiah Stewart. So, Alexis, I loved that pick. What about you?
So I really like Josiah Stewart. By the way, Packers drafted John Williams, guard out of Cincinnati. So I really, really like Josiah Stewart as a player. I think he's really good. He's like a freak athlete, very explosive, very fun to watch. Obviously played for a really good program too, you know, at Michigan, and you got to be, you know, a really good football player to play over at Michigan. You know, quick processor, versatile, just really, really good player. I'm a little, again, it was just positional, right, in the third round.
Yeah.
In the taking, you know, the pass rusher, outside linebacker, whatever you want to call him. I know he's probably a little bit of a hybrid. In the third, wasn't really sure about, but I think it just depends on how they use him. So if they find a way to kind of use him, like you said, as a Michael Hoyt, maybe that's the reasoning behind that. But I would have preferred probably different positional value in the third. But he's a really, really good player, probably arguably maybe the most talented player that the Rams took in the draft, in my opinion, in terms of just off the bat talent. But yeah, really, really good player.
Yeah, and then they took Jarquez Hunter. They actually traded up to get him. What were your thoughts on trading up to 117 to get Jarquez Hunter?
Sorry, I accidentally closed out of my screen.
It's like,
So
wow, you really didn't like that one.
I hit the wrong button because I just have too many tabs up and thought I accidentally closed out of our streaming service. So I again, I feel similar to this how I felt about the Josiah Stewart thing. I think that Jarquez Hunter's a really good prospect. I think he makes a lot of sense for what the Rams lacked in the running back room. I think he's a good complement to Kyren Williams. I think it's a correction on what they did last year when they took Blake Corum. I think that I said it last year during the draft. I felt like this was just a little bit of like over anxiousness, excitedness to go ahead and get, you know, Blake Corum, and they didn't really think that through. So I think that Jarquez Hunter is a course correction there. But again, I don't really love taking a running back that high. I didn't really love the trade up to get him. Again, positionally, I just was not a big fan of it. But I think it's going to be fine. I think it's going to grow on me because, you know, depending on how they use him, I think it'll make a lot of sense, you know, for the Rams. Again, it's similar to that feeling I have with Stewart where I'm kind of scratching my head a little bit about positional value, but
Yeah. No, I get that. I think with Jarquez Hunter, I really, really love this pick. And the reason being is I feel like at this point, Trevor Etienne's gone. This is the guy I kept mocking to them. Really good after contact. I mean, Hunter is disgusting after contact. And I think when you look at, you know, who he is and what he brings to the table, he's very much a deviating presence from some of the guys on the roster currently. So that's a big thing for me. You don't want to have like the same thing over and over again. I compare him to Tajay Spears, and basically, you know, I saw him as a compact running back, you know, really good athleticism, dynamic runner, somebody that's really elusive, home run hitter. And the thing I love is just reading how much he was liked and the work ethic and, you know, just the returnability and the 21 reps. It's like he had a lot of different things to feel really good about, you know, drafting him. So he adds that explosive back that I think they were missing, and he complements Kyren really well. I think the pass protection, it's not the best, but I think he can get better in that area. But this pick here, I was a huge fan of going out and getting Hunter. Thought that was really smart. And the last time they traded up for a running back, it worked out well in Kyren Williams. So, yeah, sign me up for that one. Then we had Ty Hamilton. A little bit of a different feeling there from us. But, look, I think this guy's going to be a good player. I do. They would not have gone out and drafted this guy if they didn't think that. I think more so we got our hopes up wanting a certain player that they ended up getting anyway, and Chris Paul Jr. and some other guys. I think the trade is really what does this one for me, Alexis. And maybe I'm just going to need to, not pay attention to the trade, but giving up a 4th round pick in 2026 to get this guy felt like that was just, and you see the players like Aeneas Peebles going in the 7th round and you're like, man, like how does that happen? So yeah, that's how I felt, Alexis. I think he's a good player. It's just, I did not like what they gave up to get him. What are your thoughts here?
I'm in the same boat. I thought it was, there was a lot of different factors. I thought it was high to take him. I thought the trading up to get him was a lot. And then I think what we traded was a lot. And again, all of that on top of the fact that like we have kind of like a solid, in my opinion, defensive tackle room at the moment. If we would have added a defensive tackle later, I would have been like all for it. I just felt like it was early. I felt like, the trade value hurts that pick for me in my eyes. But I'm assuming the intent with him is they're going to use him a lot. They traded up for him. They really like him. I think he's going to see a lot of playing time. So, we'll get to see kind of him in action a lot, I'm supposing. I don't think they would have done all that just to sit him and not utilize him. So we'll see. But yeah, I did not, again, positionally, like I didn't really want to take a defensive tackle that early. And I didn't want to trade up for one. And I probably didn't want to trade a 2026 pick for one either. But he's a good player.
Yeah. Just to catch up here, Julian Ashby. We got a long snapper, everyone. Julian Ashby, long snapper from Vanderbilt, heads to the Patriots. Junior Bergen from Montana, wide receiver, heading to the 49ers. And Zeke Biggers heading to the Dolphins out of Georgia Tech, defensive tackle. We move on to the best pick of the draft, I think, from you and I, from what we would both say. Chris Paul Jr. He was the 4th overall player on a lot of people's boards, including mine, right? 4th overall linebacker. I had him behind Jalen Walker, Jahad Campbell, Demetrius Knight Jr., and all 4 of those guys I had going in the 1st round. So the way I saw it, Chris Paul Jr. ends up being my 29th overall player. The Rams get him at 172 after a feverish trade up. They had to do it because he would not have made it. I love this pick so much. This is one of my favorite picks I think I've ever seen the Rams make. He's been compared to a lot of different players. I think he's very similar to a Deion Jones. I think he's also similar to a Bobby Okereke. But I thought this was interesting. Matt Miller compared him to Nick Bolton. And if he's anything like Nick Bolton, which I believe he's going to be a stud regardless if he is or not, I think the Rams just absolutely stole this player and pick in round 5. And this is not only one of my favorite, this is not only my favorite pick in the 2025 draft. This is one of my all-time favorite Rams draft picks. I think the value here is immense. They normally don't do that. We were talking about how they normally reach on players. This was the furthest thing from a reach. This almost balances out all the reaches. A plus squared, I don't even know. All the A pluses that you can muster. Not trying to put crazy pressure on this guy. I'm just trying to let you guys know, this dude's an absolute stud, and he should not have been here.
Yeah, this is my favorite pick by far, especially, the value, where they took him at. What a steal. I just thought it was so crazy that he fell. And yeah, it fills a need first and foremost at linebacker, but not only fills a need, but is a really, really good linebacker prospect. Nick Bolton, like you said, I've seen that comparison a couple times for him too, and I agree. I think he's just a really, really smart linebacker, good processing skills, fast. Love it. I really think that this guy could start, for the Rams at linebacker. I don't know that he will right away, but I think he's certainly talented enough to. And real quick, the Texans took Luke Lachey, the tight end out of Iowa.
That makes sense. Hey, can't go wrong with an Iowa tight end, right?
Right.
Got Sam
And they've already got
Laporta and Hawkinson and Kittle and Fant. Good Lord.
those Iowa State receivers.
Oh, good. Yeah, you had to bring it up.
So now they're taking an Iowa tight end. Houston was in Iowa. They were deep in Iowa and over at Iowa State and Iowa apparently, and just
Houston's
needed
just
them
moving
all.
Iowa at this point. I mean, might as
It's
well.
the Iowa Texans.
Ah, jeez. We got the Chargers and Patriots. Then we end the stream. We still have 478 people. Guys, if you're heading out, we really appreciate you regardless. But be sure to hit that thumbs up button. Really does help out the channel. It helps out the stream. 15.5K. I don't think we're going to hit 16 until after, the rewatches and all that. But this has been incredible. The final tally, which it's not actually a final tally, but essentially we're looking at, let's see. So last year was a little bit over, was it a little bit over 30,000? So this year, and this is just based on my channel, other channels and Facebook, I can go and find that information. But based on my channel, we have, it's like 46.8K. So we are going to probably hit 50K when it's all said and done. So way better than 30 something K last year. So good to
That's
know we
awesome.
continued to grow in viewership. And maybe next year I can hire a producer to do all this bullshit that I don't want to do. But no, it's been fun.
And thank you everybody so much for tuning in. And Jake, as we have one more pick to talk about for our draft recap. Even though we kind of just talked about him because it just happened, but we could go over it again to finish out our recap.
Kanata Mumfield, not overly fast, so I think that's why he fell, but guy's really good hands. I think he's going to take over for Tyler Johnson on this team. So they got a really good route runner, good natural hands receiver. I don't think he's the best blocker in the world, so I was a little surprised by that, but yeah, I'm happy to see. I think that this Rams team in its iteration is definitely a Super Bowl favorite, if not the favorite. I really do think they were Devontae Adams away last year from winning it all. And maybe they didn't even need him, but yeah, I really like where they're at. I like the draft. The draft was there was a different objective this year, and I think the Rams crushed it in that sense. I don't think they needed to go crazy. They just needed to find some guys that'd be able to contribute this year. Trick-Wheeze Bridges. Can't say I've ever heard of him, but congrats on getting drafted and the cool name.
Yeah, Mumfield, I couldn't really give a great analysis on because, like I said, I didn't really know much about him. I read out, a scouting report when he got picked. But yeah, I think, listen, can't really complain about a 7th round pick. Got depth at receiver, which I think was needed. So he can work on, I think his blocking, and maybe he can get a little bit faster, a little bit more explosive. We'll see. But yeah, I think, we've given our thoughts on the draft, and we'll do a video or a show, I should say, breaking this down more. Within the coming days. But yeah, I mean, we're awaiting Mr. Irrelevant right now from the Patriots, and then the 2025 NFL draft is complete after 3 days. We made it, guys.
It's pretty crazy when you think about it. Mr. Irrelevant is Kobe Minor, defensive back, per ID89, who I am convinced works for the NFL at this point.
Kobe Minor.
And we already have some Fast and Furious already have some UDFAs. Brandon Crenshaw Dixon just signed with the Titans. But we're not going to get into that because that could go on forever. So we have just streamed for 7 hours, commercial free, I think. I don't know. Did YouTube run ads? Who knows? Anyway, point being, we really appreciate you guys. Real quick, we're going to get into the super chats. Before we do, big shout out to Trick or Treat Studios for sponsoring the entire draft, okay? The entire draft. So we really appreciate Trick or Treat Studios. You can get 15% off using the code TOTSJE, and you can get masks behind me. You can get games. You can get home decor. You can get collectibles and props from your favorite horror movies, from your favorite, Halloween movies, all sorts of stuff. So be sure to check that out big time because they are awesome. And the president of the company is a huge Rams fan and obviously really good friend of mine, Christopher Zeffro. Once again, big shout out to Trick or Treat Studios and Christopher Zeffro. They are amazing. And if you haven't gotten yourself a mask from there, you are absolutely missing out because they got some great stuff. But now we got super chats and a final word from Alexis and then Fiend. It's over. So Alex, double X Alex, thank you for the
Alex.
5. Huge thanks to Alexis and Jake for absolutely killing year in and year out, but also shout out to ID89 and Edwin Estrada for breaking picks as well. Yeah, they're really good at it, man. They're just...
Yeah.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, ID89. Thank you, Edwin Estrada. We appreciate you. Matthew, thank you for the 5. You giving grades on each pick and overall. B+ overall for me. Yeah, I mean... In conclusion, I think this is pretty much an A- draft when you factor everything. I think I liked most of the picks a lot. And the one pick I didn't like was just because of what it took to get up there and giving up 4th round pick in 2026. But I think the 2026 first round pick, the combination of that, filling that tight end void, filling that home run hitter void at running back and filling that void at linebacker, that really stood out to me. So absolutely loved that. Appreciate you, Matthew. Did you have anything to add to that, Alexis? Or
I would probably grade it a B- for me. Like I said, I'm not super psyched at some of the positional, value that they got and some choices they made, but it's made up for me by, the first round haul that we got is just so massive. And I think set the tone for the way that things, fell throughout the draft. And then also like the pick of Chris Paul really elevates this for me too, where they got him. So I'd say B- for me as of right now.
All right. Thank you again, Matthew. Ruiz, thank you for the 2 CP Junior Lounge interviews. Show him the reaction in chat. Yeah, we'll try to get him on DTR and see what we can do there. That would be fun, and I'll show him the reaction. But yeah, appreciate you, Ruiz, as always. And then Jeff Lacoste, thank you for the 5. Rams D just got way better today by drafting Paul to play behind that D line. By far my favorite pick. I'm with you.
Agree.
Really like that. If you thought Omar Speights as a UDFA was fun to watch ascend into a starter, this guy is already a starting caliber player. So I'm just really excited to see them both play. And then last but certainly not least, ID89. Appreciate the 24-20 with honor to the 242 final pick. For our last pick, great draft once again, you two. Thank you both for sharing your time and takes with us over the weekend. Love to the Ramley. Love to Grandpa Don. See ya in quarterback class 2026. Whose house? We appreciate you, ID89.
Thank you, ID89.
Thank you for hanging out with us for, God, how many years has it been?
Well, we just went, by the way, we just hit over 7 hours straight live.
Yep. It's insane. So
insane.
Yep. And
but guys,
we actually are pretty close. We're like 280 something views away from reaching 16,000 views. That is insane. So doesn't happen without y'all.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And, my advice is going to be the next few hours, they're going to do some UDFA signings. So if you guys have social media, try and check those out. I'll be very curious to see what the Rams do there. And yeah, we'll obviously have a podcast where we're going to break down, this draft a little bit further. But guys, enjoy your Saturday night. Thanks for spending Saturday day with us and getting into Saturday evening. Be safe. If you're going out, have fun. We're now complete with our 7th annual Downtown Rams NFL draft stream. That's crazy. It's always a good time. I can't believe that we've done 7 of these now. Really, really fun stuff. But guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Please make sure to like and subscribe. It supports the channel. Follow us on social media at Downtown Rams. You can follow me. Why are you cheering? Did we hit 16?
The Rams just got Sean Dolak. Let's go.
Oh, they did?
The linebacker room is so good right now. Oh my God. You can't be serious. That's crazy. That's so I had him in 2 of my mock drafts, by the way. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I was hyped by that. Yes. All right, real quick, because I want Alexis to be able to say her piece, because I don't want to cut her off and then just be rude. But Sean Dolak was my 9th overall linebacker and my 86th overall player. So they got 2 of my absolute favorite linebackers in this entire draft. And man, that is a hell of a UDFA poll. I am hyped for that. He will make this team. I'm telling you right now. Sean Dolak will be on the 53-man roster for the Rams. I have no doubt. But anyway, Alexis, you want to say anything?
Well, just to wrap up, guys, I just want to make sure if you haven't already, like and subscribe, because it helps us out, in the channel. And you can follow us on social media at Downtown Rams. You can follow me on social media at the Alexis Kraft. You can follow me on Instagram at Alexis Kraft. You can follow Jake everywhere at JK Bogan. And guys, like I said, enjoy your Saturday night. Enjoy, this Rams draft. And until next time, as always, stay safe, take care, and go Rams.